Good morning to cricket fans around the world. Welcome back to Hungary for another thrilling day of cricket. The Cobra Cricket Club and the Budapest Super Kings booked their place in the elimination round yesterday, knocking out the teams participating today. However, these participants still have plenty of honors and pride to fight for. These are some really evenly matched teams, so we're set to have some competitive games. There's a chance for a few players to showcase their skills as well, and let's see how they fare. Who's going to step up and make some big milestones, and who will showcase their talent and create a moment of magic? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Our opening match of the day is between United Chalad Budapest and the Royal Eagles. Let's head over to the coin toss, where you'll be joined by match referee Suleiman Saeed.
It's Eagles against UCB. UCB to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's heads.
We'll have a bat.
UCB won the toss, and they will bat first.
Thank you very much for that update. This is going to be an exciting match. Of course, UCB, you really got a feel for them. They missed out on the elimination round because of two heartbreaking defeats, losing their first game by 1 run in a really controversial match where, of course, we saw right at the end they had a chance to win it potentially with penalty runs due to their opposition's slow over rate, but they just missed out. And then their second match was just as gut-wrenching. They were set to pull off the greatest ever chase on the European Cricket Network, the first ever 200-plus run chase, and in the end they fell just short, and unfortunately that means they will not be participating in Friday's elimination round. A player to watch out for them, of course, is Vinod Ravindran. He's been the second highest run getter in this European Cricket Series, and I look forward to him showcasing his talent on his final day in this ECS. Meanwhile, we turn to their opposition, the Royal Eagles. They're a side who've had plenty of challenges throughout this tournament. Their Achilles heel has been their fielding. They struggle with both their catching and their ground fielding. That's something they're really going to have to improve today. A rare beacon of hope for them has been Imad Khan in this second round. I've been very impressed by him. He's played with some real guts and heart and passion. He's been battling through injuries to help his side pull off a few late innings heroics. Let's head back to the commentary box where I'll take you over yesterday's games. Welcome back to our commentary position. That's a quick look at the pitch we'll be playing on. A very flat deck. It's been a real batter's paradise. Let's have a look at some of the action we witnessed yesterday. Of course, it started off with a match between the Royal Eagles and Cobra Cricket Club. The Royal Eagles were in all sorts of trouble in that match. They looked like they would end up with a score in the 70s and 80s, but then Imad Khan, Amir Mahmood pulled off a great partnership right at the end, 53 runs of the last 3 overs, and got the Eagles to a somewhat competitive total. But in the end, that wasn't enough for the Cobra Cricket Club, as they would chase it down with 3.1 overs to spare, picking up the bonus point. And then they would have the big heavyweight clash, the biggest match of this second round, the Cobra Cricket Club and the Budapest Super Kings. Both sides, of course, as I mentioned, advanced to the second round. They would take on each other in this massive matchup, and the Super Kings will come out on top. And of course, as you will find out at the end of this recap, they would be undefeated with the entire second round. That would be the sole loss for the Cobra Cricket Club. Super Kings would continue their winning streak by picking up a win against the Royal Eagles as well. They got this off the very last ball, just about picking up that bonus point. It came off a misfield right at the end by the Royal Eagles. Kind of appropriate and sort of summed up what the day was like for the Royal Eagles. As you can see, Imad Khan top scoring once again with a score of 64 of just 31 deliveries. We then turn our attention to match 49 between the Danubian Kangaroos and Cobra Cricket Club. The Danubian Kangaroos fought so hard. They were so close to pulling off an incredible win. Robbie Ainsworth probably batting too low down the order. I mean, he just didn't have enough balls to go on and make an even bigger score. If they had maybe another 10 or 15 runs on the board, who knows what could have happened. Then, of course, it came down to that dramatic final over. The Cobra Cricket Club had to win it right at the end. They hit that big six which could very easily have been caught. If that catch had been taken, of course, numbers 9 and 10 would have been out in the middle, and it could have been a very different story. Of course, this is match 50. This is match summary we're looking at right now, the final match of our wonderful Wednesday of cricket we had yesterday. As you can see, the Super Kings picking up the victory there against the Danubian Kangaroos, and both them and the Cobra Cricket Club have punched their ticket to tomorrow's action. They'll be facing each other in the first elimination match tomorrow. Should be an exciting match, but of course, we will turn our attention to our final day of round 2 cricket. So we're just a moments away from the start of our opening match of the day. Terrific Thursday coming up. I'm Nishchay Bhatt, and I will be taking you through today's action. Charlie Hunt will be joining us from the studio for match 3. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our opening match, the Royal Eagles. Just a couple of wins for them, both of them coming in our first round. They got their only 2 wins against Kashmir Budapest, a side that went winless in the first round and failed to make it to this next round. Meanwhile, UCB, as you can see from that fantasy dashboard, they've shown they're a quality side. They've shown they're the kind of team that can contend against some of the big boys, but they're just missing a little something, a little X factor that can just help them get over the finishing line. I mean, they could, again, very easily have been playing in the elimination round. As I mentioned, they had a couple of heartbreaking defeats on Tuesday. Have a look at this win predictor. UCB coming in as massive favorites, rightfully so, 88% to the Royal Eagles, 12%. I think UCB here, team of their quality, you expect them to go out there and they'll be looking to put plenty of runs on the board. They've got quite a lot of quality in their batting lineup as well. Got the likes of Qasr Saeem, Ali Nawaz, Muizul Hassan, Abbas, Jack Morrell in there as well. Of course, no Mark Desfontaine today. We know he's been terrific with the bat in hand. A couple of 50s for him on Tuesday and Monday. So that'll be a big loss for UCB, but you still fancy them in the matches they'll take part in today. They should be big favorites in every game they're involved in. I mean, they will really, really feel tough, won't they? I mean, they knew that an elimination round spot would have been so close for them. You know, just 1 run away from winning their opening match of the second round, and then just missing out on making some history. They were so close to pulling off the greatest ever chase on the European Cricket Network. First ever 200-plus chase. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometime. Nawaz and Morrell opening the batting here for UCB. A very good morning to Rob Thompson joining us in the chat. Sandu, Mr. Maximo having a nice day off today. And I'll be taking you through today's play. Charlie Hunt will be joining us for match 3. Will be coming in from the studio. Nawaz just stretching a little bit before we get underway. It's just gone past 9 a.m. local time. Lance Hall as well joining us in the chat, saying that don't forget to give this stream a thumbs up if you're watching on YouTube. Absolutely. Make sure to like and subscribe. And also, do comment in the chat as well. Would love to hear from some of the lurkers. Of course, I'll be alone today, so I'd love to hear from all of you, and hopefully we can have a nice, productive conversation throughout the day. Got a long on in place. And where's the second fielder hiding? We'll just tell you after this ball. Starts off with a fuller delivery that looks like it's going to make its way to the rope. Nawaz hits a 4 off the very first ball. Yeah, just a 1 fielder outside the ring at the moment. for the Royal Eagles. Not the best ball to start off there by Singh, I think. It's very easy for Nawaz to meet that on the half volley. This time he pushes one wide. Looks to get his line right here. I think that length is very dangerous as well. Oh, well, I think Nawaz completely misjudged that one. Maybe thought it was going to be wide, but in all honesty, that was a nice low full toss that he really should have battered away. Oh, this one, it's come off the edge of the bat, made a horrible sound, very ugly sound. And it's popped up in the air, landed safely. It's a bit lucky there, Nawaz. Could easily have carried to a fielder, but hate to be cruel, but the way the Eagles have been fielding throughout this series doesn't fill you with too much confidence whenever a ball goes up in the air. That's another wide there. Second one, he's just pushed way too wide down the offside. A moment's hesitation there between the two batters. I think Nawaz and Morel just had a slight bit of miscommunication, maybe just looking to pinch a single. They've just sent a second fielder out now, so you got a long off and long on in place. Oh, that's a interesting one. He goes with a bit of medium pace there, and he's actually caught Morel with that bouncer. He's bamboozled his own keeper as well, and it's going to go away for byes. So it's a wide and 4 byes. Yeah, well above the head. I don't think the keeper was expecting that either. Bit spicy, too spicy, and it's gone away for 4. Yeah, not a bad idea, but just fails to execute it. Yeah, with long off and long on back, you don't think you'd expect a shorter ball. I guess that's where the bit of deception came in place. And that appeals more out of hope rather than conviction. Certainly going down the leg side, and I throw one back to the non-strikers. And yeah, the communication that you have to say first up this morning between Nawaz and Morel isn't quite there. A lot of yes, no, yes, no. Yeah, run was definitely not on there. I think Morel's done the right thing. Now just straying down the leg side. It's going to go away for 4. Very wayward to start off for Singh. Just gets enough bat on it here. Helps it along to fine leg. And it goes for 4. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. Yep, 3rd wide already this over. 4th wide, I should say. That's a much better ball. That's where he needs to be. That's where Singh should be bowling. He finally gets one right at the end of the over. UCB gets 17 off the 1st. Let's have a look at some of the stats we've seen so far here in Hungary. As we've had over 12,000 runs scored in the 50 matches we've played so far. Brought up our half century of games, 50 matches played in this ECS. And as you can see, that run rate has been around 13. It's been hovering around 13 for much of this series. It would suggest the par score would be 130. I think when we get to tomorrow, when we get to the big games tomorrow, par score will probably be north of 140, 140, 145, somewhere above that range. I think once, not to be disrespectful to a few teams here, but I think some of the weaker teams in this tournament probably just pulling that run rate down a little bit. I think when we get to tomorrow's elimination matches, I'd put the par score in that 140 to 145 range. I think today, though, par score you could say is going to be a little bit lower. Maybe a little bit lower. Probably somewhere between 110 to 120. UCB, though, they're a quality team. They could very easily have been involved in Friday's action, so expect them to go on and score some big runs. Oh, some brilliant length. Just wonder if he's just got some bottom edge on that. Yep, and that's what the umpires indicated to the scorers table. Yeah, watch this bottom edge. Slams it into the pitch. And that's why it took off the way it did. Yeah, certainly going down the leg side. You can see all three stumps over there. Easy decision for the umpire. I'll take another look at it. Yeah. Probably missing a second set of stumps as well. If you place them right next to the existing set of stumps. Oh, very wide delivery, and that's the second minimo we've seen already this innings. Just 9 balls in. Royal Eagles really not helping themselves, and just looking a lot like what we saw yesterday from them. Just too many avoidables, lack of discipline. No, there's nothing the keeper could do about that. He's just sprawling to his right there, Fayaz Khan. He's had his work cut out over these last couple of days. Serves a bit of overtime pay. This one won't even land on the pitch, so it's a no ball. And we got a free hit coming up over here. Yep, not great here by the Royal Eagles. Lack of discipline seems to be hurting them again. It's a familiar tale for this side. And this free hit is going to go away for a 4. Yeah, very nice shot there by Morel. Got to the pitch of the ball, played that beautifully. Marks it away towards square leg for a boundary. Good cricket, very good shot. The umpire at square leg watches that one go all the way towards the boundary rope. Worth reminding you who's umpiring today. I'll just tell you after this ball. Got Stephen Anthony out at square leg, and Amit Nan's the one you see on your screen. Well, now you see Stephen Anthony, of course, but you just saw Amit Nan behind the stumps giving that a wide. There he is, and James Lloyd is the third umpire, of course, all led by match referee Suleiman Saeed. Yeah, he's going to pull this one away. Goes behind square leg. It's gone for a 6. It's gone all the way. Jack Morel. That's the first Maximo we've seen in this innings. Yeah, they've actually, if you look at their strike rates, not too impressive. But they're still going along very nicely, largely because they've been helped by all the extras. Just tell you how many extras we've had so far. 16 runs of extras, more than either of the batters out in the middle. Long on. Deep mid wicket in place now. Oh, beautifully played. Beautifully played. It's a gorgeous shot. Just gets to the pitch of the ball. Doesn't look to overhit it. Just times it to perfection. And it beats the fielder at cover. Gone to the rope for a 4. End of the second over. And UCB are 40 for no loss. I'll have a look at the standings for round 2. Once again, of course, the Super Kings went undefeated in the second round, making it 5 wins in 5. They'll be taking on Cobra Crick Club. Those two teams will advance to the elimination round, which will take place tomorrow. Big day tomorrow, of course. We'll finally crown our ECS Hungary champion. Been a great fortnight so far here in Hungary. Of course, our Creating Action Hungary doesn't end tomorrow. Have a great weekend of ECI action on Saturday and Sunday. Butler just came back because they made a fielding change. I'll update you on that shortly. So they just brought mid on up and they sent deep cover out, which does make sense with sort of angle he's bowling at. Still got a deep mid wicket in place as well. Oh, just catches the edge of his bat. And that goes away for a 4. I mean, I'd probably bring a mid wicket in and send third man back. The kind of line he's looking to bowl. We always know Jaiswal, he's always bowling it really, really wide, trying to test that offside tram line. I think you're always going to see a few edges go away for a 4, but yeah, captains in Hungary seem to be adamant not to use a deep third man. Really haven't seen it employed by any side so far. This one's gone out to the deep, and the fielder at cover. Well, that's why he'd been placed over there. That's exactly why he'd been placed over there. Should have been a comfortable enough catch, but as I said, the Eagles, they've really struggled with their catching. That was Arvind Kumar out in the deep. Fails to take that one. And really, the amount of catches I've seen them drop over these last couple of days, don't have enough fingers to count them. Really is incredible some of the issues they've had. And you have to feel for a lot of the bowlers. Arvind Kumar now is going to get moved out of that position. They're going to send Abu Zar out to deep cover. Just making a few tweaks in their field, moving people's positions around, but they've kept the same field otherwise. Just slices this one away. Goes to the aforementioned Abu Zar. Yep. Big wide over there. That's gone up in the air, and there should be a chance to catch it, and it's going to land safely. I mean, it was always going to be a tough chance, but you'd at least like to see them get close to it. I think so. I think this is the sort of team where you don't mind hitting the lofted strokes. Usually back yourselves to stay safe. That's ball the power play. Just pushes that one away. Morel is going to pinch a quick single over here. Power play comes to an end. UCB are 49 for no loss. Let's have a look at the bar chart for this power play. That second over went for 23 runs. Biggest over we've seen so far. Jaiswal in the end didn't bowl too badly. I mean, you got a feel for him. Could easily have had a wicket. Really deserved to have figures of 1 for 7 or 8. end of the power play, so fielding restrictions have been lifted. You can have up to 5 fielders outside the ring. Currently stationed at deep square leg, long on, deep mid wicket, long off, and deep cover. Now it goes big here, Morel, but he's got a lot of height on this. Not enough distance. Should be taken and is taken out at long on. So the Eagles finally hold on to a catch. That's going to be the end for Morel. Probably feel a little bit unlucky that they've finally taken a catch off his batting. It's not too often you see them hold on to these ones. But UCB lose their first wicket. Just 1 run short of bringing up the 50 partnership as well. Morel will trudge back to the dugout. And a good moment here for the Eagles. I mean, again, for a side like them, obviously outmatched. They'll not be going to the elimination round. But you just want to see them improve game after game. And I think if we see a big improvement in their fielding today, if they can just hold on to their catches, then I think this day will be a big win for them. This one's played out towards mid-wicket. The new batter, Muiz, will get off the mark with a single. Expect Muiz to open the bowling as well for UCB in the second innings. He often does. It's always great to have a kind of player who can bat at number 3 and then also open your bowling. Oh, outside edge, and has this got enough to go for 4? Yes, it does. It will go to the boundary. Streaky boundary there for Nawaz. They'll take the runs however they come. The outside edge. Off it goes for 4. But a little bit unlucky, you have to say, at times, these Eagles bowlers early in this innings. Obviously, we saw the 1 catch put down off the bowling of Ajay Jaiswal. Just a number of streaky boundaries. Gotta say, some very unlucky edges. Oh, he goes for the big one here. Nawaz, has he got enough on it? No, he doesn't. He's found the fielder in the deep, and it's another catch the Royal Eagles hold on to. That's none other than Vivek Singh out in the deep. Well held on to. Great catch. And both the openers have been sent back to the shed. Yeah, you could just see he made a little trigger movement before that ball. He was looking to go back and across. Didn't in the end. And he's just sent one towards the fielder at mid-wicket. Second one falls for UCB. They're 55 for 2. Oh, it's a full toss around the pads, and it's going to get punished. 4 runs. Not a great ball there by Zar. Really poor delivery. And it struck away for 4. 59 for 2 at the end of the 4th over. Just going at under 15 and over here. We'll take a look at this graph. Last couple of overs have been really good for The Royal Eagles just 15 runs off the 2 overs. A couple of wickets have fallen as well. He probably had 19 runs off the last 2 overs. I think they should, I wouldn't mind them continuing with Ajay Jaiswal here. I thought he bowled pretty well. It's unlucky not to get a wicket. If you can just make some more inroads here, you could really put UCB under a little bit of pressure. But instead they will make the bowling change is Imad Khan. We've talked a lot about his batting, particularly during the introduction. Oh, that's poor. I mean, it has taken a Tortuga bounce, to be fair to him. That ball was, I think it was going slowly enough where you would still expect him to hold on to that. Let's have another look at this. I mean, yeah, maybe I'm being harsh. Maybe I am being harsh. Now goes for the big shot, and this should clear the boundary rope. And it's a couple of boundaries to start off for Saeem. Just see Khan giving him a bit too much length. He's also got enough width as well to free his arms. It's sat up nicely for him. Can't afford to bowl like that on this really flat deck. And he got the punishment he deserved. Oh, it's going to go to the same area again, and it's back-to-back sixes here for Saeem. Huge hit. It's a similar ball by Imad Khan. You can't afford to bowl there. Too short. Gives him a chance to free his arms, and he's punished the bowler. He's got to bowl a lot fuller here. Goes a little bit fuller, comes off the toe end of the bat. And it's going to land safely. Just didn't have enough to carry to the fielders. Long off and deep extra cover. Very good morning to Peter van der Steen, Ivan B, and Rob Thompson, as well as Paul and Lance Hall, all of you joining in the chat. Very good morning to all of you. Of course, just witnessed another one go for 6, the third 6 of the over. Yeah, Khan, this is not the best bowling. It really isn't. Too much width on offer over there. It's right in the slot. He gets punished. Just giving the batters the chance to free their arms and play their shots. It's gone up in the air. Is this going to clear the fielder? It'll clear him very comfortably. The fourth 6 of this over. It goes for 26. It's a magical over. Imad Khan, well, this doesn't reflect the way he's batted the last couple of days. I think he'll wish he stuck with batting rather than bowling. He's not bowled too often throughout this series, and when he has, he's been punished, as you saw right there. Big over for UCB. That will get them right back on track after losing a couple of wickets in the previous over. We'll have a look at the squads here for the ECI. We'll have over the weekend. As you can see, the big news for Hungary, of course, was the addition of Kashif Shamsher yesterday. He came in to the Hungarian lineup for this match. For Czechia, they'll, of course, be led by Dylan Stain, and interesting affair for them, a big chance for them to go up against 2 teams, of course, in Hungary and Romania, who are both in the Premier Division of the ECC. Czechia in the Challenger Division, of course, they were very gutted when they were put down in the Challenger Division. Of course, they wanted to be up there in the Premier. But they will have a chance to, of course, earn a promotion when they take part in the action that will take place in Kardama in September. Meanwhile, for Romania, they'll be led by Cosmin Zavoiu. A couple of names to watch out for there. Of course, you got the likes of Satwik Nadi-Gotla, really talented player. Luca Petri as well, very talented young cricketer over in Romania. Some names missing there as well for them, of course. No Satishan, Vasusani missing out as well. He's unavailable. And then no Taranjit Singh either. But look at that name right at the bottom of the list for Romania. Pavel Florin, ECN icon, and of course an internet sensation as well. I think that's another way to describe him. He'll be part of the Romania setup for what should be a great weekend of ECI action. Really looking forward to that. 3 very evenly matched teams as well, you have to say.
I think they're kind of what one would say the fringes between the Challenger and the Premier Division. Coming back for a second over. Again, just very surprised Ajay Jaiswal hasn't come back for a second over yet. I mean, I would have had him straight back for the previous over. He got a guy bowled really well in the third over. He could have brought back Abuzar as well and got a couple of wickets. I don't understand this. I really don't understand this. Jams in the Yorker over there. It's a good ball by Ullah. Yeah, I mean, you got two guys in Jaiswal and Abuzar who did really well in overs 3 and 4. I mean, Jaiswal was very unlucky not to get a wicket. Abuzar had a couple. You know, I'd have those two bowling overs 3 to 6. And really, really trying to contain this UCB side during the middle overs. And, well, they bring back a guy who went for 23 in his first over. And, well, he's going to get struck for a 4 over here as well. Tries to go for the Yorker there, Ullah. Good idea, but just slightly missed the length, and he's going to get punished. Just deep in his crease over there. Allows him to convert that Yorker into an overpitch delivery and strike it away. Just open the face of his bat over there, Muiz. Yeah, I think you could just see the couple of players walking by, getting into the batter's eye line. This one's gone up in the air, and this is going to go all the way as well. Oh, what a hit. You can just see Jack Morrell is trying to grab one on deep. He's just having a banana after getting dismissed. Just takes that one in a little too short, and it's sat up nicely. Yeah, if you're going to bowl the short stuff, don't bowl that kind of line. Just gives the batter a chance to free his arms and whack these away. I'll go straight down the ground over here, and this is going to go all the way as well. Back-to-back sixes, and Ullah, he's been struck for 3 consecutive boundaries. You can see what Muiz is trying to do. He's nice and deep in his crease, looking to hit these overpitched balls all the way. He's got such a strong bottom hand as well, Muiz. As you can see, he doesn't land too far from the production cabin. We return to live action. That one was a toe ender. That was a single, and now we're going to get overthrows as well. Not the best backing up there by the Royal Eagles, and things really unraveling for them these last couple of overs. 44 runs off the last 10 balls. No, he just gets some bat on it. Straying down the leg side, and it goes away for a 4. Take another look at this. Yeah, you can see he just flicks that one away. And it trickles over the boundary rope. 4 to end the over. That's now 49 runs off these last 2 overs. You know, after that, those quite couple of overs 3 and 4, it's just taking the game away from the Royal Eagles, you feel. Look at that run right now. It's up to 18. You know, UCB will now be eyeing something in the 180s, the 190s. They're finally going to bring Ajay Jaiswal on, but I think this is just a little too late at this point. You know, both these batters have so much confidence, and you'd really feel like they'd potentially take Jaiswal to the cleaners as well. But yeah, for me, I just don't understand this. I really don't get why you wouldn't have brought back both Jashwal and Abuzar for overs 6 and 7. Doesn't make sense to me. 5 and 6, I should say. This is gonna go straight to the fielder, and well, that's why I was calling for Jeshwal to come back and bowl immediately. He's been brought on for the 7th over. He gets a wicket. And if only Jeshwal was there for the 5th over, he might have broken this partnership much earlier. Looking to go for the big shot there, Muiz, but he's picked out the fielder in the deep. It's well held onto. It's a good catch. And it's nice to see the Eagles are fielding a lot better today than what they did yesterday. Yeah, just pushes this one through. This is really good bowling by Jeshwal. Very good bowling. Especially, you have to consider, the last 2 overs went for 49 runs. I mean, the batters will be absolutely filled with confidence. Could this be out? Could this be gone? We'll have to look at this side on. The umpire sends this one to the 3rd umpire. Let's take a look at this. Ooh, this is going to be a tight one. This is going to be a really tight one. Let's see, where is his foot? Still in the air. Oh, I think he's brought it back down in time. I think he's just brought it back down in time. And yep, looks like the 3rd umpire's made his mind up. It's a not out. Yeah, you gotta say, sharp work by the keeper. And equally good work by Patnaik as well, just to bring that back foot down as well. Have to give some credit to Fayaz Khan with the gloves. He's obviously been very unlucky. He's had to chase a lot of wide balls. Yeah, this is sharp, very sharp. Excellent, excellent bowling by Jeshwal. A brilliant over by him. And you just wonder why he wasn't brought back for the 5th over, why they held him back for a couple of overs. Those 2 overs will have probably just taken this innings away from the Royal Eagles. Here's a look at some more stats from our European Cricket Series here in Hungary. Highest score we've seen so far this series is 257, and as you can see, the average score is 135. Teams batting first so far have won 60% of the time. As you can see, of course, the highest successful chase we've seen is 149, but as we saw on Tuesday, this UCB side were very close to pulling off the highest ever chase on the European Cricket Network. It's going to go all the way. Huge 6. Interesting they bring Singh back rather than going with Abuzar, who picked up a couple of wickets in his first over. I think just looking at some of the captaincy we see here from this Royal Eagles side, it's almost like they just have a set plan before the game that, you know, this player is going to bowl over X, he's going to bowl over Y, and then they just don't adapt whatsoever during the game. This one's going to go for another 6. Saeem continuing to smash some big ones despite the fact that his partner Muiz Hassan has departed. Gotta say, he's being helped by some real hit-me bowling. That one's right in the slot, asking to be hit, and it gets the treatment. Oh, this one looks like it's going to go all the way as well. Yeah, it's not great bowling here by Singh. He's not helping his side's cause. Another one that goes all the way. Yeah, goes short, far too short. Sits up nicely for Saeem. Mind you, still pulled that one away very well. Now it's gone up in the air. This should be a comfortable catch. The keeper's coming underneath it, and he will take it. Great grab there by Fayaz Khan. I'm very impressed with his keeping. He's certainly been a bright spot for this Royal Eagles side. This wasn't an easy catch. He had to cover a lot of ground, mind you. And he was out of the blocks perfectly, and that's what gave him a chance. He's very alert. Just tracked that ball perfectly. And he's taking a catch, which helps this side pick up their 4th wicket. This is played away towards extra cover. Babu's the new batter, gets off the mark with a single. Inside edge towards the fielder at fine leg, and they'll scamper across for a quick single. Patnaik gets off the mark. Slightly nervy fashion. Yeah, Babu running to the danger end over there and just has to pull the parachute right before he runs right into the keeper. Now let's have a look at the top batters so far this series. I mean, Sheikh Rashid, you can see him right up there. 544 runs to his name. Look at that. He is 216 runs ahead of the batter ranked 2nd. I mean, it just shows you what a dominant tournament he's had. Yeah, Rashid is a real quality player. Of course, we get to see him again tomorrow against the Super Kings. Going to be taking part in the elimination match. Adam Gall over there for the Nubian Kangaroos. We'll get the chance to see him later. Both the Super Kings and the Cobra Cricket Club bowlers who top that top wicket takers list are going to be taking part in tomorrow's elimination match. Struck down the ground, and it's just going to go over the fielder at long on. You can see that was Amoljit Jaykumar long on. He was trying to leap up and stop that from going for a 6. There he is. And oh, it just goes over his head. I think even if he was all the way back on the rope, he wouldn't have had a chance to get to that. And that is a wicket right through the gate, a proper off-spinner's wicket. And it crashes into the off stump. And the 5th wicket falls here for UCB. Good ball there by Chauhan. Comes back well after getting hit for a 6. Take another look at this. Yeah, just crashes right onto the top of the off stump. Good bowling there by Chauhan. Sebastian's a new batter coming in to bat at number 7. This is played away for a single. Now it's up in the air and straight down the ground, goes over the sight screen, right through the camera tower. Babu hits his first boundary of the innings. And 15 runs will come off that over in the end. And are moving into the final over. We'll have a look at the bowling figures here for UCB. Abu Zar, of course, gave up just 10 runs in the over he bowled. Got a couple of wickets as well. And he's going to come on now to bowl the final over. Jashwal as well, very impressive figures of 1 for 10 in the 2 overs he bowled. But yeah, it's just, you have to wonder why Jashwal and Abu Zar were held back for so long after their first over. Just wonder if they bowled overs 3 to 6, how different a game this could have been. Because that run rate's just slowed down a little bit because of these wickets that have fallen. Oh, great ball. Great ball, terrific length there by Zar. It's just going to be a single. Great depth over bowling here by Abu. Yeah, just dealing in singles in this final over so far. That's been good by Zar. Just mixing it up a little bit as well. You can just see he took off a little bit of pace in that third delivery. It's gone up in the air. Hasn't timed this nicely. It should carry to the fielder, and it will. Good catch out at long on. Well taken by Sachin Chauhan. And Zar picks up his 3rd wicket. Yeah, terrific bowling here in the final over by Zar. Giving up just 3 runs of the 4 balls he's delivered, and gets rid of another batter. He's just subtly varying his pace every single ball, keeping the batter guessing. Just little things like that which make you so much harder to face. And you can see Jayant Babu doesn't quite time that nicely. Oh, it's a caught and bowled. Well, it's a nice catch there by Zar. And he's going to have a chance to get a fifer and a hat trick on the same ball. So that would be something quite unique. Ola will depart for a golden duck. Derek's going to come out to greet him for the first time this morning. There he is, golden Derek. And well, a chance here for Zar to make a little bit of history, pick up a fifer and get a hat trick off the very same ball. Good bowling there, and well held onto too. One-handed in the end. Now then, Rajendran is coming in for the final ball. Can Zar get a hat trick and his fifer off this final ball of the innings? I mean, the good thing for him is Rajendran will have to go for the big shot. I mean, he can't just block this out. It's the final ball of the innings. We've seen batters on a number of occasions in T10 cricket just block it out to avoid the humiliation of a hat trick. Here we go. Hat trick ball coming up. Oh, and it's a good ball, you have to say. They're just going to get 1 run off it. I think the throw went to the wrong end. In the end, it didn't go to any end. It wasn't a great throw. I think if it had gone to the bowler's end, there might have been a chance. Couple of runs coming off that last ball, but a great, great bowling effort by Abu Zar. He ends with figures of 4 for 15. He'll be mightily pleased with the way he performed. But UCB will still end up with a score of 149, a very, very good total, despite the fact that they had a pretty quiet final over. And the Royal Eagles will have to go at 15 and over in the second innings. We'll have a look at the highlights of this second innings. Of course, we saw Ali Nawaz and Jack Morrell open the batting, and you have to say the 2 of them were helped by some rather shoddy bowling. Their partnership of 49 had 16 extras in it. The 2 of them made 16 and 20 runs. Here's a look at some of the shots that Nawaz and Morrell played. This was a catch that was put down. Ali Nawaz lived to fight another day. He got an extra life, but he wasn't able to make that life count as he would make just 16 runs off 11 deliveries. I should say 13 extras involved in their partnership, not 16. There was a rather fortuitous boundary outside edge from Weasel Hassan, which went for a 4, but trust me, most of the boundaries he hit would have no luck involved. They'd be clean hits like that one. He hit 6 boundaries during his time out in the middle, made 36 of 11. He was ably supported by Qasir Saim, who made 37 of 10, hitting 6 sixes. A tremendous display of batting. He was dealing exclusively in boundaries. Saim wasn't too interested in running around. There was having a look at that shot which Muiz hit, which landed not too far from the production cabin. This, of course, would be the end of Muiz Al-Hassan, be caught by Abuzar out in the middle off the bowling of Ajay Jaiswal. Jaiswal and Abuzar, for some reason, were held back in that innings, and maybe that little tactical folly came back to haunt the Royal Eagles. You saw Qasir Saim's dismissal. Good catch there by Fayaz Khan off the bowling of Bilbaik Singh. Sachin Chauhan would get hit for a 6 on this ball, but then he'd come back a couple of balls later and get his man. He would get rid of Anil Patnaik. A wicket for Chauhan. Seen how well he's fielded it long off and long on. And there was an example of it. Very good catch by him to get rid of Giant Babu. Abuzar bowled the final over. That was a cotton bolt off his own bowling to get rid of Shakirullah. Did a terrific job in that final over. Kept things very tight. Gave up just 5 runs in the final over. And on the very last ball, he had a chance to get both a hat-trick and a fifer. Let's have a look at UCB's scorecard over here. As we can see, the top scorer, Qasir Saim, with 37 of just 10 deliveries. Muil Hassan with 36 of 11. Nice little partnership between the two of them that really took the game away, you have to say, from the Royal Eagles. Their partnership was worth 54 runs. We'll now move on and have a look at the bowling figures for the Royal Eagles. The pick of the bowlers has to be Ajay Jaiswal with figures of 1 for 10. He was outstanding. Abuzar was great as well with 4 for 15, but unfortunately the rest of the attack was a little bit too expensive. They improved with their extras. Keep in mind, they gave up 16 runs off extras in the first 4 overs, and then after that, they gave up just 2 runs of extras. So that was something they improved as the innings progressed. Once again, I mentioned this point a few times, but Ajay Jaiswal and Abuzar, I don't think they should have held them back, and ultimately they were made to pay for that mistake. Halfway through this one, UCB have set a target of 150 for the Royal Eagles. Join us again in 5 minutes when we'll bring you the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. UCB have set a target of 150 for the Royal Eagles. This should be a big challenge for the Eagles, and you'd really fancy UCB to take it from here. But let's see how this Royal Eagles side fares. Of course, we know both Chauhan and Dilbar. There are two quality batters. Haven't quite been able to click so far in this second round. And of course, Imad Khan, he's been spectacular these last couple of days, batting superbly in a couple of really gutsy innings. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. Of course, if UCB are able to restrict their opposition to 104 or less, they'll pick up the bonus point. And of course, if the Royal Eagles can do something truly remarkable and somehow chase this down in 7 overs or less, they will be the ones leaving here with that bonus point. Beautiful ball. Beautiful ball. Starts off with a great delivery. Gets a lovely bit of shape on that one as well. He's going to go for a big shot here. And quite able to connect. You can just see he's going for that big heave towards the leg side. Yeah, just needs to play this through the line. Jay Kumar look to open up the offside. He's trying to bash everything towards mid-wicket. Yeah, finally gets some bat on ball. Goes towards mid-wicket, and he's going to get off the mark. Jay Kumar with a single. Brings a Chauhan on strike. You know, I would have loved to have Imad Khan opening the batting, considering the way he's played the last couple of matches. He's in great form. And in my opinion, policy in T10 cricket has to be, you got to get your best batter facing as many balls as possible. So, you know, I would have been tempted to have him opening the batting for this Royal Eagles side. Yeah, good ball there by Muiz. Really good ball. Full at the stumps. And Chauhan blocks that one out. Goes for the short one there. That's definitely a wide. One for the over as well, so he's going to lose that. Yeah, nowhere near it. That'd probably be a bouncer to a number of NBA players as well. Probably wide to them as well. Just going to push this one away for a single, so Chauhan gets off the mark as well. Great over to start off by Muiz, just 3 runs coming off the first. So here's a quick reminder of how long it's been since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. You just hate to see it continue to tick up. It's been 217 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. Of course, that was all the way back in the ECS in Cyprus in June. I believe we've gone now 45 days without a golden ball. Hope to break that streak here in Hungary. It's going to be a boss coming in. Ball second over. And he's picked out the fielder, but he's put that one down. Oh, a little bit of concern here because I think the ball's caught him on the face when he's dropped it. Is it somewhere around the mouth, the nose? Yeah, slightly concerning. The square leg umpire just gone to have a look at him. It went right through his hands. And then it strikes him on the face as well. Yeah, I think they have to take him off. I think they really should. Wonder who that fielder is square leg is. I can't quite see the back of his jersey. Keep in mind, they currently have a substitute fielder on UCB. Manohar Bodu, the substitute fielder, is on to field for Jack Morrell. So Jack Morrell is coming back into the game. Yeah, not entirely sure who that is. That actually might be the substitute fielder, Manohar Bodu, who's just been clocked in the face. So, oh, that's really unfortunate. I mean, you come on to field for Jack Morrell, and you take one right on the nose. Oh, how close was that? I think he would have probably been safe despite, even if there was a direct hit, but no, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. He was nowhere near it, actually. Direct hit, he was gone. Just taking another look at this one. It's a good shot, but he's managed to pick out the fielder. Just very unlucky. Really unlucky for Chauhan. Short wide, gets enough bat on it, and it's enough to go for 4. So the first boundary of this innings. They've had to wait quite a while to get it. They get in the 10th ball of this innings. There's a poor delivery, in all honesty. He just gets enough bat on it to cut it away towards point. Straight down the ground. A couple of bounces. Goes towards the side screen. And that's going to be a 4. So back-to-back boundaries here for the Royal Eagles. They need to string together a lot more of these. Yeah, really, really good looking shot there. Goes big, and it's going to take one bounce and go over the rope. Beg your pardon, it's actually gone all the way for 6. Yeah, so 3 boundaries to end the over. Nice bit of a cricket there right at the end by Chauhan. And yeah, it just lands the other side of the rope. So that's 6 runs to end the over. A good one, 16 coming off it. And they need a lot more overs like that, the Royal Eagles, if they are to win this match. Have a quick look at the standings here in round 2. UCB will unfortunately not take part in the action tomorrow. They have been eliminated from this tournament by virtue of the 2 defeats they suffered at the hands of the Super Kings and the Cobra Cricket Club. Meanwhile, the Royal Eagles are still looking for their first win of this second round. Takes that one in short. That's been given the 1 for the over. Oh, well, I mean, you go. The shot over there, that one will just land safely, so it's going to be a single. Taking an edge, and it's going to fly over the fielders, and off it goes for 4. The outside edge, off it goes for a boundary. Lucky boundary there, but they're going to need a lot of luck for Royal Eagles if they are to take this one. Goes for the slower ball there, Muiz, and it's worked to perfection. Chauhan has picked out the fielder. He's waving goodbye, Jack Morrell. Yeah, Chauhan got lucky with one earlier where he was put down. But Jack Morrell's in this position instead of Manohar Bodu this time around, and he makes no mistake. He takes the catch, and that's going to be the end of Chauhan's innings. Big disappointment for the Royal Eagles. He was looking quite good during his time out in the middle. His partner at the other end is still not quite found his timing. But he has to depart. And UCB get their first breakthrough. You just see Khan taking a few steps outside his popping crease, and Muiz does a good job of just following him. It's good bowling. Just have a look at him there. Steps well outside his crease. And Muiz just made sure he couldn't play the shot he intended to. It's up in the air. This could be a catching opportunity. Imad Khan might depart for a duck. Oh, it's been spilt. It's been spilt, and that could potentially be a very costly drop. We know Imad Khan has been in terrific form in this second round. That one has been skied. No, it really should have been taken. I mean, it looked like he was going to grab it. It just slips out of his hands at the very end. That's the second catch UCB have put down. And they gave Chauhan another life, and now they've given Imad Khan another one. End of the third over, Muiz feeling very unlucky. He could have had 2 wickets, but he's bowled superbly. A brilliant spell in the power play for him. Figures a 1 for 10 in the 2 overs he bowled. For the big shot over there. And it's a dot ball to start off for Nawaz. Just tell you where the fielders are positioned right after this ball. It's gone up in the air, and well, you're going to see where one of the fielders is positioned. It's one out at cow corner, and he's going to take that catch. So Imad Khan isn't able to make his second life count. He got dropped when he was on 0, and then he's going to depart on 1. Rocked back, was looking to hit it towards cow corner, but he just didn't quite get a hold of that one. And it's a comfortable enough catch for the fielder out in the deep. And the second wicket falls for Royal Eagles, and with Imad Khan gone, it's really hard to see where they're going to find the runs they need to take this one. Yeah, well taken there by Loiston Sebastian out in the deep. Oh, this could go to the same fielder. Loiston Sebastian could get 2 catches in a row, but he's put this one down. A little bit of crocodile about that one. Oh, very unfortunate for Ali Nawaz. You have a look at this by Sebastian. Yep, it's the old crocodile hands over there. Not the best technique. Not going to take too many catches like that. He somehow managed to snaffle the previous one, but yeah, that's not the way he should be holding on to catches. That's the 3rd catch which UCB have dropped this innings. Yeah, just takes a little bit of pace off the ball there, Nawaz. Yeah, good little variation. So close to the stumps as well. Well, I bet the Bales felt the breeze of that one whooshing by. It's ever so close. Jay Kumar on 4 of just 10 balls, really struggling. And he gets hold of one there, and that is going to go for 6. So that's what we've been waiting to see from him. Well, he's been asked to open the batting. We know he's got some quality. And he's finally managed to get a hold of this one. It's in the slot as well. And he's given it the treatment it deserves. 6 runs to end the over. Slightly spoils what was a terrific over regardless of that 6. You have to say the bowler was a little bit unlucky there. Ali Nawaz could have had 2 wickets if the catch had been held on to. You can see that Royal Eagles are well below their required rate. I think the way they're going right now, they'd even struggle to get to 105 and pick up that sole point. Goes straight down the ground. This is a huge hit. Massive hit. Goes all the way for a 6. Dilbar with a magnificent shot. As you can see, it's been deposited into the woods. They cleared that front leg. And it just gave him the room to go on and play the big shot he wanted. Just allowed him to swing that bat so freely and generate the power he needed. Just take a look at this throw. I just wonder though, I think with a direct hit, things might have been a little bit interesting. There's no wide over there. Jay Kumar's really not got a case over there. Look at that one, well inside the tram line. Smart bowling as well. You could see that Jay Kumar cleared that front leg, was looking to go over mid-wicket, so he just bowled a wide Yorker. Smart bowling by Abbas. No, but that's where Jay Kumar wants it. And he's going to be aided by a Tortuga bounce as well. Yeah, very unfortunate for the fielder. Some good luck for Jay Kumar. Let's take a look at this. It's in the slot, hits it, and then look at that ball. Look at how it bounces. It just spins off the surface as well. A little bit of side spin, a little bit of top spin, the whole lot. And it's gone past the fielder. There's not too much he could have done about that. It's just bad luck. Yeah, going for that wide Yorker again. Good idea by Abbas, especially since Jay Kumar is really telegraphing where he wants to hit it. You can tell where Jay Kumar wants to hit this, so it's a good idea by Abbas to go for the wide Yorker. Just needs to execute it. Up in the air, and this could be the third wicket. It's been skied, and yeah, the fielder just couldn't get a hand to it. I think he tracked that ball well, but it looks like it's just gone right through his hands. One ball to come until the drinks break. Oh, great ball there by Abbas. That was so close to uprooting the leg stump. Take another look at this. Yeah, not too far away from that leg stump. Could easily have been a wicket. And we come to the halfway stage of this innings. As the Royal Eagles are 47 for 2. Is a good chance to welcome you into our commentary position for the Parry match in-game analysis. I think the only way to sum this up is the UCB are in an incredible position. They look like they're probably going to go on to win it from here. They're also in a terrific position to go on and pick up the bonus point. Of course, for UCB, you really have to feel for them. They were a terrific team, but they unfortunately very narrowly missed out on making it to the elimination round. We can see some of their quality in this match. You have to say they're just a class above this Royal Eagles side, who, despite the fact that they're battling, we've seen some improvements from them, in particular with their fielding. They've just not been able to match up with this UCB team. One thing in particular I really liked from UCB was the fact that they really batted with a lot of aggression in that first inning. At times, I think throughout this series, they've been a little bit tentative. However, one thing for them to clean up is their fielding. They've dropped far too many catches. That's 4 drops so far this innings for them. And for a side, you know, who've just narrowly missed out on a number of occasions to making it to those elimination stages. You know, it's these fine margins that really determine these games. I don't think the mistakes they made in this match will harm them too much. But they'll obviously want to iron out some of these issues, because they'll be hoping that they can make it to the elimination round in future ECS. Of course, might be back for ECS 2025 here in Hungary. Babu is going to bowl the 6th over. Just have a train going by as well. Do get the occasional train going by here. I think this one probably heading back to the capital city, Budapest. We're in the little town of Sodliget, just 34 kilometers north of the city of Budapest. Babu starts out with a shorter one. It's been given the one for the over. A good call there by the square leg umpire. See that win predictor now. Royal Eagles given just a 2% chance to take it from here. It's also, a little bit of mix-up, but all's well that ends well for the Royal Eagles. Just about realized there was no run on there in time, and yeah, the throw wasn't the best either. You can see very wayward, a bit too high. Really needed to be on the stumps. Yeah, I think we're just past the point of no return now. I think once that required shoots up to 22, and probably now it's going to be above 22 and a half. There just isn't really a chance of winning these kind of games. Yeah, smart idea there by Babu. You could see Dilbar advancing down the wicket, look to push it wide, but ends up pushing it far too wide. Oh, a nice slower ball there by Babu. Good changeup. Really good changeup. Yeah, this is great bowling by Babu. Really good bowling. Jai Kumar, though, can just look to get closer to the ball. And he needs to look to play some more. Playing through the line would just serve him a bit better than some of the shots he's looking to play at the moment. Spoiled to wide there, Jai Kumar. He's needlessly spoiled to wide. Another quiet over, just 2 runs coming off it. 6th over comes to an end. The Royal Eagles are 49 for 1. You should step inside to these balls, not step out and try to spoil them. Have a look at the scorecard of here. Sachin Chauhan batted quite well. Made 20 runs of the 9 deliveries he faced. He did ride his luck a little bit. He was dropped once, but was eventually taken at mid-wicket. I think we're just going to see a retirement now. So they have decided to retire out Jai Kumar. I think that's pretty fair. He's really struggled while he's been out there in the middle. Made just 15 runs off the 17 balls he's faced. I think they've given him enough of an opportunity. So it's probably best to give someone else a chance to spend some time out in the middle. It's going to be Zar, who's coming in to bat. That one just takes off the pitch. Just watching the umpires. They're not sure themselves either whether there's any bat involved. I think given by as well. What's going on over here? Oh, it's just shot up off the pitch. Well, you do see that every now and then here on the European Cricket Network on these surfaces. Yeah, it just shoots up off the popping crease. Yeah, so it was given 4 byes by the umpire. That one coming off the toe end of the bat. Yeah, so it's been given byes, no bat involved in that ball. literally just hits the popping crease and takes off. Yeah, good ball there by Mohammed. Took some pace off it. Nice little change up. Is there an edge there? Yes, there is. That's going to be in for Czar. Mohammed gets his man. Czar's going to get greeted by Derek. And it's another wicket for Mohammed. He just catches the outside edge along the way. And that's going to be the end. The Royal Eagles lose their fourth. Derek comes waddling out for the second time this innings. And they're getting closer and closer to victory here. UCB. Take another look at that wicket. You can see once again he's looking to clear the front leg, go for the big shot. And he's just not in the right balance to play that shot. You can just see he's pushing away from his body. Catches the edge. And it's a nice grab by the wicketkeeper. Anil Patnaik taking that one. This one's gone up in the air as well. Could be a second wicket here. And it is taken. It's really well taken. So he's going to be on a hat-trick here, Mohammed. It's now the wicketkeeper, Fayaz Khan, for the Royal Eagles, who departs for a golden duck. Derek comes straight back out. Or I should say his golden cousin. And half the Royal Eagles team has been sent back to the dugout. So, well, we saw a bowler on a hat-trick in the previous innings. And now let's see if UCB could get a hat-trick here. It would be a great moment for Shoaib Mohammed and a chance for him to add his name to the Hall of Fame. Now then, can he make a bit of history and get a hat-trick on this ball? It's been a sensational over by him. Giving up just one run. Picked up 2 wickets. Dalreja is on strike, the left armer. They brought a couple of fielders in close. Here we go, hat-trick ball coming up. Oh, and it's a little bit anticlimactic. It's really, really wide. He just got that all wrong, Mohammed. Wasn't quite able to recalibrate for the left armer. Here we go then. Yeah, he just needs to get his bearings right. Hasn't quite been able to make the adjustment to bowling to a left armer. Goes around the wicket and pulls another wide, so he's spoiling what's been a terrific over so far. Needs to get it right here, Mohammed. Needs to get it right. 4 consecutive wides. He's just not been able to make the adjustment to the left-armed batter. Make that 5 consecutive wides. Well, he's ruining this over, Shoaib Mohammed. He really is. It's been a terrific over so far. And he's finally managed to get a legal delivery, clearly going down the leg side. Not much of a chance of getting an LBW on that kind of a delivery. And in the 7th, Royal Eagles are 60 for 5. We'll have a look, of course, at the ECC group. So the host nation, Hungary, will be in Group B of the Premier Division. They'll be joined by Germany, Denmark, Austria, and Romania. Of course, they'll be playing Romania this weekend in the ECI. So these ECIs will be, of course, a chance to look at a little preview of the ECC. Should be an exciting event, of course. We made a big change this year. We've got the Challenger Division and the Premier Division, which just allows teams, gives them a chance to play against their sides in the same weight class. I think at times we've seen some of the newer nations, I should say, probably get a little bit outmatched when they get to the ECC, but now a lot of these teams that get to play against teams who are at their own level, so should produce a lot of competitive matches and also give some of the nations who are newer to cricket a chance to play for a trophy. Certainly those teams who are in the Challenger Division. Oh, nicely played. Really nicely played. Just going to get a single for it. Oh, my goodness. They almost run into each other out in the deep. Yeah, just gets up a little bit gingerly, but he looks fine to me. Just trudging back to his spot. Let's take a look at this. Is there any chance that he stepped on the rope? I don't think so. I think it should be fine. And it looks like the third umpire agrees as well. Now goes big. Does he have enough to clear the rope? He certainly does. Dilbar has been the second highest run getter for UCB in this ECS. Will smash that one all the way. Clears the front leg. Goes bang. And smacks that one a long, long way. Struck firmly towards mid-wicket. It's going to pierce that gap between wide, long on and the fielder at deep mid-wicket. It's going to go away for a 4. You can see he's just going for that big shot. Up in the air and clears the rope once again. Some good striking here by Dilbar in this over. He's hit 3 consecutive boundaries. It's the biggest over the Eagles have had so far this inning. 17 coming off it so far. Take another look at that shot. Yeah, it just gets deep in his crease. And makes that ball over pitch, allows him to hit it. And is this going to carry to the fielder? It certainly will. So Rajendran will get some respite. He will have the last laugh here against Dilbar. Gets struck for 3 boundaries, but he does eventually get him. The 6th wicket falls here for the Royal Eagles. Or 77 for 6 at the end of the 8th over. We'll take a look at this graph here comparing these two sides. The Royal Eagles are below that blue line as well. Of course, that blue line is what they need to get to at least salvage a point from this match. Otherwise, UCB will grab the bonus point as well in this victory. Certainly on the cards here for UCB. As you can see, they need to get to 105 to pick up the sole point. Down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. That was going down the leg side as well, but Talareja just gets some bat on it and helps it away for a 4. He'll add a European cricket boundary to his name. Certainly good for him, of course. As I mentioned right at the start of this broadcast during the introduction, sure, there's not too much on the line in a lot of these matches since we already know who's going to advance to the elimination round, but it is an opportunity for a lot of these players to get some personal accolades, reach some personal milestones. And someone like Talareja, who doesn't get the opportunity to bat too much, it's nice for him to be out in the middle, hit a few 4s, maybe get a few out in the middle of his bat. Of course, that shot he just hit was his 5th 4 of this ECS. It's a top edge, and is it going to go away for a boundary? It will, so make that 6 boundaries this particular European Cricket Series for Talareja. He loves playing against UCB, mind you. His top score in both last year and this year's ECS came against UCB, made 26 against them in a match last year and 23 back during the group stages in the first round. Really enjoys playing against this team. It's played away towards square leg. It's going to be 1 run. As you can see, the Royal Eagles could still grab a point from this game. 18 runs needed of 7. Not that's going to make too much of a difference because they're going to get eliminated regardless, but they still want to avoid the shame of a bonus point defeat. Has this gone all the way? Yes, it has. So 12 runs needed off the last over. Should have something to keep us interested and the Royal Eagles interested in the final over. This is a very good shot. It's a really nice stroke. Just well outside his crease. A good little pickup shot there. And it's gone all the way. So let's see who bowls this final over. I think UCB, they know that there's nothing they can do to make it to tomorrow's elimination match. So I wonder if they'll give maybe an 8th bowler potentially a chance to bowl, or they go with someone like Jayant Babu here. It's going to be Ranjendran. It's very expensive in the first over he bowled, the biggest over of this innings. Going to get another chance. He might as well. I think this is a good opportunity to give a number of different players a chance to roll their arm. Now, even if you do pick up the bonus point here, sure, that's, I guess you get the bragging rights, but the more important thing is give a few more players a chance to play at the European cricket level. Up in the air. Has this got enough to go the rope? It most certainly does. That's now 8 needed of 4 for the Eagles to pick up a single point. Yeah, these last few overs have been pretty good for them, of course. UCB have experimented a little bit. They've given a number of different players a chance to roll their arm. But you got to credit this lower order for the Eagles. They're still hitting some good shots and getting a few runs. Better ball, much better length there by Rajendran. 7-3 now. Yeah, just in case anybody is quite aware of the bonus point system, of course, if you can just explain that after this ball. A few field changes are being made, but ball is going to be steaming in now. This one is struck firmly and straight to his teammate in the dugout. He'll say, send plenty more my way. And the Eagles will be able to pick up a single point out of this game if they can hit 1 more runs. Take another look at this shot. Yeah, very nice. It's just a flat bat slap. And it's gone straight to the Royal Eagles dugout. That's a wide, so they will pick up the point the Royal Eagles will at least get a little consolation out of this game. Of course, if you make less than 70% of the runs your opponent made, i.e. your that's an edge, and that's going to be gone. Or is it? Well, I think the question here is, has it carried? Yeah, the question is, has it carried? And the square leg umpire is convinced it has. There's definitely an edge, no question about that. It's hard to tell if it's carried from that angle. Square leg umpire did inform the umpire behind the stumps that it had. Looks to me like it's a clean catch from that angle. Yeah, of course, that's Stephen Anthony standing at square leg, and he's joined with Amit Nan, who you can just see right there in the middle of your screen. And it's just going to go over the fielder at extra covers. Will be quite a chase here from Morel. We'll throw this firmly back to the non-strikers end, and is there a chance for a run out? Don't think so. Shake of the head. And we'll just have a look to confirm. Yeah, he's in. He's in. No problems there whatsoever. And we'll come to the end of this innings. A dominant win for UCB. Very close to getting that bonus point victory as well. We'll just miss out on the bonus point win by a couple of runs in the end. And it's handshakes all around for UCB. Great performance by them. I'll be very pleased with the way they played, in particular with their batting in the first innings. I think that was stellar. And they'll be back out in 15 minutes for a match against the Danubian Kangaroos. Really looking forward to that one. Well, of course, as you can see from the fantasy dashboard, the Kangaroos have won the toss and decided to have a bat. And let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. As you can see, that was one of the early moments in this game. Was a catch put down. They put down quite a few catches, 5 catches in total. Just had a few issues with their fielding. UCB, that was probably the lone issue for them throughout this performance. They really struggled out in the field. That's very unlike them usually. They don't make too many mistakes. That was the end of Sachin Chauhan. He made 20 of 9. Good catch there by Jack Morel off the bowling of Muiz Ul Hassan. You saw one of the catches they dropped in the previous highlight. This was taken by Loiston Sebastian, but one would go to him on the very next ball off the bowling of Ali Nawaz, and unfortunately for him, he would put that one down. Shiraz Dilbar would have some fun out in the middle. You're looking at some of the shots he hit. He had made 26 of 13, struck 4 boundaries, 3 sixes during that innings. Here's another look at one of the 5 catches they dropped. I mean, Amaljeet Jayakumar, he had a pretty torrid time out in the middle, made 15 of 17. You can see that wide he spoiled over there. He was eventually retired out. Here's a look at the wicket of Abu Zar. He departed for a duck. Good catch by Anil Patnaik, and this was a nice catch taken by Ravichandran Rajendran to get rid of Fayaz Khan, who departed for a golden duck. A little bit of a run in between those two fielders out at fine leg, but it wouldn't end up costing UCB, as the boundary wasn't given up. Goraj Talreja managed to make 15 runs off 11 balls. Vivek Singh made 12 of 3, hit a couple of 6s. You just saw one of the 6s he hit. This is one of 3 4s that Talreja managed to strike. A nice flat 6 there by Vivek Singh. Send that one straight to his teammate at the dugout. He would get dismissed off his 3rd ball. Good catch there by Anil Patnaik off the bowling of Rajendran, as UCB would pick up this win. Very close to getting a bonus point win as well if they'd made 3 less runs. The Royal Eagles and the UCB would have picked up the bonus point as well. Here's a look at the scorecard. The top scorer is Shiraz Dilbar with 26 of 13. Sachin Chauhan making 20 of 9. And the Royal Eagles just simply couldn't match up with this UCB team. We'll leave you with the graphics card, as we'll of course take a very short break and what should be a quick turnaround, as we'll have you our 2nd match of the day in just 10 minutes time. Stay tuned. We've got a lot more cricket coming up on this terrific Thursday.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for our second match of the day. The Danubian Kangaroos are set to take on United Chalad Budapest. Let's head over to the coin toss.
Kangaroos versus UCB. It's your call, UCB.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's tails.
We'll have a bat first.
Kangaroos won the toss, and they will bat first.
Thank you very much for that update to match referee Suleiman Saeed. UCB, of course, picked up a victory in their opening match of the day against the Royal Eagles, and they'll be looking to make it 2 wins and 2 against the Danubian Kangaroos. The Danubian Kangaroos, obviously a fan favorite. They're massively loved by our European cricket faithful, and why not? I mean, this is a young team. They play with so much passion. Let's have a look at the lineups for both these sides. Of course, Robbie Ainsworth was superb yesterday. I love the innings he played in their opening match of the second round. Played some beautiful shots through the line. I have to say, it was the most aesthetically pleasing innings I have seen so far this series. You know me. I don't just like the slogs. I love to see players hitting it through the line, looking to hit some drives through the offside, and it was really nice to watch him play. Played some textbook shots. And, of course, saw some great performances by a number of other players. I mean, Adam Gall was so impressive as well. Incredible. He's in the top 3 wicket takers in this series. Arthur Edwards as well, bowled with so much heart and passion. And you saw the likes of Christian Hoidu pick up their first ever European cricket wicket as well. So overall, it's always great to see the Danubian Kangaroos take the field. And one thing you know about them is they'll always give it a spirited fight. Starts off with a wide. Has that just caught the edge of the pitch along the way? You know, I think that could be a no ball. That could be a no ball. And it is given a no ball. It has been given a no ball. Yeah, so initially, just wondered if it maybe had caught the edge of the pitch, but yeah, it's a no ball. Free hit to start off. And you can just see Edwards taking a few steps outside his crease in anticipation. No, is there some bat involved? Just heard an appeal, but that only appeal came from all the way back at square leg. Given the 1 for the over. Take a look at this side on as well now. Oh, you know, it could have been a wide. Yeah, it has been given a wide. It has. No, it's not. So, beg your pardon. I take back what I said there. Yeah, I was just looking at the scoreboard we have here, the statistics I have in front of me. So, I'm just wondering for a second if that might be given a wide, but no, it's given the dot ball. And then Muiz follows that up with a slower ball. So, that's a single for him to get off the mark. Matty Ainsworth is now on strike. Robbie Ainsworth, of course, listed to come in at 3. Yeah, he's been the star performer with the bat in hand for the Danubian Kangaroos throughout this series. Over 250 runs to his name. Oh, what a strike. That is a beautiful shot by Matty Ainsworth. The sound off the bat, the crack of the bat was beautiful. He's absolutely crunched that cross-batted hit out towards mid-wicket, rocks back, and goes bang! That one goes a long way. Great strike there by Matty. We know he's capable of hitting some great shots as well. Let's take another look at that. I mean, the director just informed me on this. Yeah, my initial thought was there was some glove involved in that. And then if there wasn't any glove, then, well, should have been given a wide. I mean, I don't know. I'm a little bit confused by that. Very surprised there weren't too many appeals. There's just the one out at square leg. And yeah, Edwards a little bit lucky over there. Good shot here by Ainsworth. Gets a back-to-back boundaries. Hits that one away for 4. Of course, got Charlie Hunt joining us in the chat, as well as John Gray and Golan Mustafa. Of course, you'll get to hear Charlie in the next match. He'll be joining us from the studio. He'll be bringing coverage for that game. He'll be commentating the DCC against the Royal Eagles in our lunchtime game. No, it's another wide. My initial thought was maybe this is a little bit harsh on the bowler, but we'll have another look at this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do feel it's a bit harsh on Muiz. To me, that looks like it's gone over the line. Slower ball. And yeah, just Edwards just gets enough bat on it. And it's going to be a single. 17 runs off the first over. Expensive one for UCB. Largely thanks to some great hitting by Ainsworth. Struck a couple of really good shots. And then those extras didn't help either. 4 runs of extras in that over. Here's a look at our calendar for 2024. Well, it's been a great pleasure to join you from here in Hungary for the last 11 days. But the cricketing carnival continues on the European Cricket Network. After we conclude from here in Hungary, we'll be heading over to Bulgaria before we head over to the eternal city of Rome. And you can just see we've got so much great action coming up for you this summer. It's been a great summer of cricket here on ECN. And there's a lot more to come before we go to the European Cricket Championship. It's been terrific. The 2024 season has provided us plenty of thrill and excitement as we've taken fans across a grand tour of the European continent. As he played by Edwards, beautifully played off his pads. He'll tuck that away for, I was going to say for a single, but this is really good running between the wickets. The fielding was a little bit casual, and I really have to give a ton of credit to these two. They just saw that the fielder was a bit careless going towards it, and you love it. You love the way they play. I mean, look at the fundamentals. I think so many more experienced cricketers would probably just nudge that away for a single and walk to the other end, but they ran the first one hard. That just gave them the opportunity to get the second. Beautiful cricket. No, throw goes towards the bowler's end. Could have been a better throw. It goes for the underarm throw. Line down the leg side, and the keeper's done a sensational job to get to that. Anu Patnaik. Yeah, he's done superbly. That could easily have gone for 4 byes. Could have been a minimo. Yeah, he's on in a flash. Very, very good work. Oh, great length there by Abbas. Just gets it on that Yorker length, which makes it so hard for the batter to play. It's been a good over so far by Abbas. Just 5 runs off these first 3 balls. Oh, he goes for the leg stump Yorker, and he's just missed. Might have clipped some pad along the way because it's not been given a wide. Plays that with the full face of the bat, blocks it out. Oh. apologies. Just went off air for a little bit. Ajay Jaishwal just came by our commentary position to have a word. I didn't get a chance to mention this, of course, during the broadcast, but it is his birthday today. You very kindly brought me and, of course, the rest of the Blue Crew a slice of cake. So, yeah, for those last couple of balls, just having a quick word with him. He did inform me that he's also carrying an injury right now, so that just adds to how good his performance was, of course. We saw how well he bowled. He bowled superbly. Made sure to congratulate him for that performance. He had figures of 2 for 10 in the 2 overs he bowled. We'll have a look, of course, here at the standings for round 2. Of course, neither one of these sides can make it to the next round. And as you can see, the Danubian Kangaroos still looking for their first win. But yeah, very happy birthday to him, of course. Played superbly in that first match. Led the Royal Eagles quite well. Certainly led by example, of course. Unfortunately for him, his side were not able to get the result. And a great performance by him personally. That goes for the slower ball over there. Muiz, and it's just going to scamper across the other end. Ainsworth. A good little partnership between these two to start off. They're going at just about 11 and over, which not too bad for the Danubian Kangaroos. I think their strength certainly lies in their bowling. I think they don't quite just yet have that explosiveness with their batting. They're not quite blessed with the same boundary hitting ability some of the other teams have, but they're very sharp in the field, and their bowling is exceptional. It's right up there with some of the better teams in Hungary. It's probably spoiled to wide there, Ainsworth. Could have left that one alone. And yeah, those are just the little things they'll learn with experience. Mind you, plenty of experienced players spoil wides as well. Yeah, Charlie's saying you don't get cake in the studio. Yeah, that's one of the perks of actually being here in person. Of course, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Charlie will be taking you through the third game of the day. Our lunchtime match between Dina Bogdani and the Royal Eagles. He just loses his footing over there. The keeper trying to get to that. He's done a good job on Lopatnaik with the gloves throughout this series. Slower ball again by Muiz. Ainsworth has to wait an age. You could just see he rolled his fingers across that one. End of the power play. The Kangaroos are 29 for no loss. Yeah, they just slowed down a little bit these last couple of overs, the Kangaroos. They had a great first over, 17 runs coming off it. You got to credit Muiz Hassan. He bowled a lot better in his second over. Just 12 runs off these last couple overs, going at exactly a run a ball. Running well between the wickets, but yeah, need to start hitting a few more boundaries here, the Danubian Kangaroos. Noah starts out with a dot ball. Big swing and a miss there for Ainsworth. Oh, beautifully played. Beautifully played. Great shot. Rolls along the carpet, and it goes for a 4. He's pierced the gap. Played that with a full face of the bat. And it's gone to the boundary. You can see both these Ainsworths are really, really well coached. The two of them, they've got incredible batting technique. I think you watch the two of them. They're always playing shots the right way, through the line, straight bat. Just lovely players to watch. And this one, is it going to land safely? Yes, it will. Just in front of the fielder, almost carried. Heart and mouth moment for Ainsworth, but let's take another look at this. Yeah, not too far from that fielder at cover. Edwards now at the other end. He's been, of course, pushed up the order. He's run hard between the wickets. Let's see if he can hit a few boundaries as well. Oh, that's exquisitely played. That is exquisitely played. And what a terrific shot. I mean, one thing about these Danubian Kangaroos batters is such a joy to watch. Plays this nice and late, just opens the face of his bat right at the end. And he's run it down towards third man for a 4. Oh, gorgeous. Brilliant shot. What a way to bring up your first 4 of the innings. Oh, lovely ball. Great comeback there by Nawaz. Terrific comeback. That ball stayed a little bit low as well. End of the 4th over. The Danubian Kangaroos are 38 for no loss. Have a look here at the graph. 9 runs coming off that 4th over. You just see it's slowed down a little bit since the first over. The first over was obviously a big one, 17 coming off it, but since then, we've seen just 21 runs between overs 2 to 4. I'd just like to see a few more boundaries here from the Danubian Kangaroos. I think at least they'd like to get to the 120s or 130s. Try to get to just around that par score. That would be good for the Kangaroos, and I think then they'd really back their bowling to try to put in a good performance. I think this Danubian Kangaroos bowling unit, they've certainly got plenty of quality. This one is just played out towards third man. Ainsworth will get a single. Edwards comes back on strike. I got a very good morning to Little Allen, 1959, joining us in the chat. And oh, yeah, this is poor, very poor by UCB. Just these small things, they need to iron them out. We saw them make a few mistakes in the field as well during their opening match. Hey, gotta credit the Danubian Kangaroos. I mean, this is the second time they've pinched a single off an error by UCB. I love the fact that these two are doing all they can to manufacture runs. And is this got enough to go to the rope? Yes, it does. It's gone for 4. So Edwards, with his second boundary of the innings, comes down the wicket, just reaches out at the short wide delivery. Just gets underneath it and allows him to elevate it over the fielders inside the ring. And off it goes for 4. A full toss straight down the ground. That goes for 6. Just to the right of the sight screen. That is a terrific shot by Edwards, and that is going to give him so much confidence. I mean, when you get to hit a 6, you really feel like you own the place. Great shot there. It was not the best delivery. It was a nice, juicy full toss, but Edwards punished it. And yeah, just love the way he's shifting up the gears these last few balls. He was a little bit slow out of the gates, but managed to string some boundaries together these last couple of overs. And that is another one that he's just going to run down to third. Up in the air. This one's been skied. This bowler's coming underneath it, and he will get it. It's a cotton ball. Babu takes the catch off his own bowling, and it's the end for Ainsworth. It was a nice little innings by him. Looked really good during his time out in the middle. Played some good-looking shots. And he was involved in a 50-run partnership, a good opening partnership between Edwards and Ainsworth. But it is going to come to an end. Well taken, well caught. And it's now going to be Robbie Ainsworth coming out to bat. Of course, saw him bat superbly in the opening match of round 2 for the Danubian Kangaroos. Hit a sensational half-century. It was a real joy to watch. Let's see if he can produce something similar in this one. Oh, he's going to cut this one away. Fielder out there to cut that one out. Just single. To end the 5th, the Danubian Kangaroos are 51 for 1 halfway through this innings. Time for a drinks break. Of course, a chance for these sides to get some refreshments. And of course, we'll just have a look at these players having a quick drinks. And as they have a quick drink, it's a chance for us to welcome you into the commentary position. Great to have you all here. Of course, it's another exciting day of cricket here in Hungary. Of course, it's the final day of round 2. Round 2 has been quite exciting so far. Of course, we have mentioned that the Cobra Cricket Club and the Budapest Super Kings have punched their ticket to the next round. So these two sides, although they have been eliminated, there's still plenty of pride that they're playing for. The Danubian Kangaroos, as we know, they're an exciting up-and-coming team here in Hungary. Plenty of young talent, plenty of teenagers in their team, and they're a side to watch out for over these next couple of years. I really expect them to continue to grow. They got plenty of talent in the bowling department. As we can see, they've got a lot of their fundamentals right as well, and that's certainly a good base to build on over the next few years, I think. Yeah, one thing they're going to develop as they play more T10 cricket is a bit more power, and they're just going to find that ability to hit some of those big shots as, of course, as they get older as well. And they certainly look like an exciting team. They, of course, won a lot of hearts on the European Cricket Network as well. They've got plenty of support from the ECN faithful, and can always see some good messages coming their way in the chat. They're led terrifically by Gabor Torok, who's done a tremendous job with this Danubian Kangaroos outfit. I think he can be really pleased with the way his boys have fared throughout this series. This is struck away towards point, and that's going to go for 4. Nice shot there by Robbie Ainsworth. Just gorgeous stroke. Doesn't look to overhit it, just times it very nicely, and off it goes for a boundary. Not so wide. Abbas just getting his line wrong there. This is just pushed away towards point. Going to pick up a single. Strikes this one out towards point, one bounce, and it goes towards the fielder at third. And that's a single. And they're ticking along nicely here, the Danubian Kangaroos. Right now, the expected score, as you can see, is about 110. I think if they got some wickets in the bank those last 2 or 3 overs, let's see if they can get to the 120s or the 130s and then really give this UCB side a good challenge in the second innings. Got the right man out in the middle for that, of course, Robbie Ainsworth. I mean, in reality, he should be opening the batting every match for the Danubian Kangaroos. He is their best batter, but I do understand what the Kangaroos are trying to do as a team. I mean, their aim is to develop this side, give everyone a chance to place plenty of balls in the middle, and when Robbie Ainsworth, you can clearly see he's the best batter in this team. This one is struck high and above the rope, so another good shot there by Edwards. The second 6 he's hit this innings. Yeah, love the way he's batting, Anthony Edwards. It's very strong behind point. That's the third boundary he's hit through that region. That goes for the big shot there again, Anthony Edwards. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if they just wanted to go out there and just focus on winning every game, it'd obviously best to open the batting with Gabor Torok and Robbie Ainsworth. But you know, Gabor obviously very unselfish. He wants to give a lot of these boys a chance to play, so he often pushes himself lower down the order. And he obviously gives Robbie a fair chance to bat as well. But really, you could tell that his aim is to try to give every single member of that team a chance to spend some time out in the middle, a chance to have a ball, a chance to really enjoy themselves, and a chance to improve, and a chance to grow. And I think that's the right approach. Again, this Kangaroo side, they clearly don't harbor ambitions of going on to win this ECS. So for me, the important thing for them is they really need to look at this as a 2 or 3 year project where they continue to improve as a team, and then maybe a few years down the line, when this club has grown, they can really go on to challenge for some of those ECS titles. That's up in the air, and there's a fielder underneath it, but he's going to watch it sail over his head, so that's another 6. The third 6 we've seen in the last 3 overs. Once again, going over the fielder at third. Ainsworth just, just slicing it. He's not really in control of that shot. It's more of a top edge. Well, if you go at it hard, especially with these modern bats and the shorter boundaries we have here in the ECS format, well, you're likely to get some 6s. Straight down the ground. This is going to be a tough bit of fielding for Qasir Saeem, but he's done a very good job. Out a long off. That was firmly struck. And he read that ball really well. He was out of the blocks in a jiffy. And he gets to it in time. Top edge, and there's a fielder underneath it, and he will take it. So Edwards really enjoyed his innings. It was a lot of fun to watch him out in the middle. He's going to depart having made 31 runs. Yeah, good knock by Anthony Edwards. Really looking forward to seeing him bowl in the second inning. He's got a big heart, bowls with a lot of passion and fire. And he's given himself some runs. The ball that we're having a look at that replay from earlier again. I mean, he could have been out on that one. I mean, it looked like there was some glove there, but no, I'm glad he got that little bit of luck. I think His age, you just need that. You need to spend some time out in the middle. And all taken out at third. And the Kangaroos lose their second wicket. It's going to be Gabor Torok, the captain, coming in to bat here at number 4. So Robbie Ainsworth and Torok out in the middle, two very accomplished batters for this Danubian Kangaroos side. You could argue the two best batters in this Kangaroos team. They've got a platform here, chance to really tee off. 21 balls left in this innings. How many runs can they get? Yeah, if they get another 50 runs off these remaining balls, that would put them at 123. But it's a below par score. I mean, 123 is below par. But just give them something to bowl at. And with the quality they have in their bowling, well, you never know what they can do. We saw yesterday, of course, in their opening match. I mean, they gave the Cobras a hell of a match trying to defend a target of 109. Big shot. And it's going to go away for 6. A great strike there by Robbie Ainsworth. A really good hit. It's firmly struck. And it goes out over point. And it's a 6. Really nicely struck there by Robbie. Down the leg side. This one's going to be a wide. Yeah, doesn't quite get that one right there, Nawaz. I think he's just overcompensating after bowling one that was rather wide, where he gave too much width to Ainsworth. Just tried to go a little bit straighter, but ended up going too straight. Width on offer again, and Ainsworth gets a chance to free his arms, and he sends this one a long, long way over cover. There he is, the birthday boy, Jaiswal. A little bit of fielding. Just returns the ball back to UCB. Yeah, well outside the off stump. Can't be bowling there to someone of Ainsworth's quality. He's so strong through the offside. Loves to play it through the line. And it's outside the off stump. Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we still got plenty more to come in our thrilling Hungarian adventure, but the great summer of European cricket continues to roll on. As soon as we wrap up here, we'll head over to Bulgaria. Should be a very exciting series over there. Of course, got that weekend of action in Croatia as well. And then from the 12th of August, we'll be over in the eternal city of Rome. And you can see some lovely little tri-series is sprinkled in there as well. So a lot of cricket to come on the European Cricket Network. And it's certainly going to be a packed summer with a lot of action to watch. So it's going to be a pleasure to bring all that action to you. So yeah, stay tuned to the European Cricket Network. Great ball there by Babu. He's very unlucky. He really is very unlucky. That was a terrific ball. Nailed the length. He's going for that toe-crushing Yorker. And Ainsworth just gets some bat on it. It's very lucky. It's gone right through him. It's nutmegged him in the end. Inside edge, the old French cut. And it's gone for 4, down towards fine leg. That's very unfortunate for the bowler. Shouldn't be too disheartened. Train going by to the right of our commentary position, just over that leg side boundary behind the woods. As we mentioned, we're in the Sodligin, which is 35 kilometers north of the city of Budapest. Just had a train that was heading back towards the city and just went past us. Oh, the keeper hasn't been able to hold on to that. Rare mistake by Anil Patnaik. He's normally so great, and then he makes things even worse with that throw. Oh, direct hit, and maybe Ainsworth could have been in trouble. He takes a tumble at the end as well. And he gets up immediately. Yeah, we'll just have a look at this. Yeah, should have been a dot ball. And Patnaik, it's a bit too hot for him to handle. And then that throw's even worse. The throw makes things even worse. They'll come back for an extra run. So, yeah, rare couple of mistakes there by Anil Patnaik. You got CMP KMXR8 joining us in the chat, asking if this is the Eliminator. No, this is not the Eliminator. The Eliminator is tomorrow, first thing tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. local time. That's when we'll have our Eliminator. Of course, make sure to check out ecn.cricket. So we'll look up our schedule. This is a top edge, and it's going to go away for a 4. Yeah, a little bit lucky there. Streaky boundary, but Ainsworth will take them however they come. Yeah, I was probably looking to hit that a bit more leg side, but yeah, the top edge is going to go away for a 4. You'll definitely take that however they come. Let's have a look at this line graph. So just picking up the run rate a little bit these last couple of overs. 34 runs off these last 2 overs. Yeah, this is good to see from the Danubian Kangaroos. They're just starting to speed up a little bit. I think you can see there between overs 2 to 4, they slowed down a lot. They managed to get just 21 runs of those 3 overs. But since then, they're consistently getting some good overs. Runs of the last 4 overs, to be exact. Going to be Saeem coming into bowl this penultimate over. It all happens in the 9th, as they say. Let's see if Danubian Kangaroos can make this happen and really get a big magical over here. Goes for the big shot, Torok, but it's popped up in the air. Should be a simple catch for the fielder, but oh, he spilt it. He spilt it. I mean, he's got those shades on. Certainly wouldn't expect the sun to affect him. Doesn't look like he's blaming the sun either. He's just tracked that ball just fine. It's just unable to hold on to it. Oh, nicely played by Ainsworth. A bit unlucky with the Tortuga bounce there. I mean, that would have probably gone for 4. And oh, more overthrows. More overthrows. Yeah, just a few errors here and there by UCB that they could certainly clean up. That's the 4th overthrow I've seen so far this innings. This is smacked away, and it's going to go all the way for 6. Great hit there by Ainsworth. Just a lovely player. He overpitched that one slightly, the bowler. Ainsworth frees his arms and smacks it over extra cover. Yeah, powerful hit, really powerful hit. A better ball there by Saeem. Good comeback, a lot straighter. Got it a little bit fuller as well, almost Yorker length. Captain Torok comes back on strike. And he's going to go for the big shot here. Torok, has he found the boundary rope? He has. And that is a great hit. 16 coming off that over. Just the sort of over that the Danubian Kangaroos need. He just left that a little bit short there, Saeem. Clears the front leg. Goes for that big hit over mid-wicket. And now they're on 115 here, the Danubian Kangaroos. So we saw them yesterday. I mean, they managed to restrict their opposition to under 110 in both the matches they played in. So if they can repeat that kind of bowling effort, they should win the game. If they can get a score here in the 130s, I'd really back them to potentially get the upset here against UCB. that's going to go away for a 4 as well. So it's a minimo. Not the start to the over they would have been hoping for. Muhammad gets that one badly wrong. Yeah, it's wayward. Really wayward. 4 wides to start off. They're already on 120 here, and they've still got 6 balls to come, the Danubian Kangaroos. Oh, as he got enough of this, there's a fielder underneath it, but he's going to watch it sail over his head as Ainsworth brings up his half-century in style, his second half-century of this second round. He's been amazing. What a young man. What an incredible player. And he's getting some well-deserved handshakes, a pat on the back by his captain as well. But he's focused on the task. Goes big again. This looks like it's going to go all the way as well. Back-to-back 6s for Robbie Ainsworth. And the Kangaroos are into the 130s. The shorter delivery. He's got the width on offer as well. And he punishes the bowler. Wow, well, 17 runs and just 2 legal deliveries off this over so far. Goes big again. Is it going to be 3 in a row? Is it going to be 3 in a row? It is. What a shot here by Ainsworth. And Muhammad keeps giving him so much width outside the off stump. And Ainsworth, he loves to hit it through the offside. He's going to continue to feast on these balls. 3 consecutive 6s. Can he make it 4 consecutive? 23 runs off this over already. Goes big. This time he goes straight down the ground and it hits the camera tower. 4 consecutive 6s. What a show here by Ainsworth. Goes a little bit straighter this time, the bowler, and he's hit it right past his head. The bowler watches that one sail over his head for a 6. 29 of the over so far. And the Kangaroos are up to 144. Goes big. Has he got all the way? Yes, he has. 5 consecutive 6s, 35 off the over. And can he make a bit of history here and hit 6 6s in and over? The 150 comes up for the Danubian Kangaroos. We are witnessing something truly remarkable. This over has gone supersonic. Will it go hypersonic? Oh, he's just going to miss out on 6 6s in and over. But they still will manage to get 36 runs off the over because, of course, we had that 5 wide right at the start of the over. But what a sensational performance by a sensational young man. He's provided us so much entertainment throughout this series. And he has such a bright future ahead of him. He's going to be someone to watch over the years here on the European Cricket Network. A tremendous display of batting right at the end. 5 6s is what he managed to hit in that final over. He will end with 75 runs off just 20 deliveries, and he's put his side in a great position over here. 151 runs is what the Danubian Kangaroos have scored, and they'll really back themselves, especially with all the quality they have in their bowling attack. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was a thoroughly entertaining innings to watch. And of course, it started off with Edwards opening alongside Matty Ainsworth. The two of them kept the score ticking very nicely. They had a good 50-run partnership. They certainly built a platform. I mean, at that stage, you were talking about whether they could reach the 120s. Now, that would have been very good for them. And this would, of course, be the end of Matthew Ainsworth. Cotton bowled off the bowling of Jayant Babu. Arthur Edwards would hit some good shots. He hit 4 boundaries in his innings of 31 of 22. But then Robbie Ainsworth coming in at number 3. Absolutely one of the finest batters in the country. That was, of course, the end of Arthur Edwards. He would play an absolute blinder of a knock. 75 runs of 20 deliveries. 375 was his strike rate. His skipper at the other end, well, he had the best seat in the house. Gabor Torok, he made 10 of 7. He hit that 1/6 right at the end of the 9th over. There were plenty of overthrows as well by UCB, 4 overthrows in total, which certainly didn't help their cause. That was Gabor Torok hitting the last ball of the penultimate over for 6. This over would prove to be an absolute disaster for Shoaib Mohammed. It started off with a 5 wide and minimo, and then he'd be carded for 5 consecutive 6s by Ainsworth, who made 75 of 20 deliveries. 4 of these 6s going through the offside. We saw that one. That was a beautiful one, straight down the ground. This one going over long on. Terrific shot. And then he had a chance to get 6 6s off the final ball. But Shoaib Mohammed, to his credit, came back with a great Yorker. And what a joy it was to watch. 36 runs, of course, coming off that final over in the end, thanks to that minimum. We'll have a quick look at the scorecard. Of course, Ainsworth top scoring with 75 of 20. Arthur Edwards with 31 of 22. Good knock by him. And Matthew Ainsworth making 20 runs of 12 deliveries. Gabor Torok, the skipper, hit that one big 6 right at the end of the penultimate over. We'll now move on and have a quick look at the bowling figures for UCB. Pick of the bowler for them was Muizul Hassan with figures of 1 for 22. Ghulam Abbas also had figures of 0 for 20. Very economical performance by him. And Shoaib Mohammed pulled that one over, which went for 36 rounds. He'll be mildly disappointed with that. The Ruby Kangaroos have set themselves a really, really good platform to go on and pick up a win over here. UCB have a big task at hand here against one of the finer bowling units we have seen in this second round. Join us in 5 minutes when we'll bring you the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. The Danubian Kangaroos put on a great show in the first innings, largely thanks to a terrific batting performance by Robbie Ainsworth. 75 of 20 deliveries for him. 151 is what the Danubian Kangaroos managed to post. They'll certainly back themselves here against UCB. We know they've got a quality bowling unit. We saw their fielding as well yesterday. I have to say, it was exceptional. And in coming Anthony Edwards, who played his part in that first innings, made 31 runs. I love the way he bowls. Bowls with a big heart. Very passionate bowler. And here we go. Can they pick up a win here, the Danubian Kangaroos? Just probably spoiled to wide there, Noaz. Just gets a toe end on that one. And he'll get off the mark with a single. It's a 15 and over is basically what they need UCB. Just gets on his front foot, pushes that one. Saeem should have been stopped in all honesty. But they will sneak in a single. He's sort of pushing away from his body, as you can see, not really playing it underneath his eyes, the batter. Struck straight towards the fielder, square leg, and oh, another misfield. Yeah, these won't help. These really won't help. They need to be tight here. Yeah, a couple of runs they've managed to pinch here because of misfields. Oh, it's going for a big heave over there. And for a massive shot. But it's a swing and a miss. It clears that front leg. He wants to send that one all the way over long on. But he doesn't. Just plays the wrong line in the end. Nawaz, a very good morning to Helix joining us in the chat. Always great to hear from you. Oh, goes big. He finally connects on this one. He's absolutely crunched that. And it's just struck the fence, which surrounds this ground. And it's 6 runs, the first boundary. Just needs to keep his head up here, Edwards. They're going to get hit for the odd boundary against some of these quality batters. He's bowled well so far. End of the over, 10 runs off it. A good over from the Danubian Kangaroos' perspective. That was a nice comeback ball there by Edwards after getting hit for a 6. And here's a quick reminder that it's been 218 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. Of course, that golden ball came all the way back in Cyprus during the ECS in Ipsanas. That match, of course, taking place between the Kipra Tigers of Limassol and the Cyprus Knight Riders. A big upset win there for the Kipra Tigers of Limassol against the Knight Riders in a very passionate and fiery game. Of course, some tempers flared right at the end as well amongst the Knight Riders. Ainsworth starts off with a good ball, jams it right up there. Good Yorker. Oh, he's going to get smacked for this one. Gets that one badly wrong. think he's trying to bowl a Yorker there, but it's just slipped out of his hands. And it ends up being a juicy full toss for Nawaz, who's going to punish him for that. Yeah, great one. Nawaz, player of his quality, is always going to feast on shots like that. Now this time he's going to go behind square leg for a 4. Good pull shot there by Nawaz. And it's back-to-back boundaries. Straying a little bit with his line and length here. Now it looks like this has gone all the way, actually. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, it's a 6. It's a 6. Yeah, so back-to-back 6s here. Yeah, this is good batting here by Nawaz. Player of his quality is always going to be very tough to bowl against. Just keeping this one a little bit wider. I think the wider line so far has been quite effective against Nawaz. He's looking to sort of hit it straight or towards the leg side. Oh, good little deception there by Ainsworth. Just took a little bit of pace off that ball. And that's ultimately what deceived Nawaz. You can just see what Nawaz is doing. He's telegraphing it, right? He's just trying to whack everything as hard as he can towards that long on mid-wicket region. Oh, it's been given a wide. Let's have another look at this. Does catch a bit of the line along the way. Yeah, I think he's been hard done by there, Ainsworth. I mean, to me, that looks like a legal delivery. It's well over the line. Yeah, very unfortunate, because that would have been the end of the over as well. And there we go. Okay, on that one, that is a rather surprising call. Yeah, that is inside the line. I mean, well, this is really unfortunate for Ainsworth. I mean, both of these last 2 deliveries should have been legal deliveries. Edged. Oh, and it's going to go away for a 4. I mean, this is incredibly unlucky for the Danubian Kangaroos because, let's be honest here, those 2 umpiring mistakes are going to cost them 6 runs. I mean, he bowls 2 legal deliveries, and then he gets really unlucky on the 3rd ball because it just catches the edge and goes away for a 4. So, you know, you have to feel for the Kangaroos. I've got to be honest with you, they just haven't got any calls so far this 2nd round. I mean, I thought they were really unlucky yesterday with numerous wide decisions as well. I know Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sundu, agreed with me on that as well. And, yeah, that is just very, very harsh. It's, you know, I mean, I hate to say it, but it's 6 runs that have been gifted to UCB. We just had a quick look at the standings there. Of course, neither one of these sides can qualify for the elimination round. Both the Super Kings and Cobra Cricket Club have punched their ticket to the elimination round. Oh, full toss, inside edge.
Good line, Matty, good line. Come on in, Matty.
Straight down the ground, and this is just going to go sailing over the commentary position. A bit of a heart and mouth moment for me as well. Was getting up in case we need to protect any of the equipment. Oh, this is a beautiful shot. Just slightly over pitches it there. And it's played beautifully through the line. And it goes away for a 6. So nice shot here by Saeem. I mean, Nawaz has been the primary aggressor so far this innings, and now Saeem gets in on the act as well. I think we should be ready to resume play. The ball's been retrieved. Just gets a nice bit of movement there, Matty Ainsworth. You can just see that ball seams away from the batter.
Oh, Matty, you're bold.
I think against both these batters, you just want to keep a nice wide line. They both just look to be sloggers, for lack of a better term. They're really trying to smack these towards that long on mid-wicket region, trying to hit it straight as well if they can. Yeah, that's a lovely line and length to these two. You don't want to over pitch it against either of them. Has he got enough on this one? It looks like he has, and it's going to be a 6. Oh, Shub's put one down there. Well, we know Shub loves to take his catches beyond the boundary rope. I remember when I covered the series in Rome last year when he took a few really nice catches. And well, we'll pretend we never saw that. We'll surely have to find a way to scrub that from the live stream. Now goes big again. Does it have the distance? It most certainly does. And that's another 6. Yeah, these last couple of overs have been a bit expensive. 38 runs coming off them. And well, we know the Danubian Kangaroos have quite a few runs to play with here. 15 runs in total, but UCB have started really well. Really cashing in on this power play. 48 runs off the power play. They'll be mightily pleased with this. I can just see that win predictor now. It's given UCB the edge. They're up to 56%. Yeah, this is not the kind of bowling we saw from the Danubian Kangaroos yesterday when, you know, they were superb against both Cobra CC and the Super Kings. Restricted both those sides to under 110. Adam Gall is going to be coming in, the third highest wicket taker in this European cricket series. He has 13 wickets to his name in the 17.5 overs he's bowled, so very impressive strike rate of 8.2. He's had an economy of 11.3 throughout this series. No, I was going to go big here again, and this is going to go all the way. Nicely played by Saeem, just swivels on the spot and smacks it behind square leg for a 6. Gets underneath that well, allows him to get the elevation. Yeah, that's not the worst ball by Adam Gall. It's just a terrific shot. Maybe a bit too short, if I'm being honest with you. But the shot was absolutely superb. An immediate pressure on the young man. Gets hit for a 6 off the very first ball. Now he tries to go a bit fuller this time. It's a lowish full toss. Not able to get that one away, Saeem. It's just going to be 1 run. That one wrong, Adam Gall. It's a good idea. He's trying to go for the wide Yorker. That's a good ball against Nawaz. I think we've seen Nawaz. He's just struggled against the wider lines. It's a very effective delivery. Just have to execute it. No, isn't quite able to connect on that one. Nawaz just catches the toe end of the bat. Umpires, of course, out in the middle are James Lloyd, who's currently at square leg, and Bobby Patel, who is behind the stumps. Now he's going to go big again, and he's going to go all the way. Saeem hits another 6. He just loves line and length. I mean, see how good he is when he just swivel around and smack these over mid-wicket. Yeah, this is just some great shot making by Saeem. Edged, and it's going to fly away for a 4 through everything at that. Caught the bottom edge of his bat, and it goes away for a boundary. Really unlucky for Adam Gall. This over ends up going for 23 runs. Looking for 19 runs so far this over. Still got a ball to come. There's a, well, I can just see a flock of birds just flying overhead. Oh, well, it's been given a wide. Let's take a look at this. Okay, now this is really, really harsh. I mean, this is the 3rd wide call against the Danubian Kangaroos that you have to say has been incorrect. It's going to go away for a 4, so, I mean, that ends up costing them 5 runs. It would have been the end of the over, a dot ball. And instead it's a wide, and the next ball goes for a 4. It's just really unfortunate. You have to feel for these young guys out there. That over ends up going for 24 runs. It's another expensive over. And we've seen 62 runs go off the last 3 overs. The UCB now are in an incredible position to go on and win this game. You just feel like it's been taken away from the Kangaroos. In comes Arthur Edwards. Wide down the leg side. Pretty straightforward decision there for James Lloyd. We got Helix joining us in the chat as well as Chris Smith. A very good afternoon to the two of you. Of course, just past midday here in Hungary. We're at 12:11 local time. Helix asking me if I can produce a golden ball from this game. It certainly would be exciting if we got a golden ball in this game. A high-scoring golden ball. This is going to get hit for a 6 as well. Goes short, Edwards, and he gets punished. Good pull shot. No, he's going to feast on that kind of bowling, isn't he, Nawaz? Yeah, very nicely hit. Just have a look at this. Great strike. He's cleared the boundary with ease over there. It's just one big shot now. Is all he needs for his half century. Yeah, this is rather surprising. I mean, we saw the Danubian Kangaroos bowling superbly yesterday. They restricted their opposition to under 110 in both those games. But the life has just been sucked out of them in these first 4 overs. UCB have just come out firing both Nawaz and Saeem. Oh dear. That's going to be a minimo. They're not helping themselves here, the Danubian Kangaroos. Just gets that one wrong, Edwards. You can tell the bowlers, they're just feeling the pressure. That one was well wide of the mark. And the keeper was never going to get to that. It's just 5 freebies now for UCB. And take a look at that required. Of course, it started at just over 15. And it's now down to under 12. You have to say, UCB's game to lose from here. It goes big again. That's going to be another 6. Oh, what a hit. And Nawaz is going to bring up his half century in style. A great pull shot. He just seems to have done something to his left shoulder. He's in a bit of discomfort. I'm not sure he's realized he's made his half century, or not getting a round of applause either from the dugout, but very well played by Nawaz. Well batted. Gets his half century. Take another look at this. Yeah, he kind of takes his eye off the ball a little bit when he hits that shot. Yeah, Mike, just saw your comment in the chat. I have to agree with you, Mike. I really do. I think you make a good point there about those some of those wides. Three balls to come in this over. Can he end this one strong, Edwards? They need a wicket. They desperately need a wicket. The Danubian Kangaroos. Now that's gone up in the air. This one's going to go sailing over the rope as well. See ya later. That's a huge one by Nawaz. A colossal shot. Straight over the boundary rope. Well over the boundary rope. Just goes across. And he hits that one over cow corner. And he's just sucked the life out of this Danubian Kangaroo side. Everything's gone really quiet for them. They were G'd up and so excited when they came onto the field. This has been a real reality check for them by a couple of quality batters who are close to bringing up their century partnership as well. What an opening stand. Oh, it's down the ground, and there's no way Ainsworth is going to get to that. Goes away for a 4, and that brings up the team 100 and a century opening partnership. We're just going to check if that's a 4 or 6. Looked to me like it might be a 4, but we'll have another look at it. Yeah, that's a 4. Just a bounce in front of the rope. And it's 4 runs, so the 100 comes up for UCB. Goes big again, but he hasn't quite got a hold of this. But it's still going to go to the rope. He slightly sliced that one, Nawaz. But it's just been that kind of an innings for these two. Even when they're mistiming it, it's still going over the rope. What an incredible display of batting. It's been really, really special. These two have been absolutely belting it. And, well, it's a good chance to welcome you into the commentary position as, of course, we are halfway through this innings. What an opening stand. What a performance here by these two batters. They've really knocked the stuffing out of this Danubian Kangaroo side. I mean, keep in mind, this is a team who restricted, the two teams are going to advance to the elimination round, the Cobra Crate Club and the Budapest Super Kings, to under 110 runs in 2 consecutive games yesterday. But they've really struggled here against this quality UCB side, who've just come out and smashed them out of this game in these first 5 overs. Just to give you an interesting statistic, the last 4 overs, the run rate has been 23.5, and has been an incredible exhibition in power hitting. It's going to be a tough task for the Danubian Kangaroos from here. They need 48, they basically need 48 runs off the next 5 overs to win it. So they've got to find a way here to somehow salvage something. They're going to have to get a bunch of wickets in a flurry and hope a number of other things go their way. And yeah, you have to give so much credit to these two batters for this great display of hitting. Ali Nawaz, Qasr Saeem, of course. Ali Nawaz, standout performer, 64 of just 19 deliveries for him. He has been superb, and now the captain, Torok, is going to come on. He's going to see if he can somehow stem the bleeding. But at this stage, even if he can pull out a special over, and you feel it's still going to be a tough task for the Kangaroos. Need to get wickets here. They need to get a flurry of wickets, and maybe just get a couple of new batters out in the middle, and then see if that can just change things a little bit. Oh, once again, just gets the line a little bit wrong there. It's too far down the leg side, and Saeem just gets across and helps it away over fine leg for 6. You got Mark Cranston joining us from Gateshead in the UK, saying that this European cricket series is so addictive. Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's been enthralling viewing. We've been glued to our screens throughout this 2 weeks of action. A great fortnight of cricket here in Hungary. Has he got enough on this? Not quite, but it's just going to go through the fielder. Rare mistake there by Robbie Ainsworth. He's usually got such a high standard in the field. We've seen him take some really special catches, in particular yesterday. And I'll be a bit disappointed with himself. I think this Ruse side, they're just a little bit dejected. I think Dr. DeSoto in the chat, of course, just pointing out that we're going to need to see some sharp bowling and sharp fielding from them. Is this taken? Has it been taken? Yes, it has. So there's what we're used to seeing from Robbie Ainsworth. That's the standard of fielding we've come to expect from him. It's very well held on to a low catch, a very difficult catch. And he takes one off his own captain's bowling. And this amazing opening stand finally comes to an end. 114-run opening partnership. And that's going to be the end for Qasr Saeem. He'll miss out on the half century. But he's batted superbly and put his side in a great position to go on and win this game. Very nice catch there. That's not easy, taking those low catches. Can they get a few more over here and really kick the door down and give themselves a chance? They'll be telling themselves with 1 comes 2 and with 2 comes 3. That's what the talk is going to be. And the Danubian Kangaroos line up right now. 37. Need to have 7 for the bonus point. That's going to be very difficult to do, but 37 of 25, certainly very attainable. .36 runs needed from the remaining 4 overs to take it for UCB. If they could somehow hit 6 sixes in the 7th over, then they'll pick up the bonus point as well. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard. What an incredible opening stand between Ali Nawaz and Qasr Saeem. 2 of them putting on a 115-run opening partnership. It was a terrific performance by the 2 of them. They really set their side up well. They just blasted the Danubian Kangaroos out of this game. A little bit demoralized right now, you have to say. The Kangaroos aren't seeing them hopping about as they usually do. There's still time. This one's played away really nicely. Just think it's taken a bounce in front of the rope. No, it hasn't actually. It's gone the distance. Ali Nawaz, beautiful bottom-handed stroke over there. I mean, this is, just have a look at that shot. I mean, how has he managed to hit that for a 6? It's incredible. Just shows you how strong his bottom hand is, how quick his wrists are. And he's elevated it over the rope for a 6. So, well, if he can hit 5 consecutive 6s here, he'll get his side to a victory with a bonus point. It's going to be very hard to do, but it's certainly possible. Goes across, goes big. This one's high up in the sky, and it's going to go the distance. So Ainsworth, we saw him hit 5 consecutive 6s right at the end of the innings, and Ken Nawaz goes 6 consecutive here. He'll be eyeing the century as well. He's on 77. Needs another 23 runs. I mean, does he look to farm the strike here and tell Muiz, well, I'll make all the runs from here on out? Certainly possible. It's the end of the tournament, of course. He can look to maybe go for personal accolades over team success. A very good afternoon to Monica Ramos Acosta joining us in the chat. That's going to be a dot ball. Good comeback there by Ainsworth. great Yorker. Terrific Yorker. Played nicely towards long on. That's going to be a single. Oh, goes big. This one has gone a long, long way. It's sailing into orbit. And it's just going to land in the UCB dugout. They want plenty more of those to come their way. Nawaz moves on to 84. 16 runs needed from 18 balls, so he's got enough runs here to get a century. Let's see if he'll be eyeing that. I think he'll be telling Muiz to just get a single and put him back on strike in the next over, and he'll probably look to bring up his century. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for the upcoming match. Dinabagdani look a bit short-handed for that game. I wonder if they'll find a couple more players to field a full 11. The Royal Eagles, of course, they'll be desperately looking to pick up their first win of the second round. They've had a difficult time so far, but if there's any team they can pick up a win against, it might be this DCC side who, well, certainly look very short-handed according to that fantasy dashboard. This is played out for single, so he does get the single there, and he puts Nawaz back on strike. So 15 runs here is what UCB needs to win. Nawaz needs 16 for his century. Now then, can he get that 100? Oh, great ball here by Gabor Torok. Terrific ball, fires in that Yorker. I could just hear a big grunt there, a bit like Rafa Nadal when Gabor Torok bowled that one. They'll pick up a couple of runs, so yeah, it doesn't look like Nawaz is going to get to a century over here. At UCB, look like they're going to continue their winning streak. Yeah, you got a feel for the Nubian Kangaroos here. I mean, they posted a good total on the board, but you know, for a side who were so impressive with the ball yesterday, they've just not been able to replicate that today. Nicely played there by Muiz. Just carves that one away for a 4. Just a couple of shots away now, UCB, from winning this. They can do it with a couple of boundaries. Of course, both these sides will get a bit of a rest before they come back for their final games of the tournament later this afternoon. The next match, of course, between DCC and the Royal Eagles. Charlie Hunt will be taking you through that game in the studio. A slower ball there by Torok, but Muiz has read that to perfection. And oh, it's a good catch out there by one of his teammates. Can't quite tell who that is from here. Yeah, just a little bit too short. It sits up nicely. It's a very flat deck, you have to say. Yeah, it's been a run feast over this European Cricket Series. And Muiz sends that straight to his teammate over the boundary rope. And now UCB just need a couple more runs to wrap this one up. They're going to bring some fielders in close here. Still got 2 men out in the deep at long off and long on, so this is pretty much a power play field setting. And it won't matter. It won't matter where they're positioned, because this is going to go sailing way over the boundary rope. And UCB take this one by 9 wickets with a couple of overs to spare. solid performance. And you got a feel for these Danubian Kangaroos. They batted superbly in that first innings, but unfortunately, they're just not going to be able to get the result in this particular match. You can see handshakes all around over there. There's umpire Bobby Patel and James Lloyd shaking hands with the two teams. Rough result for the Danubian Kangaroos. You have to feel for them. But UCB, they just showed their quality. Just demonstrated to us why they are one of the better teams in this country. It was all set up by Ali Nawaz and Qasr Saeem with that 114-run partnership, which put them in a good position. These players are just trudging off the field. Gotta say, they all batted superbly, and there's Jack Morrell greeting his team and the rest of the UCB side there as well to shake hands with Ali Nawaz. Batted superbly. Could have had a century, but unfortunately just there weren't enough runs for him left. Here's a look at the highlights of this inning. We saw a couple of misfields in that first over, but other than that, you have to say they were pretty good in the field. The Kangaroos, unfortunately, it's a little bit wayward with their bowling. It's not what we usually expect from them. A few too many full tosses, a few too many ones sliding down the leg side. On the other hand, you have to say they came up against a superb UCB team with both Nawaz and Saeem batting out of their skins. Ali Nawaz making 85 of 25. He hit 11 sixes during that innings, a strike rate of 340. He was ably supported right at the top of the order by Qasr Saeem, who made 40 of 15. We're just taking a look at some of the birds fluttering around over here. I mean, Turok, the minute he saw that leave the bat, he was certain that was going to go all the way. They had a lot of chasing to do, the Danubian Kangaroos. Not too much joy in this second innings. It was a great shot there by Nawaz. Sent that one close to the fence. Rare mistake there by Robbie Ainsworth. Not something we're used to seeing from him, but the very next ball, we got to see a bit of his class in the field, taking a low catch to get rid of Saeem. That was the only wicket of this innings. Gabor Turok taking that one. They sent plenty of balls back to their dugout. And well, how about that for a running stance? Quite hilarious. The way he set off there, Gabor Turok. Yeah, some good looking shots here. Really nice shot, just rocking back and hitting that one for 6, sending it straight to his teammate beyond the boundary rope. And they ended this game in style. That was Muizal Hassan right at the end, hitting 2 consecutive sixes to ice this game and help UCB get over the finishing line. We will leave you with the scorecards for match 52. Gotta say, it was a terrific performance by UCB with the bat in hand. Of course, our next match will be coming up in 25 minutes time. Charlie will be taking you through that game in the studio. We'll see you then. Make sure to join us in 25 minutes.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Our third match of the day features Dunabagdani Cricket Club against the Royal Eagles. Let's head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by match referee Suleiman Saeed.
It's DCC and Eagles. Eagles to call.
Head.
Heads is the call, and it's heads.
We will go for batting.
Eagle won the toss and they will bat first.
Thank you very much for that update. Both these sides are yet to register a win in the second round, so there's a lot on the line for these two teams, plenty of pride to play for. They'll be looking to come back strong in this game and get a win against an opposition who they'll think is on equal footing. The Royal Eagles, we saw some improvements from them in the opening match today. Their fielding certainly improved. They took some catches that they failed to take during yesterday's matches. Chauhan played superbly as well. Very impressed with his performance, and let's see if we see more of the same from him in this upcoming match. Meanwhile, for their opponents, Dunabagdani CC, well, as we mentioned, they've struggled a little bit, but they've also had to play some of the better teams in this tournament so far. So let's see how they fare against the side who are, I'd say, at about equal caliber. This match, you'll be joined by Charlie Hunt. He'll be, of course, taking you through this game in the studio. Over to you, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Nish. Very good afternoon to everybody tuning in around the world. Nish giving you a little insight into what's coming up in this one. Of course, it is match 53 you saw there. The Eagles having a bat first in this one. Of course, we've seen both these two sides sort of struggle throughout the course of this tournament. Let's have a look at the lineups. And you can see they're struggling a little bit numbers-wise at Dunabagdani, so already an uphill battle for them. As for the Eagles, of course, we know they're going to be pretty heavily reliant on someone who has led them throughout a couple of these games. Sachin Chauhan at the top of the order is going to be crucial. Of course, Gupta offers a little bit, as does Imad Khan, but of course, Ajay Jaswal with the ball. On his birthday as well, is what I'm being told. So a very happy birthday to you, Ajay Jaswal, of course. Someone who has been part of that royal setup, of course, for a good number of years. The supercomputer picking just the Eagles. And, well, I tell you what, Nish was right, wasn't he? A very close contest. It looks as if it will play out to be. 54% plays 46% in this one. So certainly could be a very, very interesting one. But a very warm welcome to the studio, of course. Pleasure to be on debut in the studio, has to be said. It's nice, it's cool, it's a little bit different to what you're normally used to, but I certainly am looking forward to this one. Of course, you can see their players and officials all out there at the GB Oval in Budapest, Hungary, and we're ready to get things underway. And it's going to be Manas Mishra to get us underway, as this one could be gone first up. And is what a great start that is, and it doesn't get much better than that for Dunabagdani as the Eagles lose their first on the first ball. It's a royal duck, and it could be an early sighting of Derek. That's a super start for Dunabagdani. They're down on numbers, but I tell you what, they're going to give it a good old go out there, aren't they? What a start that is. And that is unfortunate to say the least, as unfortunately for Khan, he goes without scoring off the very first ball. And it's a very good afternoon to Royal Derek. Not a good start. None for one for the Eagles. And gets told to get a move on. He gets sent his marching orders, doesn't he? And unfortunately now, this is going to be an uphill battle for the Eagles. We know that they've struggled, and unfortunately just hasn't quite worked for them this time. So a great start for Mishra. Picks up an early one. Good catch behind the stumps as well by Salman Mir for Dunabagdani. What an electric start that is, and straight away already looking like an uphill battle as Khan will come out at number 3. A bit of in-swinging movement from Mishra. Just gets this one to play away, and he get off the mark straight away. So the old flat cap being worn there. That's something you don't see every day, but you get the first runs on the board there. But yeah, a couple of names missing for Dunabagdani, just struggling. Of course, it tends to happen with this sort of format that we see. That it just tends to look as if sometimes, just due to work commitments and other things, that numbers tend to struggle. Of course, players all amateur in these tournaments, so it's something you've always got to keep an eye on. Chauhan then faces his first delivery. And unfortunately, he's just saying, well, not too sure about this one, but the beast himself, isn't he? He's a daunting figure to have at the other end. But no, a very, very big shout out to Nish doing the tough yards today out there in the heat. It's certainly, I've been looking at the forecast as I always do, and they have been scorching out there. So it's good to see that I'm able to give him a little bit of a break. A little bit of a fend at this one from Chauhan, not really getting to the line of the ball. But a very good morning and a good evening, good afternoon to wherever you're tuning in from. To Helix, to Jeff, to Chris, to Monica as well. Now part of the Spanner crew. To Rob as well. I know Rob probably just clipping off as well due to the late hours out there. This one is going to be pulled up in the air. Fielder gives chase. It's going to be a couple of bounces, bit of work to do, and well, this is going to be a tight one because it's going to be going to have a little look at this. Was there contact between the two fielders? This could be one of those that you might see it given. Let's see. Well, now hang on a second. There's about 4 different limbs you've got to try and look out for here, because you've got to see if there's contact between the two fielders and if any of them are over there. Just going off that basis, I think that might be okay. Have to see what that goes down in the book. I think he might have just saved a couple of runs there. Yeah, no 4 given. So actually an excellent bit of work out there in the end. Last ball potentially of this first over. Bit of a backward hoik down the ground. He'll get a single. That'll be the end of the first over. And what a good over it was for Dunabagdani. Only conceding the 4 runs. Picking up the early wicket at the end of the first. The Royal Eagles 4 for 1. As we get to have a little outlook on to what's coming up, of course, in not too much time at all. It's creeping upon us, isn't it? The old European Cricket Championship, the ECC, of course, getting underway on the 23rd of September. Of course, that Group 1 will be the Challenger Division. And you can see there, of course, the Isle of Man, Estonia, places that we've been not too long ago in Estonia. Bulgaria, that's where we'll be next week. Not too long until we make our way over there. Croatia, Turkey, of course. Turkey, there will be a representative team, and this one is going to get carved away. This is a really nice shot from Chauhan. This is where we've seen him be very, very crucial for this Eagles side. Anywhere through the offside, he likes to take it on, and does so with a high degree of success this time around. That's going to be cuatro carreras. Nice start for Chauhan, getting his account open nicely. I absolutely am looking forward to returning to Bulgaria. You're absolutely right, Jeff. I've been there 3 times now on the network, and this will be my 4th, and absolutely looking forward to it. And the positive as well is I'm actually going to get to commentate with Nish for the first time. Haven't done that yet, so that will certainly be good fun. Looking forward to that one. Well, it's an overcorrection, and this is going to be another boundary. So back-to-back 4s. Zaidi not quite hitting the mark as he would have hoped to in this first over for him. The first one was too short on the offside. This one too straight, and the punishment is equally the same. Another boundary, 4 more. Anyway, this is a good little fight back early on from Chauhan. He's been so crucial, hasn't he? He has been a serious, serious man with a target on his back whenever teams come up against the Eagles. This one off the splice of the bat won't get anywhere near it. Good afternoon to our officials out there. You've got Stephen Anthony is at the standing end at the moment. At the square side, you've got the Amit Nayan. And Bobby Patel is your third, of course, being led wonderfully by Odsuli Saeed. All the crew are well out there as well. Bit of a slight away movement there. You can see there, Chauhan just signaling, that one just dipped away slightly. That's where it has to be for Zaidi. Not too short. That one, but not too short, but the key is not falling into that slot. I remember being at the GB Oval last year, and anything that was in that slot was taken to the cleaners. So it is certainly something that they need to keep an eye out. Of course, been a great couple of weeks so far, hasn't it, in Hungary. It's a place that records have been set, of course. Well, wide full toss and takes it on. Doesn't really get in the middle, but this is going to race away. Bit of work to do for the fielder. Well, he gives it the old assist, doesn't he? And he has a bit of a chuckle to himself, does the fielder. But nevertheless, it's going to be another boundary. And I don't think Zaidi's going to have the same reaction. It wasn't a great delivery, to be quite honest. I think they might just want to check this just to see if it's okay for height. I think it's okay. I don't think we're going to see signs of a minimo, but just gives a little helping hand. And, well, unfortunately, it's not going to quite be as effective. Potential last ball of the over. Again, another over correction, but this time out is the onside. The boundary fielder will do the work. A bit of work there by Ajay Jaswal. Out there. Apologies by Gabani even. That'll be the end of the second then. And it'll be 17 for 1 after 2. Helix saying Charlie's in whatever country he thinks he is. I'm in the studio. can't give away the where the studio location is. Let's have a look at the current standings, of course, here in round 2, the last day of round 2 fixtures. And of course, we do know that the BSK, the Budapest Super Kings, and Cobra will be taking part in tomorrow. Got a feel for the likes of United Shallow Budapest, just falling short, of course. But as for the Eagles and Dunabugdani, along with the Kangaroos, yet to get victories on the board. Kangaroos would have thought they might have had it last time around, but it wasn't meant to be. That comes Mishra, and again, he's on the money straight away. Chahan will play this out down to long off for just a single. Yeah, you've got to feel for these two sides. It's been up and down for these two over the course of the sort of fortnight. Of course, both these teams actually lost to Cobra CC back on Tuesday. Of course, Cobra CC have now qualified. This one, miscue up in the air. And it's going to run away towards the boundary. Of course, got to remember, not quite a full 11, so there's going to be a few extra spaces. And if you're going to swing, swing hard. And that's exactly what Ahmad Khan does. He's going to reap the rewards. He'll get 4 runs. Looks cool with the shades on, doesn't he? Yeah, of course, Dunabugdani, they scraped through Group A as in that 4th position, only just. Whereas the Eagles, they again, in the same position, did scrape through, essentially coming in as the 4th best team from Group B, but with Kashmir Budapest not winning a single game, it was a pretty comfortable one for them. Back of a length, misses out on this one. Does Khan, not able to quite get that one away. You can see there, there's a bit of breeze, it seems, at the ground. Fuller misses out on the slop delivery. That's another one that's going to frustrate Khan. You can just see, well, that's what he was trying to play. It probably didn't look as if that was a shot he was playing, though. And the thing is, as well, you've now got big old Sachin Chahan at the non-strikers, who's just sort of eagerly awaiting a call to run through for a single. Of course, the Eagles sort of stepped away. The Royal side have all stepped away from their classic orange that they've done for a good number of years. Wild swing, and it's going to be a celeb appeal from Mishra, and it will be to another degree of success. He picks up his 2nd, and yeah, I could just see that Khan was looking frustrated, wasn't he? He missed out on a couple of deliveries that were probably there to be hit, but unfortunately for this one, he just misses out on it. Finds a little tickle, and another one bites the dust. The old partnership between the likes of Mishra and Mir behind the stumps, and they combine. Nobody safe, and another wicket falls. 2nd down now, 22 for 2. Big edge on this one, and there was no debate on this one. He was off, wasn't he? It was the genuine celeb appeal, the celebration with a slight hint of appeal just to make sure. There's a definite thick edge, and that one will race straight through to the keeper. Simple catch for Salamir behind the stumps. But I tell you what, you wouldn't look at Dunabugdani thinking that there are only 9 out there. They are putting it all out on the line, aren't they? Both looking to get a victory. Someone will get one at the end of this game. Good finish to a really good spell from Mishra. He goes for just 2 for 9 off his 2 overs. And it's a really, really good, promising power play for Dunabugdani. End of the 3rd. The Eagles are 22 for 2. And yeah, of course, you have me for the duration of this entire game. And that gives Nish a well-earned break, of course. And of course, shout out to Danny as well. Danny Hudacek was there for the 1st week alongside Mr. Maximo himself. So I know that there's a good array of commentators being used over the next couple of weeks as well. It's the joys of a busy summer schedule. There's lots of cricket coming up. I know we'll get a chance to look at it later on, but lots of cricket coming up on the network, not only in the sort of summer months, but also going into sort of September and October and even onwards from there. Gabane, the skipper, is going to come on for this 4th over. Big over this one, isn't it? You kind of feel that if they can get Chahan, then they're really going to be into the thick of this, aren't they? Dunabugdani, they'll be hoping that they can try and take a catch or 2 when offered to them in the field, if there falls to a fielder, of course. Got to talk about the Kangaroos, though. I've been watching on. I've been lurking quite a lot, and how impressive have they been? Okay, it's not quite clicked for them when it comes to results on the board, but you think about the story of what they've got. There's a look at the field for you there, folks, and you can just see a couple of extra spaces out there. Of course, end of the power play means does mean that the the field can spread slightly. Here is Gabani then. Good delivery first up. Nice full Yorker. Just sort of digs this one out. It's eventually filtered by, well, that's Mohammed Zain Sheikh, who is involved for the first time here in the tournament. Good early sighter of him. You can just see a bit of the old knuckable maybe about that one, but the old wobbly seam. But yeah, the Kangaroos, I mean, the story behind them, of course, all Hungarian natives and being brought up with the game in Hungary. It's such a good story. It's what the ECN is all about. It's literally what we try, what the whole idea of what we're doing here on the network. Again, another full delivery, finds a leading edge, just gets over the infield, and now a big chase on for Sheikh, and he's not going to get there, so a boundary for Gupta, who's in at 4. Not the most convincing of strokes, but it's all that matters that goes down in the book, and that's going to be 4. Just getting over the top, and even though it looks like a slightly thicker outfield, it doesn't look as short as what it may have been last year. It still does run away when you get it through that infield. It races away, doesn't it? Needs a response to Gabani. Oh, this one is beautifully played by Gupta. Well, the first boundary was not quite the prettiest, but this one, well, I tell you what, this one might be up there for one of your shots of the day. It's in the slot. It's just a nice cover drive. And that one's going to be 4 on any ground. Lovely shot. Cuatro más. Not a bad looking shot at all, that is it. Just see that. We have a little chat with his with the keeper, just saying, yeah, it was a nice shot, that one. The second one, not the first one. I'm not too worried about the first one, but I wouldn't mind playing another couple like that second shot. That was a really nice way to pick up another boundary. So 9 already off the over. Now an overcorrection. That's going to be a wide ball. Of course, the signal there, you can see they're just too short, just trying to sort of change things up after 2 boundaries. You can kind of understand it from the Dunabagdani skipper. Slightly in the driver's seat. Dunabagdani again, this time just fishing outside the off hit. Gupta. That's how we've seen the back of 2 batters already. Good areas there. That's that corridor of uncertainty, isn't it? There you go. Tick that one off the old bingo card. Jacob saying, nice to see that they've made me feel so at home in the studio. Absolutely. Trying to get funky here. There's a sort of half appeal from the keeper, but the only other man that was interested was the bowler in Gabani. But you can see they're trying to get funky onto the onside, but not really getting anywhere near it. Good signs of lateral movement, though, for Gabani, of course, which is nice to see. Yeah, you can just see there in those trees in the background. A little bit of breeze, just keeping the players and officials cool out there. I'm sure they'll probably tell me otherwise. Fuller, but misses out. It's a wild swing. It's a good comeback, though, from Kushal Gabani. Yeah. Ended up conceding just the 2 boundaries to start with, but he brought it back with a couple of dots. And at the end of the 4th, the score 32 for 2. 4 overs down then. Going at 8s at the moment. Not a drastic run rate, so nothing to be too concerned about for Dunabagdani, of course. It's going to be about what they can do with the bat when they look to chase whatever gets set towards them. But yeah, I mean, you look at the sort of the state of round 2 and how it's all sort of unfolded. It's all been very, very one-sided, really, isn't it? Both the Budapest Super Kings and Cobra CC, of course, getting through. No real surprise to see that those 2 sides were also the sides that finished second in Group A and Group B, respectively. So no real shock to see that. But of course, I know that this the members of this Royal Eagle side will be keeping a close eye on tomorrow, of course, with the Royal Tigers taking part. This is Hasib, starts with a bit of wayward right arm off spin. Yeah, of course, the Tigers topping Group 8, just the 1 loss for them, finishing with a grand 24 points. So a lot of these Eagles will be keeping an eye. This one is off the splice, doesn't even get outside the 30-yard circle. Bit of a 9-9 about that one. So Hasib getting back on the money. Jahan just saying, well, this is probably what I should have done. You can just see here, it just gets a bit big on him, you feel. You can see there, off the splice, doesn't quite catch up to it. This one has been caught up with. Might be a bit of work to do, as it is going to be superbly filtered. That's a great bit of work by Cavani out there. Gets the old skates on. Well, I tell you what, we'll have to watch this in double slow-mo because this is pretty outstanding. First, we've got to make sure that he keeps it within the field of play, which I think he does perfectly. He's absolutely fine there, no contact. But then if we just run this through slightly, he'll slip and slide. Oh, it skipped it. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Excellent bit of fielding, though, nevertheless. Saved a certain boundary. Now goes Fuller, gets through everything. And this is going to probably be 4 buys, or is it? There's a bit of work to do. It's going to stop. And all of a sudden, Salman Mir has to get his skates on. And they'll come back through for the second buy. Oh dear, all happening in the 5th already. Bit of everything so far. Excellent bit of work that, though, wasn't it, from the skipper, Kapani, hitting the old skates. And who's that remind me of Goni Chibui out in Romania not too long ago. There's a couple of times where he just sort of slid everywhere. Good delivery. And he started off with an off-spinning delivery on that first ball, but since then he's sort of come back with some really delightful leg spin. And at the moment, Chauhan and Gupta not really able to pick it. You can see there, just sort of plays. I wonder if we can maybe get a look at this just from the front, from a different angle. You can see here, he sort of holds it very much in those fingers, doesn't he? And uses the fingers for that spin. Now we'll drag this across the line. Won't get anywhere near the middle of the bat. Should just be a single, a slight misfield, but not to be too crucial. And it will be another good over. Spin to win, potentially, is what they're going for. End of the 5th. At the halfway stage, the Eagles are 39 for 2. Of course, this is probably where might be a few fluids being taken on board. So we'll get a little moment just to have a little look at the schedule and the calendar for the rest of the year, of course. Over halfway now. Romania was the halfway mark. We're now into the second half of the year. Hungary, Bulgaria, Italy, Austria and Croatia are all coming up. Then we have, of course, got the all-important ECC that starts in September through to October. Then we go to Malta for the first, what will be the second time that the network's been there in the year. It'll be the first ECS. That'll be over the course of a few weeks. Then we go to Spain once more, and we finish it off with the extended edition of the ECCW, of course, being expanded out to 2 groups now, which is a similar style to what we're seeing with the ECC men's as well. So certainly looking forward to a lot of that. Plenty of action coming up on the network. So do make sure that if you want to stick around, make sure you get involved in the live chat. If you're watching on YouTube, do like the broadcast and subscribe as well. Lets us know that you're enjoying. We're currently at 408,000 subscribers. So maybe, just maybe, whilst myself, Rico and Nish are out in Bulgaria, maybe we'll hit that 410,000 mark. That's what that's the goal at the moment. Yeah, good to see though that fluids being taken on board. This is kind of something that we've seen now come into the frame of things over the last 2 or 3 tournaments, just with the heat that's been going on at some of these locations. I mean, Romania was warm to say the least, and then I know that for a fact that Hungary's been pretty similar, and I know that Bulgaria is going to be pretty much the same as well. This is going to be shake, and he's going to start with a Gundy delivery, and this one is going to go towards the boundary. It's going to be a 6 to start, so Maximo, first one of the innings. Took us to the 6th over, but this one, Gundy, isn't it? Too short, down the leg side, and no batter's going to really miss out on that one. Just have to give it a little helping hand on its way. Well, that one might be lost. That Grizzly might be gone into the depths of those weeds. But yeah, I mean, Hungary's a place that's provided entertainment for years now, hasn't it, on the network? I mean, you go all the way back to the likes of 2020, where the ECN's very own Stefan Gooch set the world alight with those record figures. That's a better delivery. Good comeback. You go back all the way to that 6 for 2, wasn't it, for Stefan Gooch? That's a record that's been in the books, and it's never ever looked threatened. Once or twice it's looked slightly, but it's very rarely ever looked like it's going to come under threat. And again, angling away. He's asking for a wide, but I think when that actually crosses the line, I don't think that's a bad call at all. Yeah, 6 for 2. back in 2020. It's pretty remarkable. I remember Danny Hudacek was actually on comms for that. He's a man that's seen a bit. Seen it all happen. Shake being a good comeback after a Gundy first ball. And just as I say that, he bowls a pretty rank, horrible full toss, and Gabani almost runs past it. And they'll come through for a single. They might just want to check the side on here just to have a look. Let's have a look at this. Is it dipping? Arguably, probably is. I think that might just be okay. Might get away with that one. I've seen them given as well, though. And then you get a good view of Gabani. Just don't know what he's got on the bottom of those shoes. Yeah, and that is just down as one. Thumped into the onside, and that'll be one bounce, 4 more. So Chauhan once more getting into a good little rate of scoring here now, isn't he? 23 now off 14. This one just sits up, really. It's a bit of a hit-me delivery. And Chauhan says, absolutely, here you go. And that'll be one bounce, cuatro más. Even though runs are starting to flow a little bit more, with 11 off this, 7 off the last. Add another couple, because this is going to be a fine tickle down towards the vacant fine leg area. Another boundary. And it's not a terrible over from Shaky. Had a really good couple of deliveries in that middle spell, but finishes with 2 boundaries against his name off the last 2 deliveries of the over. So not the best, 15 coming off it, but a good little fight back this from the Eagles. 54 for 2 after 6. You can see there's the story of play. It was a first baller for Fayaz Khan. And then all of a sudden, Imad Khan was gone as well in pretty quick fashion. You can see there, Mishra and Mir combining. Credit to Dona Bigdani, though, they're really giving this a go, aren't they? They're not coming out and just sort of saying that we're struggling for numbers, so we're just going to sort of field a side that, you know, can play a game. They're giving it a good go. At the moment, though, they need to get that wicket of the big man at the non-striker's end in Chauhan. He is the one that holds the key for this Eagles side if they're going to put a decent total on the board here. Gundy delivery. And it's going to go towards the rope. Not quite good enough from Hasibi. Started with a Gundy delivery in his last over. He's going to start one here now as well. Just see, look at this. Just 2 full. It's a full toss, and any batter's going to take that one on with relative ease. You can see there, I'll tell you what, you don't have to be a body language expert to know what Kushal Gabani thought about that one back in the background there. Yeah, at the moment, not a terrible spell this for the Eagles after losing early wickets. Good afternoon to Duncan, who's jumped in and says, hi Helix, how are you doing? Hope you're well, Duncan. Pleasure to have you with us. This one carved over the top. A bit of a work to do for the fielder out there. Does relatively well. But of course, we still haven't had a golden ball since the 10th of June, folks. And this is the thing as well. In that time, you've had Danny Hudacek and Nish, who are supposed to be the golden boys on comms. It hasn't worked. Quicker delivery from Hasib. This is miscued. There's nobody there, though. Going to be a bit of work to do for Gabani. He's been busy out there, isn't he? The boundary rider. That's a good bit of fielding. He manages to keep it down to just a single. Yeah, that was, of course, back on the 10th of June, wasn't it? In Cyprus, where the Kipro Tigers Limassol, they, of course, tied with the Knight Riders. Inside edge. And again, an early call of at least 1. They probably should have been looking at 2, if I'm being honest with you. Gabani, you can see there, he's thinking, well, how much more have I got to do here, folks? Is anyone else going to come and give this a go? I am the captain. Can I change someone? I'd be pulling rank if I was him. Be sort of be saying, well, anyone else fancy doing the job? Good delivery. Impact outside the line of off stump. Could be a bit of trouble if it's a direct hit. It's not. I have to say, I'm actually surprised that no batters picked up on Hasib's Under Armour, the white Under Armour clashing with the white ball. It's not exactly the easiest of combinations. You can see there the leg spinning delivery just turning away from that off peg. Good effort, though, from Mir behind the stumps. Full up the inside edge onto the ankle. Gets away with it. It's not it's not a bad over from Hasib in the grand context of things. He manages to bring himself back after a bit of a Gundy delivery, and only concedes a couple of singles and a leg bye. At the end of the 7th, 62 for 2. Speaking of upcoming events, let's have a look at what's coming up, of course, between now and September. And as I mentioned, there's a whole magnitude of different things, not only ECS tournaments, but we got a little stay in Croatia from the 2nd of August. I know that Vinny will be out there covering that. Of course, we've got some ECIs where Spain will be taking on Croatia in the T20Is as well. Of course, we go to Bulgaria. That starts Monday. I'll be there with Rico taking you through that first day. Looking forward to that one. We also got the Valletta Cup coming up, but most importantly for me, looking at that, is you got the first ever ECSW in that Croatia event as well. So it's a year of firsts here on the network as Nara Shaman comes into the attack for this 8th over. Nice little partnership now between these two. And he's going to pick this up and launch this over the top. Watch out, scorers. That's going to be a serious hit from Gupta. Races into the 30s with that one. Maximo down the ground. That one has been he's given that the old whack, isn't he, in the old cricketing terms. It's a full toss from Venkata, and unfortunately, you can't bowl those. It's a low full toss. Gets right underneath it. Does Anav Gupta. Moves on to 30 now. He's outscored Chauhan. Another full toss. And again, more work to do out there for the skipper. He's getting his money's worth, isn't he? He's ever present out there at the moment. He can't get away from it. Umpire Amit was under fire there. Take evasive action. Outside edge. And this is going to not quite run away. There's Sheku. Does the work. Yeah, you can, even I can hear it as well. You can hear the train. I know a lot of players get that train in from the city centre of Budapest. Well, happy feet moving, and well, the line doesn't move with him, but the ball does, and that's a glorious shot. Goes into our over the top of extra cover, and that's going to be 6 more. That is glorious from Gupta. You can see here, steps across early, tries to sort of follow him, but just ends up paying into it. He goes that wide that his bat actually almost plugs off the pitch. I don't know if we can see that again from that same angle. A little puff of dust. I don't know if we're going to have time, but this is a really nice display of hitting. Goes again. And this is thumped down the ground. Bit of work to do for the fielder, but it's well watched by Daifule. And they'll get a single. So Gupta will keep the strike. Oh, dear. They're going to come back for a cheeky 2 here. And they're going to be gone. Well, that was almost suicidal, really. Didn't need to take it on because Gupta was going to remain on strike with the single. But Chauhan just sort of offers himself up as a sacrifice, trying to get a sneaky single. And he will have to go. Again, he was just sort of struggling to find the strike, really, you see here. There's a misfield from Narashiman, but it ends up being pretty positive for him as Chauhan tries to come through for a cheeky extra single. But he won't. He'll go for 30. And the score at the end of 8 is 78 for 3. It's been the old clash of kits, isn't it, colours-wise? Red and black. And for what I'm seeing, looks as if there's a hint of slight navy for Dino Bogdani. I think that's the difference for me. Pretty much is the exact same shade of red. Damn it, the umpire just saying, I'm not ready. You can wait for me. Dino Bogdani, favourites at the moment, 65%. As Singh is in at 5. And this is going to be swatted. Just gets over the infield, doesn't it? Yadwinder Singh. Just for a single. Gupta back on strike then. 38 off 23 for him. Carves this away. It's a nice shot. Will probably just be a single as long as there's no misfields. Of course, the highest score, by the way, Gupta before today was 14, and that was not long ago against the Blizzards. So it's the Blinders, sorry. So already he's having a bit of a good day out. That's not the best of shots though from Singh. of course, Bibek Singh. Yeah, the GB Oval, of course, has been home to Hungarian cricket for a long old time now, isn't it? It's played part to arguably probably the best finals day I think I've ever seen last year. Well, this is again mistimed, and there is a fielder there, and oh dear, well, he gets through him, and that's disappointing to see for Abuzar, who's out there at long on, and that is going to be another boundary, and unfortunately, well, I tell you what, Zaidi won't be happy. You see here, he watches it all the way, he has it, a little bit of a jump that he just doesn't need to take. And that, unfortunately, is going to be, well, unfortunately for some, fortunate for the others, 6 runs. So Singh gets that one away, and that'll do his confidence some good. Zaidi's already gone for 20 now off his spell. Hasn't picked up a wicket. Not far away with that one, though, and he knows it. He knows that was almost the wicket-taking delivery. It was a slower ball. Singh probably played about 4 different shots by the time it actually reached him. Watch this here. It's a slower delivery. You can see it. It's almost a bit of the old knuckleball about it. Doesn't quite snick onto that outside of the off stump. I know it's the quicker one, but yet again, the skipper out there, he's been... You've got a feel for him. He'll be happy with his efforts, I'm sure. He'll come through for just a single. That'll be the end of the 9th over then. And with an over to go, they're going to look to try and get up to those triple figures, aren't they? Score after 9 is 87 for 3. There's a story for the bowlers. So you've got an over left from the skipper, which is probably what we're going to see now. You can almost see him coming to the right of your screen. He might come on for this last over. Went for 10, so he'll be hoping to try and pick up a wicket. But just 2 wickets falling. Well, 3 wickets falling, 2 going to a bowler. That was Manas Mishra. What a spell that was. 2 for 9 off his 2 overs at the top. And he was just able to really get things going for this Dina Bugdani side. Yeah, but it's not been the highest of scoring of tournaments again. I mean, it started off all the way back on day 1 when that second game of 172 played 141. But since then, it's not kind of reached the same sort of heights. Being around about 100, 110 has probably been your par score. You kind of go back to the stats at the start of the day, and you kind of look at it, all-time stats as well. Of course, back in 2020, it was not a runs fest. 8.2 is the average. And then this year, it's about 12.9. So yeah, around about 115, 120, 130 is around about your par score. In fact, that is, though, to be fair, that is the highest one that we've had so far in this the history of the European Cricket Series in Hungary. Yeah, but day by day, I mean, as I mentioned, that first day was a high-scoring threat. I think there might be a retirement here. Looks as if Singh's going to be withdrawn from the game. And looks as if that's going to be, I believe, Amir Mohammed is going to come out and try and give it a bit of a swing and try and get something going here. It is a retirement that time around. Don't mind it. I don't mind it. He was just swinging and missing, wasn't he? And I don't think he kind of has the skills to take on the effective bowling of Kushal Gabani, to be honest. So there's just a pause in play here, just to make sure everything's right and correct. Yeah, the thumbs up. 2 dot balls to start the last over. I had a third to that as well. This is superb bowling from the skipper. Leading from the front is Kushal Gabani. He'll probably be in that sort of top middle order, only with the bat as well. He'll be reliant on Daifola as well. And this is certainly a chaseable score. Someone has to get a victory here in this game. It's going to be one of the 2. Someone's O's got to go in this round 2 of fixtures. Again, good delivery, full Yorker, and they can only squeeze this out for 1. Superb death bowling this from Kushal Gabani. Lofted up in the air from Gupta. Bit of work to do for the fielder, but makes no mistake. That's an excellent catch. by Manas Mishra. He's having a good day, isn't he? He's had a good start with the ball, and now in the field takes a nice catch to remove Gupta. So he will go for 39. It's a career best for him on the network, so he'll be happy with his efforts, but just couldn't quite motor along into the 40s and maybe a half century for himself. But nevertheless, it's a good effort in a struggling Eagles side as they now fall to 88 for 5 with a ball to go. You can see this here. It was there to be hit. It was in the slot, if I'm being honest. It was the most hittable delivery that Gavani's bowled in this last over, but just couldn't get underneath it. So the end of Gupta. Abuzar comes out with a ball to go, and there's going to be one thing on his mind, and it's going to be about trying to get this towards the boundary. Here we go then. Last ball deep in his crease. It's going to be an outside edge and gone. So Gavani will finish with excellent figures for 2 for 11 once more. Two bowlers being ever so crucial for this Dinabagdani side. And I tell you what, credit as well to Salman Mir behind the stumps. He's had a great time of it. 4 catches for him. He certainly will be happy to see that on the old scoreboard, as that does mean that the Eagles will finish on a pretty disappointing 88 for 6 off of their 10 overs. And a lot of work to do, of course. If they're going to look to defend this, it will be a pretty interesting one. We've had low-scoring thrillers already. You go back all the way to where Royal Eagles were actually involved in a low-scoring thriller against the Kashmir Budapest back in match 6. So there is certainly scope for some interesting moments in the chase, but it will be 89 what's required as we can go ahead and have a look at the highlights. And it all started off with the first ball, which was a wicket. Fayaz Khan caught behind by Salman Mir, and Manas Mishra was off and away with a celeb appeal. He knew straight away. Then there was an excellent bit of work between Venkata and Gavani out there in the deep, which meant that Sachin Chauhan alongside Ahmad Khan and Anub Gupta were looking to try and get things going, but Ahmad Khan couldn't do that as he was eventually gone the next over. And that was the second for Manas Mishra. It topped off a very, very good opening spell. And away went Mir. He was loving life with Salman. Anub Gupta came out and played some glorious shots. 3 sixes, 3 fours for him. Striking at 156, which probably in the context of, there you go, there's the old slip and slide. In the context of this format, isn't good enough. In reality, there was a couple of buys that went against Salman Mir, but he said, it's okay, lads, I'll go do the work myself. And away he went. He was like a little gazelle riding through there. Chauhan hit a nice couple of shots as well at the top of the order. It once again proving to be crucial. Without him, you just feel that this Eagles side could probably have only struggled. And of course, Gupta playing a very helpful hand. That was probably the shot of the day for him, as that one was lofted nicely over the top. Then they tried a little sneaky single, which, to be honest, was never there. And I can kind of understand why you might want to take it on, but at the end of the day, it actually proves pretty costly, because you look at this now. If Chauhan was able to stay there with Gupta, maybe just the in the back of the mind, knowing you've got 2 set batters out there means you can kind of take on deliveries with freedom. But wickets started to fall, and they took a couple in that last over. How about this for a 10th over? Kushal Gabani, 1 run, 2 wickets. Doesn't get much better than that, does it, folks? So it will mean that the Eagles will finish on 88 for 6 off of their 10 overs. It'll be 89 runs for Dinabagdani, so it's not out of the equation for them. Of course, they're playing 2 games here today. They'll be hoping they can just try and maybe pick up 2 victories out of 2 games. Of course, they take on the Kangaroos later in the last game of the day. In this one, though, you can see there the story. Not the prettiest, just 2 batters getting going, but Dinabagdani, they bowled well. Just 5 extras, 2 wides and 2 byes with a leg bye in there as well. Of course, Vivek Singh was retired out. He couldn't quite get anything going. As for the bowlers, Mishra, the pick for me, but well supported by Gabani as well. Gabani, of course, in the field was very, very useful in that deep square leg. So it's going to be an interesting one. It'll be 89 runs for the side of DCC. Dinabagdani looking for a victory here in round 2. Can they get one? It would be a bit of a pride victory. However, it will certainly be a victory nonetheless. Looking forward to it. We'll be back in around about 8 minutes' time as we'll see the response. Pleasure to be with you here in the studio as we're giving Nish a well-earned break. We'll be back very soon. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Hungary with me, Chagan, on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the European Cricket Network, where we're getting things underway for the second half of match 53. It is, of course, Donna Bogdani taking on the Royal Eagles here in this European Cricket Series here in Hungary, Budapest to be exact, or just outside of. And we're getting things ready and underway, of course. It's going to be an interesting one, as they were only able to get up to 88 were the Royal Eagles, so it'll be a target of 89 for Duna Bogdani, of course. They are a couple light of a full 11, so they'll have to take that into consideration. But, of course, if they are restricted to 61 or less, then it'll, of course, be a bonus point equation. But to be honest with you, in any of these games here today, it's realistically not about those bonus points, because the top two are already confirmed, and we know that there's a bit of pride being played for out there here this afternoon. But good to see that Duna Bogdani giving it a good go with the ball. But now it's all about doing it with the bat, as well they look to chase a relatively chaseable target of 89. As we're ready to get things underway. Here's Ulla, and this is just left by Hasib, and we're still waiting there, and no, the umpire Amit says no, not a wide. Gave it the old Obi-Wan Kenobi, did Hasib. Well, the force is weak with this one, because he couldn't tell where that wide line was. Absolutely fine, no issue with that one. He's still there. He's still there. Still there. No. It's got to be. I mean, I tell you for one, who will be hating that. Rico would have hated that, because he would have been turning around saying, no, what are you doing? Over the top. This is a glorious shot. This is going to be cuatro carreras for Hasib. So he starts nicely as he gets this one away. Over the top. And a nice boundary to start the chase. Just throwing everything at this one, really. That's all you can do, is get that one away. And then just try and capitalise on the hard work that was done by your side in Duna Bogdani at the start, or the first half of this fixture. 89, the total, is certainly certainly helpful. This one just played away. A bit of a misfield by Gupta, that is. He'll be happy though, won't he? Regardless of the result, he'll be happy to have got some runs on the network, a highest score of 14 before today. There's a bit of chat going on about in-studio attire. And good afternoon to you, Kev. Says surely he has it just as a superstition. Well, let's just say that whilst I was in Romania, that jacket got worn twice, and that was it, because it was 40 degrees. Ulla, once more. Long run up, isn't it? For a man who doesn't really push it through. This one mistimed, but it's just going to fall short of the man there. And that time around, doesn't quite carry the distance. You can see there, just sort of opts for this one. Gupta sort of puts hands out and says, hang on, folks, what's going on here? Just falls short of the man there. Good bit of work, though, in the end by Amir Mahmood. You can see a bit of shoelaces being done up there. But this is still a gettable target, this, realistically, for Duna Bogdani. They've got to look to be positive from the off, utilise the power play restrictions, and just try and any sort of wider deliveries, throw everything at it, like that one there. But this time it's just miscued up in the air, and a little 9-9 over the top, but it's not going to get there towards the rope. It's a teaser for the fielders. They'll come back for the second. Nasib is looking to be aggressive, but isn't quite finding the middle of the bat first time around. You can see there another one, this one off the toe. Well, I tell you what, Sami Ulla thought he had his man, but wasn't meant to be. It was just over the infield. 8 off the first with a ball to go, potentially. Is there a way that they can pick up an early wickets? That's what Duna Bogdani did well. They picked up 2 early wickets, didn't they? This one straight to the fielder. They won't take a single. Chauhan will do the work. It'll be a dot ball to finish then. After a good first over, a couple of boundaries. The score is 8 without loss after 1. No, I mentioned it earlier. It's been a long time since the last Golden Ball. Of course, back in June in Cyprus, it's been 219 since a Golden Ball. It's been a long old journey, and we've had some close calls. but we haven't been close enough. Of course, that was, of course, the Kipro Tigers Limassol taking on the Cyprus Knight Riders, and of course it was the Tigers who got the victory. And it was a big showdown, wasn't it? With 6 being needed off the last ball to go to a golden ball the way back on the 10th of June. But, of course, seems like a lifetime ago now. Well, the man who got retired out by his skipper in the first innings, Vivek Singh, is going to come on. Bit of spin in the power play. Don't mind this. Try and change things up, of course. Nice. Say it's spin to start, but it's a quicker delivery. Pumped over the onside. Maximo to start then for Mir. Nice way to open up your account for the afternoon in this lunchtime fixture. He gets the old swivel on this one, and this just sails over the rope. Positive start this for Dino Bogdani. You can also hear as well that there are some positive words of being said by the on-watching teammates as well. They know this is a big chance. They want to get a win in this round 2, don't they? They want to get a win on the board. Just makes the weekend slightly sweeter. Again, similar delivery, but this time miscued up on the splice, and he's going to go. So it's going to be 6 and out for Mir, and that's a little bit disappointing. But Singh stuck to his guns, didn't he? It's a good catch in the end for the fielder out there. He watched it all the way. And unfortunately, that'll be the end of Mir. So 6 and out for Salman Mir. His slightly positive day with the gloves. Not meant to be with the bat, though. He has to make the long, dreaded walk back. He goes for 7. Score 14 for 1. Another shorter delivery, but this time wasn't able to quite catch up with it, was he? And that one went all the way to the fielder's hands. So that will be a single, or a wicket even. And out comes Yadwinder Singh. Of course, have to remember just the 9 individual players for Dino Bogdani, so they have got a little bit of pressure on them from the start. You know, if you kind of look at it in a sense of they're starting essentially 2 down due to the lack of those 2 players. So it's going to be an uphill battle after losing Mir early on. Just having a few connectivity issues with the old scoring. Apologies for that, folks, but it is 14 for 1. Abdul Hasib at the non-strikers. There you go, coming up now, and umpire Stephen just getting annoyed, just saying, hang on a sec, we just want to make sure we got everything right in our end. Again, quicker. This is a really, really nicely, delicately played shot out to backward point. He'll just get a single. Get off the mark straight away. Will Yadwinder Singh. You can see there, Rock just sort of rocks the bounce, and I love that. That's the sign of a good fielder there. He just sort of sits there and goes, yep, that's going out there. You can do the fielding. Come on, chop, chop. Fuller, Yorker, but doesn't quite get the area right, man. This is going to be all one bounce. Cuatro carreras. What a lovely shot that is again from Abdul Hasib. That's twice he's gone over extra cover, and twice he's hit a boundary. That is a really nice shot. And well, the change of length for Vivek Singh didn't work. Similar area, but this time outside edge, and this is going to run away. This will be another boundary. So, well, fortune favours the brave, and Hasib certainly looking to be the aggressive or the aggressor of the 2 out there at the moment. This was full in the slot, but it was pushed wider, slightly wider of that similar line. But unfortunately, it doesn't fall to a hand, so that one is going to be another boundary. Of course, we'll probably see Ajay Jaswal with the ball at some point. I know I did hear rumours that he is carrying a slight injury, but I do know that it is his birthday. So we'll let him off. As this one is going to be another chase with fielder, but it's going to be another boundary. What a great over then at the end of it. They pick up 19 off it. Yes, they lose a wicket of Mir, but he didn't chew up too many deliveries. He had a 6 first up, then was gone next ball. And out came Yadwinder Singh, hit a single, got Abdul Hasib back on strike, and he's gone with a hat-trick of boundaries to finish. It's 27 for 1 after 2. 95% plays 5% now. And it really is an uphill battle, this, for the Eagles. It's been a tough, tough tournament for them. Of course, the sister side of the Royal Tigers. And you can see that's how tough it has been. You can see there just a 1 point from what could have been a possible 3 from 3 losses. But yeah, they really have struggled. Dunedin Kangaroos, yes, that doesn't look pretty for them. But What I will say is how impressive they've been just on the field. And I also know that they've been really pleasant off the field as well. I get sort of comments from everyone at the grounds, and they've been very, very positive. And I know that they've picked up the hearts of the ECN faithful. All right, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Jaswal is going to come on for this third over. This one is up in the air. Oh, gets put down. It was a good effort from Jayakumar, who made the effort to get towards the towards the ball, but momentum, unfortunately, just took him too far. It was off. It was completely mistimed by Yadvinder Singh, and you can see here he actually made ground relatively comfortably, in fact. Now is the way of cricket. It's a harsh leveler, isn't it? Because Jaiswal probably should have had a wicket. Now he's going to get taken to the boundary. That's not very nice on his birthday, is it? Hasib, though, he's loving life, isn't he? Another boundary to his name. Yeah, a little bit more on the Kangaroos as well. Unlucky at times as well, you've got to feel. So it's a lovely story. And again, I mentioned it in the first inning, so I'll try not to harp on, but they've been it's been very refreshing to see. Thumped again. And that is glorious. That is a seriously talented cricket shot from Hasib. That is 6 more down the ground. And that is a really, really nice bit of work to maneuver this straight down the ground. Bottom hand comes right into play. And Jaiswal is just offering up on the plate at the moment. And well done. This one is going to be another boundary. And Hasib, he's riding away with this at the moment. Another 4 more. Jaiswal not able to keep things quiet at the moment. Of course, it would be a nice sort of icing on the cake. Let me have a look at this at side on. I just want to check where the keeper's gloves are here. Of course, we know that there's, I don't know if we're going to get a bit of a chance here, but he just sort of swivels there. He's not far away. We'll come back. And this is miscued into the onside. They'll think of a second. Don't really need to take it on. Gives Singh a bit of a license just to go for this last ball of the power play. Hasib will want to keep the strike, won't he? Yeah, you could just see there, look, a lot of movement. He had to. It was a wide delivery. Good take, though, by Fayaz Khan behind the stumps. Another bit of a pause here in play. Yeah, I'm a fan of the red for the new strip for the Eagles. I was a fan of the orange, though, I have to say. It's too wide. Jaiswal doesn't like it. Let's have another look at this one here. Of course, he always goes wide of that crease, and yeah, that's a wide for me. Well, and he gets told that he's bowling too wide, so goes straighter and gets punished for it. It's a magical over, and already Donna Bugdani are into the thick of this as it's 51 comes up at the end of the third. It's a great power play. It's a really stunning cricket shot, by the way, actually. And it's going to be 6 to finish, so 24 come off the third over. Donna Bugdani racing away to it. What should be a comfortable victory, 51 for 1 at the end of 3. See there was no magical over in that first innings, and that's why Donna Bugdani was so good. They took 2 early wickets, didn't they, in the power play, and they kept the runs down. That was the crucial part of it. It was almost a perfect power play for them, really. 22 for 2 for the bowling side is a big win. Zah is going to take this 4th over. It's a big over, this, if they're going to have any chance of maybe scraping a point from the barrel here, then they're going to have to try and get a quiet over in. This one again miscued. Fielder is there this time, and they do plug the gap finally. There'd been a fair few that had fallen towards that 3rd man area, and Hasib's little adventure comes to an end, but it's a successful adventure. He goes for 34 off 13. He goes for 6 fours and a single 6 in his innings. Damage already done, you feel. 51 for 2 now. Good catch up there. Short third. Good afternoon to Julian, who jumps in the chat. Good afternoon to Kev as well. And to Jacob, who's been in there for a good spell today. And to Helix, and to everyone in between. And I want to say it from me, thanks for keeping Nish company today. It's comms on your own is never easy. This is defended by Daifule. And that one just respectfully plays this one back. This could be the over that they were looking for, by the way, folks. I mentioned it. They need a quiet one if they're going to scrape a point. This could be the over they were looking for. The Silver Fox of Zar. Just holding that heavy length. Changes it up, tries to go full up. Tries to give him the old 1-2, set him up, but Daifule able to just fend this one away. So 2 defensive shots to start for him. Anchors the bat down and says, well, I'm not going anywhere. Stylish man at deep square leg, by the way. Look at that. The old shades and the bucket hat as well to match. Well, somehow this is going to be out. It's going to be a 3-ball duck, and Zar's picked up a second wicket. And unfortunately, Daifule has just not played a good shot whatsoever. That's just mistimed completely. It's a leading edge. It's going to be a 3-ball duck. There's Derek. And now, unfortunately, that's going to be another one that falls. So, Bogdani now 51 for 3, but of course, there are only 9 players. So now just starting to get a little bit nervy. They can pick up another couple, keep things quiet. They're certainly not out of this, the Eagles. Something you've got to remember, 51 for 3 is essentially 51 for 5. So, interesting times this for Donna Bogdani. I had a little hunch in that break. Sort of said, well, this one just feels a little bit interesting, this target. And what's happened here now? I think it should be Gabani who's on strike, because that's the skipper who's come out at 5. Edvinder Singh at the non-strike has sort of seen it all happen at the moment. Is there a way of coming back from the dead here, the Eagles? He's currently on par for what would be a very good over. Now that's another dot. We could be looking at a double wicket maiden here, folks. Gabani swings and misses at the first one. No way near. He's so early on it. You can see that. This is exactly what the doctor ordered, isn't it, at the moment? Can he keep it quiet? Even if it's a single, it's not detrimental whatsoever. And that's probably all it will be. It'll just be one. So a huge over, a big over from Zar. Picks up 2 big wickets, 2 important wickets, and only goes for a single run. That's a really impressive 4th over. It's 52 for 3 after 4. 37 off of 18 is the equation then. From here on in for a bonus point. This is certainly looking like it could come down to the wire. Early shout of a tingle, perhaps, some would say. Let's have a look at the terms. And I always say this, if you're colourblind, we apologise, because you're not going to have much luck with that. But you can see there, well above the rate. The wicket's certainly starting to be an issue. Of course, they only have the 9 wickets, so just got to keep that one in mind. I think Gabani's just having a bit of pad issues at the moment. I'd say I'm thoroughly enjoying my first studio experience. Fingers crossed for many more. I absolutely wouldn't say no. It's a lovely place to be. Kind of feels like it's a rite of passage coming through from, you do your commentary school, and then you I know Corey's done a bit of remote, as has Vinny, of course. Vinny did some stuff last week, or 2 weeks ago, in fact, in Romania. This is Ulla, who comes back for his second in this all-important 5th. You can see the breeze now just starting to pick up. That one, oh dear. Well, the less said about that one, the better, because that could have left a bit of a mark. Just a bit of nerve starting to kick in for this Donna Bogdani side. Leaves it correctly. That's been deemed as a wide. Let's have a look here. Of course, consistency is all you're asking for. Yeah, one of those. Of course, the line now belongs to the bowler, so Ulla will be a little bit first Might be slightly with that one. Well, I say consistency is all you ask for, but if that first one's a wide, then this second one's a wide. That's all I'm going to say. For me, that's just the way that the cookie crumbles. I know there was a few discussions of some wide calls in that previous game between the Kangaroos and United Chala Budapest. Kangaroos would have been hoping that they could have had a bit of an upset. Oh, this is another good delivery. That's much better. Yeah, they would have been hoping they could have had an upset against an already qualified side, but yeah, they chased it in the 8th over, didn't they? Relatively comfortably in a 9-wicket victory. Well, the Kangaroos will be back again, so looking forward to... Well, I might have to keep an eye on that one. Kangaroos, they sort of remind me of the... of where we previously were in Romania, of Transylvania. They're a side that they look to sort of win over a few hearts, and I think they've done exactly that, haven't they? But yeah, they take on the Eagles in that one, so the Eagles go back-to-back. The Eagles will be batting in that one, so they'll be hoping, of course, you'd argue that Kangaroos looking slightly stronger than what Donna Bogdani was sort of threatening. Finally get something away off the bat. Oh dear, but a yes, no, maybe. And unfortunately, they will end up coming through for a single, but it wasn't pretty. Gabani, after facing, what was that, 4 dot balls, does get one away. Another issue for him with his pad. He clearly isn't having much luck with it. Yeah, of course, this is just a sort of warm-up before tomorrow, isn't it? The all-important finals day. The Tigers taking on the Blinders. That's, of course, a big, big game, isn't it? There's a lot of domestic rivalry in that one, of course, between the Tigers and the Budapest Blinders. I know a lot of... I say it time and time again, Hungary was the host to my favourite finals day ever that I've watched or been at the ground for, honestly. It was the bronze final, which normally and stereotypically, this is just going to be dropped and they should come through for a single, and they will eventually. And it will be a single. So end of the 5th, it'll be 55 for 3. And, well, this one coming down to the wire, potentially. Halfway stage. Gives us a chance that we can reminisce on that finals day last year. Well, we can, but what we can also do is talk about the squads coming up for the ECIs, of course. Hungary, Czechia, and Romania. Of course, Romania, names in there that we'll pretty much recognise all the way through due to our previous 2 weeks that we were just there for. But you can see there for Czechia some names that are quite new. Of course, Riaz Afridi's in there, Tomar, the tank himself, Dylan Steyn, of course, ever present. And Sazi Buyan, of course. Sazi Buyan had a great ECS and ECIs back in Czech Republic as well. Hungary, of course, some big names in there. Good to see the likes of Vinoth still there, Abatesh as well. Of course, Abbas Ghani. Matty Ainsworth involved as well. That's going to be a big moment for him. Of course, Hash Mandian as well in there. Marc Desfontaine as well. So some big names in there. Abbas Ghani as well. Of course, and Ali Farasat, big members of the Blinders lineup. So looking forward to that one, of course. That's at the weekend, and it will be, it will be Vinny and Nish taking you through those. But yeah, going back to it quickly, that finals day, the bronze final, which stereotypically is a dead rubber that no one really wants to play. And it's honestly out of nowhere, I think it was 35 or 5. It was just ridiculous with no balls here and there. It was crazy. If you get a chance to go back and watch the highlights of last year's bronze final and the final between which the Blinders went and won last year, if you get a chance, go ahead and watch them back, because they are honestly some of the best ECN matches you will ever see. They are unbelievable. Anyway, back on this one, and at the moment, this is starting to look a little bit nervy. Well, there you go. That's one way to relieve a bit of pressure, and that'll be a huge sigh of relief in the dugout for Dino Bogdani, as that one gets the old swivel on it, turns this one nicely into the onside, says Carreras. That one was right out of the middle for Yadvinder Singh, who's just been sat there watching it all unfold. He's been there and watched 2 come and go as he's come in. And that's only his 6th delivery that he's faced. Good afternoon to Rajiv Rahman as well. Nicely played. Nice bit of work. Jaiswal does get a bit of a foot on it, but it works. It's effective. Bit of a change in field as well. And Julian saying good to see Pav in the live. Of course, yeah, we saw Pavel Florin, of course, play for Romania in those in the ECIs towards the back end in the ECIs in Romania. It's the first time in 3 years that he put on a Romanian shirt, and I know that he was happy and very, very dubious to. He was like a Cheshire cat, grinning from cheek to cheek. He was so happy to be back in and involved and amongst it. Oh, this one inside edge, but we'll miscue out to the fielder out there. Of course, good bit of work. Julian saying spoilers. Honestly, it's the best 2 final games of a stint in a country you'll ever see. It's the best way to finish it. It's one of my favourite finals, and as a bronze final, which, as I say, are very normally pretty slow. It was unbelievable. Again, played straight to the fielder, though. And they do take on the single. That's good running by Gabani. He set off pretty early, didn't he? He said, we're going to get a single hit. Singh, you're going to keep the strike. That's what they do. And they'll finish with a single off the over. So 64 for 3 at the end of 6. It's 25 needed off of 24 deliveries, of course. If they get a magical over now, then they get the point. But it certainly is looking interesting. Afternoon to Alan as well. Jumps to the chat. And Jeff as well. You can see that's a story. Of course, they have only got the few wickets left. 6 to be exact. Mishra probably down to come in next. But you'd hope and you'd like to see these two. Gabani just needs to bat with a sensible head, doesn't he? Yadvinder Singh just needs to, they need to keep each other company more than anything. But it is good to see, and I think this is the benefit of the ECIs, of course. I haven't had some ECIWs for a couple of tournaments now, but with the 3, as Jaiswal comes back and starts with a dot. Of course, the benefit of having the 3 men's sides in the tri-series just adds a little bit more to it in terms of the contest between the sides. And yeah, 3 pretty even playing sides in those three nations that are taking part this weekend. So definitely cricket to be looking out for. That's too wide though. Jaiswal just does have a tendency to push it too wide as he comes across that angle. That's too wide. No question about that one. And this has got through. The keeper has got a bit of glove on this as Khan. And now there's a bit of work to do for the chasing fielder. Bit of panic sets in. They'll come through for a wide and an extra run. You can see there, look, Advinder Singh just saying, lads, just settle. Let's just calm down a little bit. We're still in the driver's seat here. We don't need to press the panic button yet. And he's absolutely right. And now there's just, and he's even going to go and have a chat with his skipper saying he's going to chuck you a straight one at some point. Just be careful. Don't want to get surprised by the straighter delivery, do you? But no, of course, yeah, the Eagles taking on the Kangaroos. That coming up in 44 minutes' time on the hour. Looking forward to that one. I'll be watching that with a close eye as Nish will be back on your screens. Or back in your headsets or on your speakers anyway. He'll be taking you through. Match 54, of course. Lofted up in the air, has not got anywhere near the middle of the bat, but it's going to probably fall between the two of them, and it does. And it was a good attempt, good bit of work by Jaya Kumar to try and get round, but genuinely nowhere near the middle of the bat for Gabani, and he struggled to find anything off the bat, to be honest. But you can see there as well, you saw Jaiswal not quite running as quickly as he'd normally tend to. He just sort of a bit gingerly on one of those legs. I'm sure Nish will have more information as to what that little injury is. But I do know there is a slight niggle. Yeah, that match 54 is coming up soon. So do make sure you keep around and tune in, and also keep Nish company, of course. 21 still required then. And 20 still required because Jaiswal's bowled another wide. He's had a fair few wides, unfortunately. That's now the 5th to go against him. Well, this isn't a wide. Oh, dear. Well, what could have been for Karang Talreja, because it was almost a one-handed Jalebi catch, and Jaiswal's got the old double teapot out. And unfortunately, he just has to watch that one go down. It was a tough chance. It's one of the half chances that if you're going to win a game of cricket, you need to see taken. But it just wasn't meant to be. It was an attempt at the old Statue of Liberty. But it goes on through. Gabani now 4 off 11. He's got a license to go for it here. It does take it on, and it's a glorious shot. That's a really nice shot. That'll be carved away. That'll be cuatro carreras, and a nice way to finish the over. And again, just keeps them ahead of the rate in the driver's seat. And it will be a 4 to finish. 74 for 3, and you can just see there the Eagles have confirmed the point, which is always a positive for them. Speaking of what's coming up next, let's have a look at the lineups. You can see there are no real changes. There's Rick Yang still involved, which is nice to see. Charlie Inglis as well. Be all about the Ainsworth trio, of course, in Paul, Robbie, and Matty, and of course Gabor Tarok, the skipper, and Monossi behind the stumps. No changes for the Royal Eagles. No changes for them in that one. That one coming up in 40 minutes' time. Helix is on his way to a 2-month perm ban after asking, have I recovered after it not coming home? No, I have. I completely have. We played terribly. We didn't deserve to win. Simple as that. Anywho, that's the least. That's the last that will be said on that matter until Bulgaria went on with Rika, because I'm sure he will have a lot to say about it then. 15 required for victory here for Donabugdani, looking to get their first victory in this round of fixtures. Gupta starts off nicely. Gupta is normally a pretty handy bowler. He's got good figures of 2 for 25. 2 for 26 are his best this year. He's only bowled a handful of overs. He hasn't played that many games. It's only his 5th game he's been involved with. So in the runs in the first half, can he pick up a wicket or two to maybe make this game a little bit tighter? Yadvinder Singh, as much as it's not the most exciting innings, he's playing a very, very good innings. It's a sensible, mature innings where he's just fending off the straight balls. If you get a single, you get a single. That's a victory at the end of the day. Good afternoon to Peter as well, saying lost count of the number of wides today. It's been a fair few. I mean, in this game alone, we didn't see that many. We only saw 5 extras in the first, but we've seen 7 so far in this innings. Takes it on. Bit of a teaser potentially, and it's going to be 4 runs. Doesn't, again, come out of the middle of the bat, but nevertheless, finds the gap, and it's going to be 4 runs. And there you go. The train comes through and lets us know that is 4 runs. And that one is certainly, again, just going to breathe a sigh of relief in that Donabugdani dugout. Just 10 near. They can do it in 2 hits if they wish to now. Well, he's going to try to, and he's going to get it. That is Moosed, is it? Yes, it is. Only just clearing the rope. But that is a Maximo from Gabani, and well, he sort of waited on it, didn't he? Waited and bided his time, but finally has got one out of the screws. And that one will certainly feel nice. And that's going to be 6 runs for him. So the skipper is doing exactly what was being asked for him. I said to him, he's just got to stick around here. It gets easier the longer you're out there. That's exactly what we're seeing. So 4 and 6 looking slick. Just 4 needed for victory then. Well, he's not going to do it himself, but he's pretty much got them over the line. As Gupta cleans him up, though, sends him packing, says, not going to be you to do it, I'm afraid. As Gabani will go for 18 off of 15. Bit of a consolation wicket for Anup Gupta. As he picks up one for himself. Score 85 for 4. And Helix saying no more will be said. It's only a game. Absolutely. To be fair, though, I think you could say that to any country apart from England. I feel like England's the only country that takes it as serious as they do in terms of football when it comes to that sort of thing. But nevertheless, it is what it is. There'll be other opportunities, hopefully. Jacob's saying, hopefully first experience remotely has been as enjoyable as it has been for us. It absolutely has been. I was thinking I might tease you to a little very quick hunt the answer, but I thought I'll save it for Bulgaria. I've got a good couple coming up for Bulgaria, so we'll leave it for then. But yeah, do make sure you, of course, tune in over the next couple of days. Finals day tomorrow. Big game coming up between the Eagles and the Kangaroos next, of course. Well, there's half of an appeal as Naresh Aman comes in And luckily for him, there's Yadvinder Singh probably at the other end because he didn't look like he had too much of an idea. That's going to be the end of the over then. 85 for 4. Yeah, Peter Sank's only game. Don't be upset. I'm absolutely fine with the result. It is what it is. It's absolutely fine. Anyway, that's confirmation that they're pretty much going to get there realistically within this in this 9th over, you feel? Just 4 runs needed. Yadvinder Singh, as I mentioned, has played a very good innings here, hasn't he? He's just been sat there, came in at 3, and wickets did fall around him. He's just sort of rolled with the punches, isn't he? And well, made things look pretty simple. They're going to go back to Vivek Singh. This is off the pad. Not going to take a single. I don't know if there's much trust in Venkata Narasimhan. Short and into the onside. Bit of work to do. Well, do they take the single here? They will. That's a bit of a surprise. They'll take a single then. A high score of 17 not out. That was last year for Venkata. So can hit a ball. 2 4s and a 6 ever on the network for him. 4 ducks. Well, they're just asking the question here. Good tidy work, though, from Fayez Khan behind the stumps. Trying to keep the game alive. And just go back just to make sure there's no encroachment. I don't think they're too concerned, though, but it might be interesting to have a little look. They're going to look to go again, aren't they? As unfortunately, it's a pretty comfortable victory for Dinner Baghdadi. They look pretty happy and content, and they should be, shouldn't they? As they are your winners here in match 53 by 6 wickets. Of course, the Eagles, as I mentioned, they're going to have to pick themselves up and go again, as they will, of course, be taking on the Kangaroos. I'll be looking forward to seeing the Kangaroos again. Can they pick up a victory? As the Eagles are looking a little bit down in the dumps, aren't they, at the moment? But nevertheless, we'll look forward to that one. Let's have a look at the highlights of this one. As well, it all started off pretty nicely, didn't it, for Hasib? He motored along with his innings, didn't he? 34 of 13 deliveries. And when you get someone who goes off like that at the start, it's very difficult to defend it when you're only defending 86 or 88 even. And that's exactly what we saw. 34 off 13, 6 fours and a 6 for Hasib. But no one else really getting going. Yadvinder Singh did play a helping hand in that 20 off 16 for him. And, well, look at it. There were some nice shots there, wasn't there, to be fair. Like Yadvinder Singh, as I mentioned, played a really good hand, and that was a nice way to get things going, wasn't he? But that was a good catch in the end by the fielder out there. That was the end of Daifale. Daifale just, it was a weird dismissal for him. Yadvinder Singh did play a nice couple of shots, 2 sixes for him. And, well, what could have been for the sub fielder out there in Thorov Gowda. And you got to feel that, unfortunately, just for the Eagles, just wasn't enough runs on the board. Nice little innings from Gabane, who, to be fair, actually did play a nice hand, 18 off 15. He struggled to start with. I think he was 1 off 6. But he certainly got things going with a couple of boundaries, 2 fours and a 6. And it was going to be done with 4 leg byes. So it will be a 6-wicket victory. The Eagles, though, still haven't got a win in this second round of fixtures. But the Donna Bogdani do pick up a victory, and they'll be very happy for it as well. We can have a look at the scorecard then. See there, Hasib at the top of the order was crucial. But then a nice little partnership between Yadvinder Singh and Gavani. That was the just sort of winning one, wasn't it? Because they were able to get them over the line, and Narishman ended up not out off 3. So good for the old average for Venkata. Bowler-wise, Abuzar, of course, that good first over of 2 for 1, but let it go in the second, didn't he? And once again, just not enough runs on the board for the Eagles, I'm afraid. But they've got to, as I say, pick themselves up off the floor, dust themselves off, because they've got to bat first again. They put themselves into bat, so maybe they're looking for a bit of redemption. As Zar, definitely a pick of the bowlers, 2 for 10 for him in that one. Well, it's been a pleasure to take you through this one, and loved my first experience of being in the studio. Hopefully many more to come, but of course do make sure you come back in about half an hour's time, as Nish will take you through match 54, as you can see there, final clarification of a 6-wicket victory for Donna Bogdani. It's been a pleasure to call you through this one, and absolutely looking forward to the next, of course, tomorrow. That's a big final, so looking forward to that one. But of course, plenty more cricket to come here on the network over the next couple of months, and hopefully I'll be there for some of it as well. Pleasure to have your company. Make sure you keep Nish company over the next 2 games, and certainly looking forward to the rest of today's action. Been a pleasure. Make sure you come back in half an hour's time as match 54 will get underway, as you've been watching the European Cricket Series here in Hungary with me, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for our fourth match today between the Royal Eagles and the Danubian Kangaroos. Let's head over to the coin toss.
It's Eagles against Kangaroos. Kangaroos, it's your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's tails.
We're gonna bet first.
Eagle won the toss, and they will bat first.
Thank you very much for that update to match referee Suleiman Said. So match 54 is coming up, our second last match of the second round. It's great to hear Charlie in the previous game. Of course, can't wait to work alongside him next week in Bulgaria. But we will turn our attention to match 54, the Royal Eagles about to take on the Danubian Kangaroos. Danubian Kangaroos, well, as you can see, 1 in 10 so far this tournament. You know, they've been involved in some competitive matches, but unfortunately results just haven't quite gone their way. And they'll be hoping to get a win here against a, well, let's just say, incredibly demoralized Royal Eagles side who really had a difficult tournament, to say the least. And of course, they were beaten pretty handily by DCC in that previous game, which Charlie so wonderfully took you through. Here's a look at the win predictor. The Kangaroos fancied as slight favorites. I mean, 55-45, it's almost a coin flip, so this game is even Stevens. Of course, the Kangaroos, well, they batted superbly in the previous match. Just didn't quite click for them with their bowling, which is quite surprising. I mean, their bowling unit looked great in the opening day of round 2. I mean, they did a superb job against Cobra Cricket Club, as well as Super Kings. Bowled superbly in both those matches. It just didn't quite work for them in that previous match. But they'll be hoping for a stronger performance here. There we go. First ball. Match 54 is coming up. A beautiful ball to start off. Perfect delivery, just going across the left-hander, Talreja. Yeah, top delivery to start proceedings. This comes off the inside edge of his bat. It's going to go past Yang at fine leg. Pick up a run over here. Talreja is off the mark. And we got Gupta now. Coming in here at the other end, set to face the first ball. Quality player, Gupta. Real quality player. See that one just batting outside his crease. Oh, cut that one beautifully. And it's gone away for 4. Really nice looking shot there by Gupta. What a nice way to get off the mark. Edwards just goes a bit short and wide, and he gets punished. A very good looking cut shot here. Plays that perfectly along the carpet, and it goes for 4. You can see Gabriel giving chase over there, but he's never going to get to that ball. Yeah, so the Royal Eagles, of course, were handed a loss in match 53, the previous match, by Dinabogdani CC, of course. Dinabogdani CC have one more game that's coming up in 2 hours and 12 minutes against these very Danubian Kangaroos. That'll be the last match of the second round. Oh, beautifully played. But he's hit it straight at the fielder. Yeah, a couple of nice looking shots here to start off for Gupta. This one's played out towards mid-on. It's fielder out there. That's Matty Ainsworth. The two Ainsworths at long on and long off. So yeah, you'd expect Edwards to look to bowl full and straight with this kind of field setting. Now that he bowled really well to Telereja in those two balls at the start of this over. Got one to just go across Telereja and managed to get an outside edge on the second delivery. That one is gonna hit the stumps. End of the first over. 6 runs come off it. And a good start here for Edwards. Let's have a look at the calendar for 2024. Of course, the 2024 season has provided us plenty of thrill and excitement as we've taken fans on a great tour across the continent. We started off the season all the way back in January in Cyprus, and as you can see, there's still plenty more to come after Hungary. We've played in some scenic grounds all over the continent. Robbie Ainsworth comes on to bowl and starts off with an absolute beauty. This is a Jaffer. Take a look at this. Draws him on the front foot. Not too much footwork, I have to say. Footwork there by the batter was rather poor. He's just pushing at the ball. He's drawn forward, and it's gone past his outside edge. That's a perfect ball in any format of the game. A lovely ball there by Ainsworth. And yeah, we've played in matches in some scenic grounds all over the continent. Each destination has offered its unique blend of culture and cricket. And we're in a city which is a big cultural capital, of course, Budapest. It's been at the forefront of many great historical events, so many different cultures and empires. That one's gone up in the air, but it's going to fall short of the fielder. So it's just great to be here in this beautiful country of Hungary. And it's another place where we've had the great pleasure of watching the sport continue to grow and blossom. And long may that continue. What a year it's been so far, and we're still glad there's so much more to come this summer and this calendar year. Up in the air, this could be a catching opportunity. Ainsworth might be able to take this off his own bowling, and he will. It's another great moment for this young man who's an absolute star here in Hungary. A budding superstar on the European Cricket Network. They've talked a lot about his batting over these last couple of days, but we've also seen how great he is with his bowling and his fielding. Both him and his brother, you have to say, they got a bright future ahead of them. And the Royal Eagles lose their first wicket early. They're 7 for 1. This one's gone straight up, shot straight up. And that was very well taken by Ainsworth. Got Dilbar, who's just come out to the middle. It's been the second highest run getter for the Eagles so far this ECS. Oh, catches the outside edge of his bat. Third is in back, and it's going to go away for a 4. Dilbar, he's looking to go for the big shot again and just clears that front leg. He's trying to smack this towards mid-wicket. It's caught the outside edge. Goes away towards third for a 4. Yeah, very lucky there, Dilbar. He'll leave that one alone. No need to play a shot at that. That one's well wide. inside edge here, but it's going to go straight to a fielder, so it's not going to hurt the Kangaroos. End of the second over, another great over here for the Kangaroos. The Royal Eagles are 12 for 1. Yeah, it's a good start here. This is more what we're used to seeing from the Kangaroos, I think. I just wonder if they became a little bit more casual because they had runs on the board in that previous match. I think it was just more to do with the quality of the batting. I think they intimidated some of the bowlers as well in this Kangaroo side. I think they just came up against a real behemoth of a team in the United Chalad Budapest, who've played their last game in this tournament. Won't be seeing them feature again. This is struck firmly towards cover, throws it to the non-striker's end, and that's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, you've got to say UCB, certainly they're a good team. Just didn't quite have that X factor which helped them get to the elimination round. A little bit unlucky as well. They lost a couple of close ones during the second round. They could easily have been participating in that elimination round. Of course, they had a tough defeat in their opening match, losing by 1 run, and then almost pulled off the greatest chase on the European Cricket Network in their second match. Just got to feel for them. You know, for these 3 teams left, of course, none of them will be participating in tomorrow's cricket, but it's a chance for them to really maybe get a few personal accomplishments in these last couple of games they're going to play. 4 runs over there. Nice shot, well played. Manav Gupta. He can play a few good-looking strokes early in his innings. Hitting that through the covers. Hasn't quite middled it. It's just come off that outside edge of the bat. It's probably gone a little bit squarer than he would have liked. And he'll happily take the runs. Oh, well. Well. Not sure I agree with this decision. Actually, he's right. The umpire's right over there. I think he's got that one spot on. I think just with the Kangaroos, though. I mean, they've had quite a few harsh wide calls, in particular in that previous match. But I think of it there, you have to say that the umpire got that one right. Just overcompensates a little bit. And Arthur Edwards, almost called him Anthony Edwards again. Yeah, in case we have any basketball fans in here, you'll know Anthony Edwards from the Minnesota Timberwolves. It's a good idea, though, by Arthur. I think he was just looking to go for that toe-crushing Yorker, but he's just missed it by a couple of inches, and it ends up being wide. No, this is a glorious shot, but it's a great fielding there by the captain, Torok, and that's how you lead by example. That's what you want your keepers, beg your pardon, your captains to do. Slightly over pitch delivery, looked like it was there to drive, and Torok puts in a good dive and just sets an example for all the other youngsters in the team. Leading by example. Yeah, just pulls the parachute there right at the end, Arthur. This time he's going for a big shot over long off. And he's going to get this one over extra cover. Dilbar not quite middling that one, but this is power play batting. You've got fielding restrictions in place. You can afford to take these risks. You can just see, goes back in his crease. Looks to hit the big shot, lofts it over the fielder at extra cover. And it's gone for 4. Yeah, they had a quiet start. The Royal Eagles, the first couple of overs, they managed to get just 12 runs, so they're taking a few risks here right at the end of the power play. Oh, this is A terrific shot. I don't think Matty Ainsworth is going to be able to get there. It was really nicely hit. Edwards probably going a bit too short, giving the batter too much width as well. And it's just a flat bat. Shot straight towards mid-wicket. Once again, just shifting that front leg so he gets that room to unleash that hit. And it's away towards mid-wicket. Here's a look at the power play. 29 for 1 at the end of 3. First couple of overs obviously went great for the Kangaroos, but that third over, just to make sure that the Royal Eagles do get something decent out of the power play. They'll still not be entirely pleased. 29 runs of 3 overs. Gotta say, the Kangaroos will be the happier of the two teams at the end of it. Now to continue with Robbie Ainsworth here. I like this aggressive captaincy. Both Edwards and Ainsworth getting bowled out right at the start. And there is the second wicket. This is a big one. It's the end of Gupta. So both the openers have been sent back to the dugout. Oh, great ball there. Full and straight. Classic case of you miss and I hit. Just looking to play across the line over there. Gupta had a straight one. And it ends up crashing onto his stumps. The second ball, wicket falls for the Royal Eagles. They are 29 for 2. There, you can just see that their stumps have been disturbed. It's Timber here in Budapest. Oh, it's an edge, and oh, it's just gone past the keeper. Would have been a terrific catch if he'd taken it, but I like this. I like this. They've got Yang all the way out at deep third. We've seen so many runs go through that region, and I'm glad that the Kangaroos have finally plugged that gap. I'd say so many teams so far here in Hungary have been reluctant to have a deep third in place. Really surprising. I mean, obviously with the advent of the Southern Crossfield and a number of other innovations we've seen in T10 cricket, it always puzzles me when I see teams not employing a deep third, particularly against someone who's bowling with Ainsworth's pace. So with Ainsworth bowled out here, it's going to be interesting to see who the Kangaroos are going to give these remaining 6 overs to. Obviously, they can't turn back to Arthur Edwards. He's been bowled out as well. This has gone up in the air, and Yang's going to take that catch. What a moment there for Yang. We know he was so close to getting his first ever European cricket wicket yesterday. Unfortunately, the catch was put down, but he makes no mistake over here. He'll be absolutely delighted taking a catch of Ainsworth's bowling. A great moment for that young man. And the third wicket falls here for the Royal Eagles. You gotta love it. It's a great moment. Rick Yang, playing in his first ever European cricket series, takes his first catch on the network. And it's off the bowling of Robbie Ainsworth. Let's take another look at this. Just comes off the top edge of the toe end of the bat. No mistake there by Yang. He's been positioned at deep third. Goes the old Aussie way to catch that. And he's taken it. Nice work for that young man. We'd love to see him get the ball again at some point over these last 2 games. Yeah, it's gone up in the air. Could this be another catch? No, it's going to fall short of Matty at long on. Yeah, really taken control of this innings, haven't they? The Kangaroos. A couple of wickets in this over have just put them back in the driver's seat. Look at the expected score right now, 96 for the Royal Eagles. Just say that's simply not enough, is it? Another one coming off the toe end of the bat. They're just not able to find the middle of it so far, are they? Of course, if these two teams playing each other for the first time this series, they were in different groups in the first round. We will see a rematch of round 1 in our final match of the day when the Kangaroos take on Dinabugdani. Let's have a look at the graph so far. I can just see that little dip right at the end of there because of that previous Robbie Ainsworth over where gave up just 3 runs, picked up a couple of wickets. Now looks like it's going to be Adam Gall, the 3rd highest wicket taker of this European cricket series. He's been a real wicket-taking machine for the Danubian Kangaroos. He makes a few more inroads here, and the Royal Eagles will really have their backs up against the wall. And at that stage, I really feel like they would even struggle to get into the 80s. And the Kangaroos only win so far this European cricket series, coming in a dramatic win against the Budapest Zalmi. They won that one by just 4 runs. Brilliant defense at the end. They set the Zalmi a target of 106 and then bowled superbly in the second innings to restrict that dangerous Zalmi side. Gone up in the air, and it's probably going to clear the fielder. Has it cleared the rope as well? Yes, it has. It's a 6, and also the 1 for the over. Yeah, so his bouncer's kind of gone wasted in the end since the batter's played an exquisite shot over there. Very nicely struck by Swarup Gowda. Gets underneath that ball so well and hooks it away delightfully. It was a slower ball there by Gall, and it's a deceived Gowda. Yeah, as he got enough on this to get past the fielder inside the ring at mid-wicket. It just landed to the left of Inglis, who would have momentarily thought he had a chance to potentially get at this one and catch it. Creating some opportunities here. Gall. Oh, he takes a tumble after bowling that one. Really putting everything into every ball. Let's take a look at this. Oh, yep. This falls over after bowling that. Got one more ball to come in this over. And then both teams will have a drinks break. No, it's been given a wide. Well, I'd like to take another look at this. Well, keep in mind, if even 1% of the ball catches that line, it shouldn't be a wide. Well, I'll leave that for you at home to decide whether you think that's a wide or not. Oh, this is a great shot. This is a great hit. What a sweet connection right out of the middle of the bat. Mahmood has absolutely crunched that one. This is not a terrible ball here by Gall. It's just superbly hit. And a massive, massive 6, one that you gotta say the Royal Eagles desperately needed. And they are 47 for 3 at the halfway stage of this innings. A great chance to welcome you into our commentary position for the Parry match in-game analysis. Of course, right now you have to say the Kangaroos are in the driver's seat. They've got the Royal Eagles exactly where they would want them. They made some early inroads, got those wickets, and they've done a good job of contending them. The Eagles, well, they've had a pretty difficult tournament so far. They're coming off that huge loss to Dinabugdani CC, and they're desperately looking for their first and what would be only win of the second round, as of course they're playing their last match of this tournament here against the Kangaroos. The Eagles, well, they had a number of issues, but I think the biggest thing for them is they're a side who, well, they just can't avoid the avoidables. Far too many misfields for them. They've been dropping catches as well throughout this series, and I think they really need to look to step up in this game. Let's see if they can get some runs on the board and give us an exciting second innings. Looks like we're ready to resume play. Got a massive bee just fluttering in front of our commentary position here in the Ice Cube. Nishay Bhatt taking you through the action today. Of course, you had Charlie Hunt commentating the third match of the day between Denbigdani Cricket Club and the Royal Eagles. Very privileged to be, of course, bringing you this match alongside our spring production crew. Got Imants and Paul working behind the cameras today, and of course Alexander Barker pushing the buttons for our direction. Matty Ainsworth coming in to bowl the 6th over. Ainsworth starts off with a dot ball. Oh, big heave. Is there something there? Yes, it's just taking a little feather edge through to the keeper. Nice grab there by Zoltan Morosi. Yeah, it's good to see Zoltan getting better and better behind the stumps, match after match. We know he is, of course, the stand-in keeper for this Danubian Kangaroos side. Normally he'd be out there bowling some brilliant spin, but he's had to step in as the keeper. He's gotten better and better with each game. And it's good to see him hold on to this one. Great moment for Matty Ainsworth as well. They went up immediately. They knew there was just a little thin edge over there. I think that ball maybe just taking off a little bit more than the batter expected. Got some extra bounce. And Swaroop Gowda has to depart. Yeah, this one's been given a wide. Don't think the line is the issue here. Might have to check height. Oh, well. I mean, I certainly didn't see anything from the square leg umpire, who would normally be the one, of course, giving it wide for height. Yeah, just that's another interesting call that has gone against the Danubian Kangaroos. I mean, they really can't get the rub of the green with some of these decisions. Take another look at this. Well, again, it just has to kiss the line along the way. Even if 1% of the ball touches the line, it's not a wide. This one's gone up in the air. And this could be a catching opportunity. It's going to fall short of Robbie Ainsworth, who was running in from mid-wicket. It's a full toss. We're just going to have a look at the height here. Needs to look at this side on just to check if it's a no ball or not. Well, ooh, I think he's going to be in trouble here. That could be a no ball. That could be a no ball. I think the replay's pretty conclusive there. It does look like it's above the waist. Yeah, I think that's going to be given a free hit. And yep, it's a no ball. The signal has been made. Free hit coming up here for Mahmoud. And he's not able to capitalize on the free hit. Just comes off the toe end of the bat. Yeah, Terry giving his verdict on what he thinks that decision was. Oh, I got to agree with you, Terry. But then again, keep in mind, I mean, these umpires, they've doing so many games each day. They don't have the luxury of replay or any of the advantages we have, of course, watching here from our screens. That's gone up in the air, and is this going to clear the rope? It certainly will. Had a lot of height on that, but he also had enough distance. Jay Kumar goes big. Look at that. He's all the way back in his crease, and he smacked this one over long on. And it's 6 more runs for the Royal Eagles. We're going to need plenty more boundaries if they are to get to a respectable total. Have a look at this scorecard for the Royal Eagles. It's a grim reading from their point of view. I mean, no one's really been able to make much of a score. I mean, Dilbar there, top scorer with just 13 runs. I mean, there's not much you can say about that. And then, of course, Anup Gupta with 12 of 10. Just no real contributions of note for the Royal Eagles. And, you know, they've just had so many issues with their batting throughout this second round. It's just tough to win cricket matches when nobody's chipping in. I'm going to see Hoidu coming into bowl this 7th over. Tom had some great moments yesterday in the field. Very passionate player. And here's a chance for him to come in to bowl his first over. Just comes off the toe end of the bat. Oh, just for a moment you feared it might slip out of his grasp, but it won't. Pramod Sharma holds on to that. And Hoidu gets a wicket off his very first ball. Yeah, great moment for Hoidu. Terrific moment. Christian Hoidu, of course, we saw him pick up his first ever European cricket wicket yesterday. And now he gets his second. Got one against the Cobras, and he now has one against the Royal Eagles. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, maybe it was going wide if the batter hadn't reached out at that, but that won't matter one bit to Hoidu. Comes off the toe end of the bat, and Sharma was there to grab it. Half the Eagles team has been sent back to the shed. This is struck out towards mid-wicket. Ainsworth is there to collect that. It's just going to be the 1 run for Czar, who will get off the mark. Yeah, I wonder who else will get a chance to bowl here for the Danubian Kangaroos. I wonder if they just throw the ball to Rick Yang as well. He's got a couple games left, of course, before their tournament comes to an end. That's going to be an easy wide decision for the umpire. That's Bobby Patel. It was behind the stumps, and he got James Lloyd at square leg. Oh, just comes off the inside edge. That's going to be a single. Yeah, this could be a catching opportunity for Arthur Edwards, and oh, that's a great catch. You know, I had a perfect view of that I mean, you could see he tracked the ball brilliantly, watched it so closely, and he got there in time. Great hands as well to hold on to that catch, especially with his momentum going forward. You can often just see those catches slip away from so many fielders, but yeah, holds on to as well, even after making impact with the ground. And the 6th wicket fall, the 3rd career wicket for Hoidu. Yeah, you've got to feel great for Christian Hoidu. Gets his opportunity to play on the European Cricket Network, and he's taking full advantage of it. There's his 3rd ECS wicket.
Careful, Christian.
New batter is Jeswal, the birthday boy. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, just came by the commentary position and gave me a slice of cake. I know he went around to the Blue Crew as well, and a number of other people at the ground. Very happy birthday to him, of course. Bowled superbly this morning. And keep in mind, he's also carrying an injury. Just told me a little bit about that injury. So it's the fact that he's playing as well as he is despite that injury just portrays what a tough player he is. Let's have a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we've had the great pleasure of joining you from here in Hungary, but our thrilling Hungarian adventure will continue tomorrow as finals day, and then over this weekend we'll have some international action, a tri-series involving the hosts Hungary, Czechia, and Romania. After we wrap up the cricket here, we'll be heading over to Bulgaria for a fortnight. Watch out, of course, for next week and the weekend after the coming weekend, when we'll have a great weekend of action in Croatia. We'll be also see the Spanish team involved there and some international action. Our first ever ECSW as well. Of course, Mr. Maximo Vinisandu will be taking you through that weekend in Croatia. And then, well, just look at some of the other great places we'll be visiting. The Eternal City of Rome, Malta, the Netherlands, and Austria. Of course, Austria is so famous for the iconic Sabin cricket ground. And it's going to be such a pleasure to bring you action from some of the most scenic places on the continent over the next couple of months. Yeah, he's got a hold of this. Oh, he most certainly has got a hold of this. It's gone a long, long way. He sent it straight back to his dugout. And I think his teammates will want plenty more to come their way. Yeah, Joshua just flexing his muscles there, showing us the power he has. That's a very powerful hit. Oh, good batting there by Jay Kumar. I mean, so many players, especially after they've just hit a big shot, will try to chase a ball like that. He's got great awareness, just steps inside and takes the wide. I mean, that's not too far from the leg stump either, so he's just got great awareness of where his leg stump is. Like that by Gol. Good comeback. Shorter ball, but it was a slower ball. Took some pace off it. Oh, it's been given a wide. Let's just see, does it catch any of the line? Yep, good call there by the umpire. He just seemed away ever so slightly, which is what made it a wide. Once again, Gol takes a tumble after bowling, second time during his 2-over stint. Yeah, just needs to watch his follow through, but he is putting everything into his deliveries, which is something you have to enjoy. Inside edge over there just comes. The inside edge of the bat for Jeswal hasn't quite milled that one either. And yeah, they're doing quite well here, the Kangaroos. I mean, there hasn't been any point where They've really been able to hit consecutive boundaries. Mostly kept things very tight. He's cleaned him up. He's got him. Terrific ball there by Gall, right up there. It's a Yorker-length delivery. Jay Kumar plays all around it. And the 7th wicket falls for the Eagles. Gall adds another wicket to his impressive wicket-taking tally. Can he crack his way into the top 2? He's currently sitting in 3rd place. That's his 14th wicket of this European cricket series. He's now just 1 wicket behind Amal Jacob, who's in 2nd place. And of course, Shamsher is 4 wickets ahead of him. Of course, Amal Jacob will be playing tomorrow in the elimination match, so you'll obviously have a chance to catch up. So Adam Gall has this match and the match after this to really try to get up that wicket-taking table. He now sits at 14, 1 behind 2nd place Jacob and 4 behind Kashif Shamsher, who's right at the top. Last ball of his bowling quota coming up. No, could this go away for 4 as well? Oh, I need to watch this closely. I think Rick Yang's done a perfectly fine job. But we'll just have to look at it again to confirm he hasn't stepped on the rope. And oh, it's going to be overthrows. It's going to be overthrows. It could have been a chance for a run off the throw. It was better. It was actually a very risky run taken there by Jaiswal and Chauhan. Have a look at this again. The first thing we need to look at here is whether he steps on the rope or not. Looks fine to me. Looks okay. You don't see the rope move at any point, so seems like Rick Yang's done a fine job. Yeah, just having a look there at the throw by the keeper. You can see it's a very wayward throw, which ensured that Jaiswal would get back safely. It's just down the leg side again there by Gall. And all Chauhan has to do is just get some bat on it, and it goes away for 4. Yeah, not the best line here by Adam Gall. He can be a bit expensive at time, Gall. He's a wicket-taking bowler, but he does go for runs sometimes. As you can see, down the leg side, gets a little bit of bat on it. No way, it goes for 4. The Royal Eagles are 80 for 7 at the end of the 8th over. We'll have a look at the graph over here for match 54. Yeah, you can see they've just kind of been hovering in and around that run rate of 10. This is the highest their run rate has been at any point in this match. They got 17 runs off that Adam Gall over. And Hoidu's going to come back to bowl the penultimate over. His first one was a terrific one. Went for just 4 runs, and he also picked up a couple of wickets. Yeah, so let's see who comes back to bowl the final over. I mean, Matty Ainsworth still has 1 over left, but we do know the skipper, Gabor Torok, does like to come back to bowl final overs. He's become a bit of a final over specialist for this Kangaroos side. I wonder if he's going to bowl that one. Right now, though, got to say the Eagles need another 18 runs to get to 100, so that'd be 18 of 10 balls. It'd certainly be doable. But it's going to be tougher if they lose a wicket here. It's gone straight to Edwards, who makes no mistake, takes his 2nd catch of this innings. Hoidu gets his 3rd, his 4th career European cricket wicket. No, it's been great for Hoidu, hasn't it? He's having a delightful time. And he makes sure to acknowledge Edwards' efforts. Edwards, very safe pair of hands, out at long off. Makes no mistake, terrific catch. And that's the 2nd one he's taken. Two more wickets and they can bowl out the Eagles here. No, this one was maybe a chance. I think it's just gone over the fielder's head. Heart and mouth mode for the fielder, I think, but okay, there is a slight cause for concern here. The fielder is still down. Looks to be okay. Doesn't seem like he's in too much discomfort. Yeah, who is that out there? Yeah, that's Adam Gall. Yeah, it looks like he's fine. I mean, he got up and he's gone back to his position at point. Wide down the leg side. Yeah, there's no stumping opportunity there. We'll just take another look at that to confirm. Well, oh dear, this could actually be closer than I thought. This could actually be a little bit closer. I think the batter is probably going to get the benefit of the doubt there, but yeah, he looks like he's okay. I think he's just got that shoe down in time. But yeah, it was certainly a lot closer than I initially thought. Yeah, sharp work there. I mean, I've got to say, I've been very impressed by Zoltan Morosi's keeping. I mean, for a stand-in keeper, sure, made a few mistakes in his first match of the second round, but he's been improving game after game. And the awareness he had there, I mean, he almost had him stumped. That was very close. Last ball, the penultimate over coming up. That's a shot out towards point. Gabor's over there to get that one. And it's just going to be the one run, so Chauhan will keep strike heading into the final over. Not a bad outcome for the Royal Eagles. Chauhan, he's been one of their better batters in this ECS. He's been their highest run getter. Have a look at this bowling card for the Danubian Kangaroos. Great bowling performance all around. The pick of the bowlers, of course, Robbie Ainsworth figures a 3 for 9 in the 2 overs he bowled. And Hoidu as well with 3 for 11. It's been a good bowling performance by these Kangaroos. And the Eagles have a lot to do in this final over, so it's not going to be Matty Ainsworth coming back for his second over, I think. The skipper, Torok, he's made himself a final over specialist. And we're going to see if he can get something down here in the final over. How's he going to bowl? Oh, is this going to be a run out? Yes, it is. The umpire raises his finger. No need to look at that. Over at third. Now, this is very sharp work by Torok. Great awareness. Yeah, the batter is obviously just outside his crease, and he gets that and immediately charges back to run him out, and he's got him. Look at the energy. I love the passion Torok plays with. And yeah, no question, he's run out. That is as clear as it gets. He's nowhere near the crease. And indeed, he never even got his back over the line. The 9th wicket falls for the Eagles, so to get one more wicket here, they can bowl out the Royal Eagles and hand them a real wooden spoon. Get out towards mid-wicket. Just going to be a run. And Singh's going to come on strike here, so yeah, I just wonder if we're going to see some tactical adjustments here from the Kangaroos. I mean, I'd be tempted to bring the field in here to the number 11 just to keep Chauhan off strike. Don't let him get a single. No, he's actually played this quite well. He's going to get a 4, so, well, maybe the number 11's a better batter than the rest of the team. Singh comes out on his very first ball, and he has pulled this beautifully away for a 4. What a shot. And here I was thinking that he tried to get a single to maybe put Chauhan back on strike. Well, the Royal Eagles, they've always got a few surprises for us, don't they? That's another good-looking shot there by Vivek Singh. It's going to take some fielding out in the deep. And so, yeah, great batting here by the number 11. Hits a 4 off his first ball. Gets a single then and puts Chauhan on strike. Yeah, Vivek Singh so far batting better than much of the Royal Eagles top order. Hasn't quite middled that one, Chauhan. I'll just have to settle for 1. So Vivek Singh, we've already seen him hit 1 boundary. Can he hit another off the last ball of this innings? 94 for 9. A 6 would get them to triple digits. Drama builds. Now it's gone up in the air. Can they bowl them out? Can they bowl them out? No, they won't. It's just going to go over the fielder. And they will settle for a single off the final ball. I mean, it's the last ball of the innings. You might as well risk the second run. And I think all the defeats this Royal Eagles side have taken probably have just sucked the life out of them. Yeah, they might as well have gambled and gone for the second one. I mean, what's the worst thing that could have happened? Either way, they'll end up with 95 runs, so the Kangaroos will have a target of 96, a target they'll certainly fancy themselves to chase. They've left themselves a big task once again in the second innings. The Royal Eagles disappointed with the bat in the first. And it's become a bit of a familiar tale, sadly, for this Eagles side. But let's see if the Kangaroos, who've just had the one win so far this series, can they pick up their second win of the series and the first of the second round. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. We saw both Talreja and Anup Gupta open the batting. Talreja would make just the one run before he was caught and bowled by Robbie Ainsworth. A great bit of work by him there. Good fielding off his bowling. You saw Gabor Torak putting his body on the line. A good stop there to prevent Anup Gupta from getting a 4. Sheraz Dilbar hit some good-looking shots. He made 13 runs of the 7 balls he faced. Anup Gupta would get cleaned up by Robbie Ainsworth. He just had a look at that right over there. This was a good catch taken by Rick Yang, his first ever catch on the European Cricket Network to get rid of Sheraz Dilbar. He would depart having made 13 of 7. A good 6 hit there by Amir Mahmood. And that was another good shot by Amrit Jayakumar. And a little edge over there. That'll be a wicket for Matty Ainsworth to get rid of Swarup Gowda. Pramod Sharma took the catch to get rid of Amir Mahmood off the bowling of Christian Hoidu, who had a great day. He picked up 3 wickets. We'll be very impressed by his performance in that first innings. Arthur Edwards would take a couple of catches. The first one you just saw to get rid of Abuzar. Adam Gall would clean up Amuljit Jayakumar. Now he's just 1 wicket behind the second placed Jacob in the leading wicket takers tally. This was a good shot by Sachin Chauhan. All going down the leg side, just got some bat on it, helped it away for 4. And we're just taking a look at some of these shots. That was a second catch Arthur Edwards would take. That'll be the end for Ajay Jaiswal, the birthday boy and the captain of this Royal Eagles side. Good run out there by Gabor Torak to get rid of Samiullah. Vivek Singh batted well. He came in at number 11, hit a 4 off the very first ball he faced, and then got a couple of singles. So credit to him. I think he did the job he needed to do. He'll be pleased with himself as the Royal Eagles end up with 95 for 9. Let's have a look at the scorecard of this innings. The top score was 15. Amuljit Jayakumar. Gotta say, you're not going to win too many games when your top scorer makes just 15 runs. And as you can see, no real scores of note in this performance by the Royal Eagles. Extras was a top scorer for them, and they still only managed to muster 95 runs. We'll move on and have a look at the bowling figures for the Danubian Kangaroos. A good all-round performance by them. The pick of the bowlers, Robbie Ainsworth, with figures of 3 for 9. Christian Hoidu was great as well, 3 for 11 in the 2 overs he bowled. And Gabor Torak came on to bowl the final over and gave up just 8 runs. Halfway through this one, the Danubian Kangaroos have been set a target of 96 as they look to pick up their second victory of this European Cricket Series and the first of the second round. Will we see a big performance in the ball with the ball in hand by the Royal Eagles in their final match? Well, we'll find out in 5 minutes.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. The Kangaroos have a chance to pick up their second win of this European Cricket Series and the first of this round. There's a look at the bonus point equation. As we can see, if they can achieve this target in 7 overs or less, they'll pick up a bonus point. And if, of course, the Eagles are able to restrict the Danubian Kangaroos to 66 or less, they will be the ones leaving here with a bonus point. So let's see how they fare. Of course, the Eagles, they're playing in their last match of this European Cricket Series. The Danubian Kangaroos have one more match after this before they say goodbye to the 2024 European Cricket Series here in Hungary. Now, that's the last bowling performance for the Eagles this ECS. Let's see if they can put on a big performance. Here we go. First ball of the innings. Starts off with a good ball, full and straight. Well played as well by Edwards. Plays it with the straight, full face of that Gray Nichols bat. And it's a single to get off the mark. Yeah, well defended there by Ainsworth. It's a good ball by Zod. Zod bowled beautifully this morning in the first match of the day for the Royal Eagles. And they're going to need a similar performance from him in this match against the Danubian Kangaroos. Oh, nicely played with a straight bat by Matty, but straight back to the bowler. It's just going to be a dot ball. Oh, could there be chance for an overthrows here? Oh, this one was there some bat there, but it's going to be a run on anyway. It's going to be a run on anyway. Edwards was running to the danger end. That's a great bit of wicket keeping. I thought there might have been some bat there, and I was wondering if the keeper had taken that catch. Would that have been the end? Sheraz Dilbar is behind the stumps. Would have been a tough catch one-handed, but he does manage to get his man in the end. Of course, if he had held on to that, that would have been a wicket for the bowler and the end of Matty Ainsworth. But in the end, he manages to strike the stumps. They decided to go for the risk and try to sneak in a single. Edwards departs after batting superbly earlier this morning when he made a 30-plus score with 31 runs of 22 deliveries. And this is a great start for the Royal Eagles. They've got them at 1 for 1, and we've got 1 ball to come in this first over. And Robbie Ainsworth is coming in at number 3. He has obviously been superb in this second round. Couple of big innings by him, 2 half-centuries in the 3 innings he's batted in. And they've also come in very, very quick time. Both those innings, he batted with strike rates above 350. End of the first over, a great first over for the Royal Eagles. They're going to need a lot more overs like that to put some early pressure on the Danubian Kangaroos. They've come out of the gate. They've got that early wicket. And they gave up just 2 runs. Here's a reminder that's been 220 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. that is going to go for a 6. Well, Robbie Ainsworth was going for the big shot there, and if he had managed to catch that one, that would have been a hammer blow. This could have been 2 for 2, and it just shows you how the momentum can swing in a single moment. It's always going to be a tough catch. There's always going to be a very tough chance. That's Jay Kumar, who's out in the deep. He's not able to take the catch, and it goes for a 6. Robbie Ainsworth can breathe a sigh of relief. He's still out there, and he's managed to get a 6. Hit out towards mid-wicket. And they're going to come back for a second run. A second run certainly should be on. They ran that first one hard. And that means they'll come back very comfortably for the second run. Yeah, great communication between the two brothers. That's a wide. I'll take another look at that one. Of course, he's going for the wide Yorker. It's a really good idea. Oh, well, of course, the important thing is where is the ball when it passes the popping crease? I think it just swung a little bit after the popping crease, and I think that's what has done Ola. Yeah, maybe if you look at that again from a different angle, we might find that it was a legal delivery, but it's not going to matter, as the very next ball is one that he's just dug in short, and it's actually set up very nicely for Robbie Ainsworth, who just smacks that over cover for a 6. A really good strike. Watches the ball carefully. Gets his hands underneath it. It allows him to get that angle of elevation. And it's gone over the rope for a 6. Goes fuller, goes straighter this time. Yeah, it's a better ball. Good comeback there by Ola. It's a much better ball. Yeah, just a quick question in the chat about the 67 that's written on the score. I'll explain what that is right after this ball. Beautifully played by soft hands, and that will allow him to scamper across for a single. So, of course, with the new rule changes that were introduced to the European Cricket Series, of course, in the past you simply got 2 runs, 2 points, I should say, for a win, and that will be that. But with the new system, of course, there's now 4 points involved in every match. I'll just explain after having a quick look at the standings. Of course, both these teams are winless so far this European Cricket Series, looking for their first win. I should say they're looking for their first win of the second round, of course. Kangaroos picked up a win earlier in this ECS against the Zalmi, and of course Royal Eagles beat the Kashmir Budapest side a couple of times. You guys can explain more about that score. And yeah, it's a misfield out of cover. Really should have been a dot ball, but they're going to end up getting a single over there. That was Anup Gupta, who was standing at cover. Should have done a better job. It's actually at point. But yeah, of course, if your score, the final score you get is less than 70% of the target. Inside edge onto the stumps. Oh, he's chopped that one on, Robbie Ainsworth. Really unfortunate for him, but they'll take these wickets however they come. Zar gets a wicket, and the second one falls for the Danubian Kangaroos. Zar has been brilliant with his bowling. Absolutely superb. You have to say he deserved that wicket. Had a chance put down, albeit a slightly difficult chance in the first over. And now he's got the all-important Robbie Ainsworth, and this game is on now for the Royal Eagles. We know that if Ainsworth is out in the middle for about 15 or 20 balls, he's the kind of player who could just take the game away from you. We've seen him hit a couple of half centuries in the 4 innings he's batted in so far this second round. But he's unlucky over there. Just chops one on. And he's going to have to depart. So the Kangaroos, well, there will be some concern in their camp right now. This 96 target is not going to be that easy for them. Well, we could find ourselves a really competitive game here. Oh, could this be gone as well? Probably just going down the leg side. Morosi, just wonder what he's trying to do there. He's just trying to play this one around the corner. Yeah, it's just angling into the batter, so probably going down the leg side. And yeah, hopefully I can continue the conversation now about that target of 67. So, of course, if your score is 70% or less than your opponent's score, then of course you will lose. You will get 0 points out of the game. This is a 6 really well hit there by Morosi. Goes all the way. This relieves a little bit of the pressure on the Kangaroos. And of course, if you're the side chasing, and you can, of course, chase the score down with 30% of the overs left, or in 70% of the overs or less, i.e. in 7 overs, then you will leave with a bonus point. So 70%, that's the really the key number to look out for. Of course, for a standard loss, it's 3 points for the winning team, 1 point for the losing team. But if it's a bonus point defeat, then the winning team gets 4 points and the losing team gets 0 points. Just a little tweak that's been made to the European Cricket Series this year. And I think it just helps add a little bit of extra flavor to these matches and gives teams a little more to play for right at the end of games. Oh, there was a slight mix-up, slight bit of hesitation while they were running. But they'll be able to come back for the second run. And they just had a slight meeting in the middle. Let's have a look at this. Morosi a little bit slow running that first run. He's ball watching, and then, oh, yeah, really should have run that first one hard. Let's have a look at the power play. They're 28 for 2 right now. Just 1 run behind what the Royal Eagles were at this stage. It's going to be Vivek Singh coming to bowl the first over after the power play. Saw him hit a 4. And that final over could be a very crucial boundary if this game does come down to the line. Very easily could. A good ball starts off with a great delivery here, Vivek Singh. In and around the channel. Off the bottom edge of his pad, and they're going to come back for a second run here. Oh, this is good running between the wickets by these two. I think that's one thing with these Kangaroos. They always run so well. They convert singles into doubles. And they're just putting a lot of pressure on this Royal Eagles field. We do know that they have a number of issues with their fielding. This is just pushed away. He's going to use his feet over there to stop that. Oh, and they'll steal another run here. I mean, this is something the Kangaroos do very well. As soon as they see you make a mistake, they immediately pounce on those opportunities to steal an extra run. And you're starting to see some frustration just creeping into the Royal Eagles team. They're having a go at one another. It's important they keep their heads here. Keep in mind, if they run hard between the wickets and hit 1 boundary and over, that's more than enough for them to take this win. But yeah, they've been rotating the strike nicely. They're picking up their 1s and 2s. They're building their innings well. You know, they have to reconstruct a little bit after losing those 2 wickets in their power play. Oh, he's chopped another one. Oh, that's the second one that has been chopped on for the Kangaroos. We saw Robbie Ainsworth depart in similar fashion. Very unlucky for Morosi. Oh, it's crashed onto his stumps, comes off the edge. A little bit of luck here for the Royal Eagles. They've not had much luck throughout this series, in particular in the second round. And they're getting a little bit of it here. It's not a good ball. It's a half tracker. It's probably just stayed a little bit lower than Morosi expected. It's died down on him. Comes off the inside edge. And it will strike his stumps. The third wicket falls for the Kangaroos. They are 33 for 3. Just lets that ball go, Gabor Torok. I think he was expecting that one to be wide, but it was well inside the tram line. It was never going to be a wide. And it's a rare leap, not something you see too often in T10 cricket. A slight misjudgment by Torok. Fourth over comes to an end. Kangaroos are 33 for 3. Threes across the board. Not the score they would have been hoping for at this stage. We'll just have a look at the graph here. These teams are going just about even, as you can see from that. Yeah, this game is neck and neck. You know, we've been talking a lot about breaking this golden ball streak, and maybe this is the game where we finally see that streak broken. You know, they're two teams pretty similar in their level. You know, it just gives you the feeling this could be one of those low-scoring thrillers we so often see in limited overs cricket. A good shot there by Ainsworth. He's played it nicely, but straight at the fielder. Goes to Jaiswal, the captain, out at long off. Yeah, it's important these two really build a good partnership here, because this Danubian Kangaroos team, their batting lineup isn't too deep. Just looking down the list, these two have to try to hang in there for at least another 3 to 4 overs. Just looking at the rest of the Danubian Kangaroos side, I mean, most of them don't have too many ECS runs under their belt. Oh, it's going to fall just short of the fielder. That long on. No, if he had struck that even slightly better, it would have carried. Yeah, this is a crucial partnership. This is a massive partnership. If they break this partnership, the Royal Eagles, they will take a massive step forward in this game. Oh, down the leg side. That is a wide. The extras are going to be so important. They need to make sure they don't give up too many of them. They've actually done a terrific job in that department. Just the 2 runs of extras so far. Oh, played nicely there by Torok. Doesn't have enough to go for a 4. Yes, it does. They needed that boundary, much needed boundary. He's picked out the gap really well there, Torok. Nicely played stroke. Just given a little bit of width, plays it nice and late. And he's run it down to the boundary rope. Oh, this could be close, but maybe height's a factor there. Was there some bat involved as well? Yeah. One ball to come until the drinks break, and Torok with a big swing and a miss. Is there an edge involved? Yes, there is. The umpire raises the finger. Torok is absolutely bemused. He's convinced he has not struck that. I know Torok's not the kind of man who'd tell you a fib. Well, Torok is absolutely disgusted at that decision. He's having a word here with Matty Ainsworth. He's convinced he hasn't nicked that. And it looks like we're going to have a drinks break, a huge moment right before drinks, a massive moment. And this game has just swung in favor of the Royal Eagles. Let's have a look at that. It's really hard to tell from that replay. We're just going to have to take the umpire's word on that, but Torok is convinced. He's absolutely convinced he hasn't nicked that. Well, huge moment right before we go to drinks, and have the Royal Eagles taken a huge step towards picking up their first victory of the second round. Well, as the players have a quick drinks break, it's the chance to welcome you into our commentary position for our parry match in-game analysis. Wow, what a moment right before we hit drinks. I mean, that Gabor Torok wicket could be absolutely match-changing. You look at the rest of this Danubian Kangaroos lineup, there isn't too much experience there. The most experienced run getter left is Adam Gall, who has just 41 ECS runs to his name. So there's going to be a lot of pressure now on this lower order to try to salvage a victory. Matty Ainsworth is going to have to try to find a way to play a big knock here and get his side over the finishing line. Gotta say, the Royal Eagles, this has been the best bowling and fielding performance I've seen from them so far in this second round. We'll have a look at the replay of that wicket again. Yeah, Torok was convinced he didn't nick that, but the Eagles thought they got their man, and so did the umpire. Ultimately, the umpire's opinion is the most important one. Now then, Matty Ainsworth, Adam Gall out in the middle. Oh, Ainsworth's going to have to play a big knock here if he wants to get the Kangaroos their first win of this second round. Oh, you got to feel for the Kangaroos sometimes. It's just been such a weird ECS for them, hasn't it? You know, when their batting's clicked, their bowling hasn't. When they've come close to winning, something's gone against them right at the end of the game. Oh, this side, they're a real fan favorite. And they're going to need something to click for them if they want to pick up a win. Meanwhile, for the Royal Eagles, well, you've got to credit them. You've got to give them so much credit. That's going to be a wide. I mean, this is a side who looked down and out. I mean, they suffered that shocking defeat to DCC in the previous match. I mean, a game we all thought they would win because of the circumstances DCC were playing in, where they were extremely shorthanded, yet they somehow lost that game, lost it by a massive margin. They come out in the first innings, barely make 95 runs. This is their final innings of what's been a long and difficult series for them. We could easily have expected that they just throw in the towel. They wouldn't put in much of an effort, but they've come out here, they're battling, they're fighting, and they're playing for pride. And they really want to pick up a win. And are they going to do it, the Royal Eagles? This has gone up in there. Could be a catching chance. And oh, it's just going to go past the fielder. Doesn't quite carry to him. Nerves. Very nervy over here. The Eagles, the win predictor, has them up to 60% right now. I think it's just going to jump up a little more. Oh, this has gone up in the air as well. And once again, it's just a single. No, I think in reality, it's probably even up to 70% now for the Eagles, in my opinion, just because of the inexperience of this Kangaroos lower order. And the Kangaroos are just a very top-heavy team when it comes to their batting. Oh, it's a poor ball there by Jeshwal, and it's really nicely played by Adam Gall. He'll get that away for a boundary. A much-needed boundary for the Kangaroos. Oh, the birthday boy and the captain, Ajay Jeshwal, just gets that one wrong. And away it goes for 4. As you can see, they need to go at 11.3 and over to win from here. They've had just a 1 over in double digits so far. That was the second over bowled by Sami Ulla. Probably need one more boundary to end this over. Oh, just inside edges that one onto the side of his foot by the looks of it. Oh, painful. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Well, a few players, as you can see, got some starts. Robbie Ainsworth made 16 of 7. They really needed him to kick on. We know when he gets going, he's a terrific player. Matthew Ainsworth, he's been out there for 14 deliveries. He should be looking to play a little faster than that. He's managed to make just 11 runs of the 14 balls he's faced. Of course, Gabor Torok was disgusted by the decision that was given against him. He was out for 5. And now all the pressure is on the Kangaroos. The Royal Eagles now up to 67%, according to that win predictor. Oh, great ball there by Sami Ulla. Was certainly not a nick. That was the bat just slamming onto the pitch. You can see that very clearly over there, that puff of dust as well. This is played out towards square leg. It's a bit of foot fielding, and they're going to stick to 1 run. There wasn't a second on there. Oh, this is off the outside edge of his bat. Just going to be the 1 run. We've seen just 2 boundaries in the last 4 overs. That has been so crucial in just containing this Kangaroo side. And we're now up to the almost 13 required. Need a couple of boundaries every over now from here. Straight down the ground. Does this have enough? It does. There's a Maximo. The first 6 we've seen since the power play. And Ainsworth, he's been out there for a long time. He's going to now need to start accelerating. Beautiful shot. Straight down the ground. It was in the slot, and he's dispatched it. Now go straight down the ground again, but he doesn't have enough on it. It has landed safely though, and it's going to be 1 run. Oh, well, can anyone feel a tingle in the chat? 38 of 19. Both these sides playing for pride, but they have plenty of that. Lowish full toss, going to get away with that one, Ulla. It's going to be a single to end the over. Gaul will keep strike heading into the 8th over. The Kangaroos need 37 runs off the last 3 overs if they want to pick up their first win of this second round. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match between Dina Bogdani. Very short-handed. Dina Bogdani can't even field 11 players for this match. And they somehow managed to beat the Royal Eagles. I mean, that was quite remarkable. It's not often you see a 9-man team win a cricket match. And if they can get a second win here against the Kangaroos in their final match of the day, I think you really have to take your hats off to them and commend how special they've been. Inside edge again. And it just nutmegs the keeper. They'll pick up a run. And just coming off that toe end of the bat, the bottom edge. Now go short. Is he going to be punished? He is! A huge 6 there by Ainsworth. Well, he's taken some time to settle into his innings, but he's starting to play his shots. Bibek Singh bowls a half tracker, and this is a beautiful pull shot by Matty. Pulls that one away behind square leg. And it's now 30 needed of 16 balls. One big over, mind you, for the Kangaroos would absolutely swing the game in their favor. Look at the win predictor now. It's back to 55-45. It's almost a coin flip. Oh, he goes big. Has he got the distance? Yes, he has. Back-to-back sixes. That one lands right on top of the scorer's tent. Oh, this is huge. Is this the over? Is this the bowler they're looking to target? Oh, beautifully struck. Right down towards long on, through the line. It's a great looking stroke. Absolutely launches that one. He's gonna go big again. Has he timed this well enough? There's a fielder back there, but it's just gonna go over the rope. It just about goes over the rope. We'll have a look to confirm this. Once again, oh, if the fielder was all the way back, if Jaiswal was all the way back, maybe he just has a chance to bat it down. But 3 consecutive sixes, and this has absolutely swung the game. The shorter delivery there by Singh. Oh, he gets away with one. Maybe that's just caught Ainsworth by surprise. But wow, this was the big over that the Kangaroos desperately needed. And that's the thing when you're defending such a low target. One over can lose you the game. He's going to go big here as well. Has he got enough on it? Oh, he's put it down. It's been spilt by the captain, Jaiswal. I know he has a few hand injuries he's nursing. Oh, Gall is going to get away with that. Oh, yeah. Just unable to take that. And what an over. Magical over. The first magical over. The biggest over of this innings. 21 runs coming off it. And that might just have taken this game away from the Royal Eagles. Wow. They had brought themselves into such a good position to pull off a remarkable defense. But some great hitting there by Matty Ainsworth. Looks like it might have taken the game away from them. It's going to be a no ball. That is going to be a no ball, so a free hit coming up here for Gall. Completely misses the pitch. It's now down to just 15 needed of 12. Now we're going to have to go and take another look at that free hit. It was a dot ball. Looking at it now. Back to live action, and oh, the outside edge is going to beat the keeper, and Lux not favoring the Royal Eagles right now. And the Kangaroos need 11 of 10. Goes past the wicket keeper, and it's gone down towards third. And look at this, the entire Danubian Kangaroos team is on its feet. This could be a very special moment for them, just their second ever European Cricket Series victory. Gall goes big. Has he got enough? He's got a hold of that for sure. It's gone a long, long way, well over the fence, surrounding the ground. And the Kangaroos need just 5 runs to win it from here. They're inching closer and closer to their second ever European Cricket Series victory. Their first of the second round. Oh, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer. Gall wanted to finish it off in style. Someone needs to tell him, you need just 5 of 9. Singles will do it for you. But the drama builds. You still feel the Kangaroos will do it from here. But it's now 5 needed of 8. Yeah, Gall, you could tell he wanted to finish it off in style. He wanted to smack a 6 and get that perfect finish. There we go then. Just 5 runs needed for the Kangaroos to win it from here. It's not too many. 5 of 8. Paul Ainsworth. Well, what a special moment for him. Can the Ainsworth family deliver just a second ever victory for the Kangaroos? Oh, this is beautifully played, and oh, great bit of fielding there by Chauhan. What a moment would it have been for the family if Paul Ainsworth had managed to strike a 4 off that shot, but maybe he'll get to be at the other end and watch his son hit the winning runs for the Danubian Kangaroos. The Ainsworth family, they are such an asset to this cricket club. Oh, it is beautifully played off the pads. Does it have enough to go for a 4? Yes, it does. And those will be the winning runs. The Kangaroos have picked up their second ever European Cricket Series victory. They're just waiting to hear the final word. You can start celebrating, guys. You've won this game. And what a proud, proud moment for this cricket club and for the Ainsworth family. Paul Ainsworth gets to watch his son hitting the winning runs. Very proud moment for any father. Matty Ainsworth delivering the victory for his side. Both the brothers, Matty and Paul, they have been superb for the Kangaroos throughout this series. And this is a really heartwarming moment. The heart goes out for the Eagles as well, of course. They've battled hard throughout this series. Unfortunately, they'll go winless in the second round. But they played with great spirit. They really tried hard in that match. And Jaiswal, well, for those of you, of course, who are criticizing for that drop catch, keep in mind he is nursing an injury. I can just see him. He's not high-fiving anyone with his right hand. And he's reaching out with his left. He's still clutching that right hand. And it's time for a big team huddle here. What a moment for this Kangaroos Cricket Club. Picking up their second ever ECS win. They're going to get a big team talk here from their captain. What a moment. What a special moment. It looked like the game was just slipping away from them at one point. But then we saw Matty Ainsworth step up, hit 3 consecutive 6s in that 8th over off Vivek Singh. And then, of course, got 17 runs off that Ajay Jaiswal over. And they took this win. Special moment for them. And a moment they'll cherish for a long time to come. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. Of course, this is our final match of the second round. Dunabagdani Cricket Club, extremely short-handed, are going to come back to play their final game. They, of course, managed to pick up a win against the Royal Eagles despite missing 2 players, as you can see. And the Kangaroos, of course, are now at 2-10, having picked up just their second ECS victory. Will they get their third? We'll wait and find out. Let's have a look at the highlights of this inning. This was a great run out over here. There was a bit of bat on that, so if the keeper had been able to hold on to it, it would have been a wicket. And the end of Matty Ainsworth. So what a huge moment that proved to be, since, of course, Ainsworth went on to make 42 of 23. He started off really slow, mind you. Ainsworth was on 15 of 17. He was really struggling right at the start of his innings, but then he accelerated when it mattered, and he managed to get his side over the fielding line. They chop balls onto their stumps a couple of times. You saw Robbie Ainsworth over there chopping one off the bowling of Abuzar, and then Zoltan Morosi would do the same off the bowling of Vivek Singh. And at that point, there was lots and lots of pressure on the Danubian Kangaroos. They had lost their top 4, and you really, really felt like this game might be going away from them. This was a huge moment right before the drinks break. Gabor Torok was convinced he didn't nick that one, but the umpire's decision is the only one that matters. And, well, heading into the 8th over, they needed 37 runs off the last 3 overs. And then we saw Matty Ainsworth step up and bat beautifully. He had 3 consecutive 6s during that Vivek Singh over. And look at these shots. Beautiful strokes right through the line, hitting them with a straight bat. And that would be enough to see his side over the finishing line. A little bit of a lucky boundary there for Adam Gall, but he'll take those boundaries however they come. You can see the nerves there amongst the Danubian Kangaroos. They were desperate to get this win. Adam Gall there, he would connect sweetly. He'd get that 6. Then he wanted to end it in style, Gall. And he needed 5 runs of 9. He thought maybe I'll hit a big 6 and get that perfect finish right at the end. He would get cleaned up. And then there he'd be, Matty Ainsworth, to add the finishing touch. Just playing one nicely off his pad. Son and father and son out in the middle. And Paul Ainsworth got to see his son hit the winning runs. Just the second ever European Cricket Series victory for the Kangaroos. A proud moment for their cricket club. And it's just been lovely to watch the growth of this team throughout this series. We'll have a look at the scorecard of this innings. The top scorer was Matty Ainsworth, who, mind you, was dropped when he was on one. It was a tough chance, but if the keeper had taken that, what could have been? He, of course, batted superbly, started off slowly. He was on 15 of 17. But the thing about Matty Ainsworth is he has this great ability to just shift up the gears. The second time I've seen him do that in the second round, where he's had a bit of a slow start, but he's accelerated right at the end. He's a brilliant cricketer, learning how to construct an innings. Adam Gall ably supported him right at the end as well with 19 of 13. That was such a crucial knock. We'll have a look at the bowling figures here for the Royal Eagles. Abuzar was absolutely sensational with figures of 1 for 11. Anup Gupta bowled just the 1 over, and he of course had figures of 1 for 8. But then Vivek Singh, Ajay Jaiswal, there's 2 overs right at the end. Unfortunately, they were rather expensive, and they took the game away from their side. Just 5 runs of extras, which is a big improvement for the Royal Eagles. We know they've struggled a lot with extras throughout this series. The match summary is that the Danubian Kangaroos have beaten the Royal Eagles by 5 wickets. This is the last time we'll see the Royal Eagles, so of course a big thank you to them for participating in this ECS, and we hope to see them again in future. Of course, we got one more match coming up in 15 minutes between the Danubian Kangaroos and the Dinabugdani Cricket Club. Make sure to join us in 15 minutes.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for our final match of the day, the final match of this second round. Dinamagdani Cricket Club are set to take on the Danubian Kangaroos. Let's head over to the coin toss.
It's DCC against Kangaroo. Kangaroos, it's your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's heads.
We'll bat first, please.
Kangaroo won the toss and they will bat first.
Yeah, good call there by Matty Ainsworth. Danubian Kangaroos won the toss, decided to have a bat. Captain deciding to give him a chance to go to the coin toss rather than Gabar Torok himself. He'll still be skippering the side, of course, for this lineup, for this match, I should say. Dinamagdani, of course, led by Kushal Gabane, though you just saw on your screen. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. So the Kangaroos taking on Dinamagdani. The Kangaroos, of course, picked up their second win. They're now 2-10 for this tournament. Just a 1 win in the second round. And Dinamagdani, they obviously had a couple of wins during the first round. And they picked up one earlier today against the Royal Eagles, who went winless in the second round. Here's a look at the win prediction. The Kangaroos fancied as slight favorites for this match, 57-43 against DCC. So the match starting 15 minutes later than it usually would. Have a 5:15 p.m. start, local time. Here we go, first ball. And this is struck away behind point for a 4. Edwards gets off the mark with a really nice shot. And the Edwards and Matthew once again combining to open the batting. The two of them opened the batting brilliantly in the opening match of the day for the Kangaroos against UCB. Edwards batted superbly in that game, made 31 runs. And he starts off with a really good-looking shot. Doesn't look to overhit the ball, just uses the pace of the delivery and works it away for 4. Yeah, this one is just played down towards. Yeah, come back here for a couple of runs. And you can see, just having a look at the reaction from the chat, John Gray saying great bounce back ability from the Kangaroos. And Little Allen congratulating them on their second ever European Cricket Series victory. Yeah, it was a big moment for their club to pick up that win. You could just see how much it meant to them. For both these sides, of course, there's nothing on the line here. They can advance to the elimination round, so they're playing for pride. And a free hit's coming up here. No ball was signaled. This is a huge 6. He's going to capitalize on that free hit. It's his brother, Robbie, trying to catch that with his gloves, his batting gloves. And Ainsworth gets off the mark with a glorious 6. He batted superbly. A match-winning innings in the previous match to help his side get over the finishing line. Not the best ball there by Manas Mishra. A little bit too short. It's very hittable. And he just takes some pace off that ball. This is played out towards cover. I think that no ball, yeah, might have been because they had a third fielder outside the ring, of course. Yeah, there's no hiding it. DCC, they've just got the 9 players playing this match, so there's going to be gaps all over the place for the Danubian Kangaroos. We've got 2 fielders outside the ring, which means it's just the 5 fielders inside the circle. So plenty of gaps here for the Danubian Kangaroos. But you got to feel for DCC, despite the issues they have, they're still battling hard, trying their best. Here's a look at the calendar for this European Cricket Series, of course, spanning the breadth of Europe. The 2024 European Cricket Series has been a tapestry of cultures, landscapes, and thrilling cricketing action. Of course, it started all the way back in Cyprus in the middle of January, and since then it's been quite a journey across the continent. We've seen cricketing drama unfold against the backdrop of some of Europe's most iconic cities. I mean, just take a look at some of the places we've been to: Barcelona, Paris, Rome. Right now here in the glorious city of Budapest, or in Prague not too long ago. And each series has just been so good for us, just helping us grow our European cricketing community, increasing our love for the game. And it's helped us watch the seed of cricket take root in new lands. And we're here, writing another splendid chapter in the annals of our great game. This is just a cutaway behind point, nicely played by Edwards. He'll get another 4. You can see Edwards, he's very strong square of the wicket. Something I've noticed watching him bat so far today. Loves his cut shots. That's the second 4 he's cut away early in his innings. Short, wide, gets the treatment. He looks to, tries to hit that one through the line over there, Edwards, and he's not quite able to connect. Oh, full toss. Goes straight to the fielder at cover, and he's going to have a shot at the stumps, but he's not quite able to throw that one. But he's a little bit of a concern. He's just, he's pulled up over here, Edwards. He's clutching his shoulder. Hope he's okay, because obviously he's got to bowl in the second innings. Very important bowler for this Danubian Kangaroos team. Yeah, just watch him right at the end of it there. Yeah, obviously in a little bit of discomfort. Yeah, reaches out at that ball. Maybe he could have left that one alone at Ainsworth. I think it might have been going wide. It was an appeal, but that appeal came from long off, which tells you the merit of that appeal. Kangaroos are 24 for no loss at the end of the second over. We'll have a look at the standings here for round 2. So, of course, the Super Kings and Cobra Cricket Club will advance to the elimination round. They'll play each other first thing tomorrow morning in the Eliminator. I think just looking at some of the action we have coming tomorrow, I'm sure it's our final match of the day. So we'll have a look at what you can expect from tomorrow's games. And there'll also be a chance for us to just bring in some random questions in the chat. Of course, it's our final game of the day. So yeah, feel free to pop in any questions you have. And we can, it's always great to interact with the chat. This ball's a little bit straight. He's played it beautifully off the pads, Matty Ainsworth, and it's going to go away towards the rope for a 4. Nice looking shot off the bowling of the captain, Gabane. Yeah, beautifully played. Really, really nice stroke. Plays that one with a straight bat, Ainsworth. And that's a much better ball by Cabane. It's in the channel. Yes, of course, we have a couple of fixtures set for tomorrow. Our eliminator match will be between the Budapest Super Kings and the Cobra Cricket Club. Oh, full toss. Should be punished. Is punished. Goes away for a 4. Poor delivery there by Gabane. Just let himself down with that one. Just slips out of his hands. Easy pickings for Ainsworth, who sent that one towards the boundary rope. So yeah, our first eliminator tomorrow is between the Budapest Super Kings and the Cobra Cricket Club. And then our first qualifier is going to be between the Royal Tigers and the Budapest Blinders. Oh, it's gone up in the air, and is this going to clear the rope? I think it might have. Looks to me like it might be a 6. We'll have a look at this to confirm. It wasn't quite middled by the batsman, but he's got enough on it, and it's gone for 6. Yeah, better ball there by Gavani. A little bit quicker, wider outside the off stump. It's just out of his reach. Yeah, of course we'll see the Royal Tigers and the Budapest Blinders. Haven't had a chance to see either one of those teams during my very brief time here in Hungary. Obviously, the Budapest Blinders are the defending champions of this European Cricket Series. They won in a dramatic final last year against the Cobra Cricket Club. And they'll be very keen to defend their crown. A very successful cricket club here in Hungary. Enjoyed a lot of success over the years. That was a shot at the stumps. And that shot at the stumps will end up costing them runs off overthrows. And a third over. The Kangaroos make 39 runs in the power play. Just having a look at the graph, the bar chart for this power play. See a couple of big overs either side of that very economical second over by Zaidi. It's a full toss to start off, and the bowler's going to get away with it. Oh, a great ball, terrific ball there by Sheikh. Oh, you can see Edwards was just trying to run that one down towards third man. He's got a very good late cut. That was so close to the stumps. Oh, I bet the stumps felt the breeze of that as it just went by. It was a whisker away from hitting the bails. That's a very nice shot. He's dug that one out really well. It's a great fielding effort out at long off. Gets down well there, Yadwinder Singh. And we'll come back for a couple of runs. Let's take another look at this. Yeah, stellar fielding effort. Waiting for a side or a couple of fielders short. Gotta love the effort they're putting in. A full toss straight down the ground. Don't think it has enough to go to the rope. We'll just stick with a single. Straight down the ground towards the fielder at long off, who's going to put down the catch and help it over the rope 4-6. Costly, costly drop. We know what Matty Ainsworth is capable of. We saw that in the previous match when he hit that match-winning 43. It's a full toss. It's not a great ball, but he picked out the fielder at long on. And first of all, he really should have taken it, but there's no way he should have dropped that. And helped it over for 6. Shocking. Huge moment. Massive, massive moment. Just take note of that. Ainsworth dropped when he was on 26. And the fourth over comes to an end. 11 runs off it, and they bring up their 50. Once again, a 50 partnership between Edwards and Ainsworth. This is a good combination between these two. And they seem to really understand each other well. They always run terrifically between the wickets as well. They've got great communication. Yeah, so 3 of the 4 teams that, of course, made the elimination round this year were involved in last year's elimination round as well. The Super Kings are, of course, the only new team. Last year, they were just the Budapest Kings. And this time around, they turned into the Super Kings, which helped them go and turn their record of 4-6 into a significantly better 11-2 record. That's gone up in the air. This could be a chance. And is he going to get underneath it? The fielder? No, he's just lost it in the sun. He has completely lost that one in the sun. Now you could tell he just put his palms out to try to block out the sun, and the ball landed to the right of him. Yeah, pushes this one out towards cover. It's going to be a single. Yeah, of course, both the Cobra Crate clubs, the Royal Tigers, and of course the defending champion Budapest Blinders did all make it to the semifinals last year. The Royal Tigers, of course, lost in the semifinals of the Cobra Crate club. This time around, though, they topped their group, and they're playing in the first qualifier against the Blinders. They've improved on their performance in last season. One bounce and out towards the fielder at mid-wicket. They're obviously gutted to miss out on the final. They lost in heartbreaking fashion in the final over against the Cobra CC. But this time around, they'll have 2 opportunities to make it to the final. They'll be involved in the first qualifier, and if they were to lose that, they'll still have another chance in the second qualifier. So they should have 2 bites at the apple if they're not able to make it in the first time around. Meanwhile, for the Budapest Blinders, well, what can you say? They've continued their dominant run of form here in Hungary. Beautiful ball there. Terrific ball by Dayful. They were undefeated during the first round. Went 8-8. Should say won 8 out of 8. And they've got themselves in a very good position to go back and defend their crown. And we'll see them at 11 a.m. local time tomorrow in our second match of the day. Now that's gone straight down the ground. It's going to go just to the left of our commentary position. It's a huge 6, a full toss by Dayful. A few too many full tosses by DCC. They've at times not helped themselves, been hit me bowling by them. And full credit to the Kangaroos. Beautiful shot. Hits that over long off. And it's gone all the way for a 6. Going at exactly 12 and over here. The Kangaroos. It's been nice batting by Edward and Ainsworth. And of course, we come to the halfway stage of the innings. It's a chance for these teams to have a drinks break, and a chance for us to also look at what to expect over this weekend. Of course, we got a big ECI Tri-Series coming up this weekend when Hungary will host Czechia and Romania. It'll be good to see a Central European Tri-Series here at the GB Oval. Of course, Hungary will be led by Vinod Ravindran. The big inclusion for them was Kasif Shamsher was added to the squad just yesterday, and he'll be very excited to don the Hungarian red for the first time. Meanwhile, Czechia will be led by Dylan Stan. They'll be making the short trip over to Hungary for this series, and Romania will be led by Cosmin Zavayu. And of course, the big news for them is that Pavel Florent is back. And I'm sure much of the European cricketing community, as well as the global cricketing community, will be very excited to see him back for the national team. He's quite a character, obviously very famous for his unique bowling action, which made him an internet sensation. And we'll get a chance to witness him here at the GB Oval, the home of Hungarian cricket. Sri making a good point in the chat that the bowlers have been bowling a few too many full tosses. Yeah, I have to agree with you. Really do have to agree with you on that. There have been far too many full tosses. Oh, this one's gone up. Oh, it's a soft dismissal. Really soft dismissal. Edwards was batting superbly. And that's a very cheap way to get out. No, he was batting nicely, Edward. Played some good-looking shots. And he's come forward, trying to bat this one away. The bowler very smartly bowls the slower one. And Edwards is already halfway through his shot. And all he'll do is just give the bowler some catching practice. And the first wicket will fall. Nice one there. Really nice one. And it's going to be the two brothers now spending some time out in the middle. Also got a couple of questions coming in the chat. John's, of course, asking a question about the Ainsworth brothers. Yeah, I did notice that question. I have forwarded it to a few people, and I'll be getting back to you with an answer on that about the Ainsworth brothers. You would expect they would be eligible for the national team, of course. Having a Hungarian roots, this one is played away very nicely towards extra cover. It's going to go away for a 4. Yeah, I certainly think that they're going to be very exciting prospects for this Hungarian team. So yeah, I'll get back to you on that after I receive a response. I did send a few messages around to, and we'll get give you an answer on that. Oh, might have to look at this one side on. It's been given a no ball by the umpire. Yeah, definitely should be a free hit. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, well above waist height. Yeah, a question here by Kroom as well, asking if I have some strange or odd habits. Well, where do I start? That'd probably be the better question. I'd have to think a bit about that. You know, I mean, I probably am a bit of a quirky person compared to a lot of people. And this is going to go towards long on, and it's a good way to capitalize on the free hit. I think the first one I can certainly think of is I probably have a bit of OCD on a few things. I think I'm one of those people that if I were to see a bottle of water, I just straighten it so it'll line right. I think that's probably the first one I can think of. You know, like sort of person where if we're doing experiments back in school, I just straighten all the beakers to make sure they point the same way. I think that's the first one I can think of. I don't know how many of them I can go through. It's probably a few too many, which I don't know what that says about me. Good shot there by Ainsworth. Hits that one straight down the ground, splits the fielders at long off and long on, and goes away for 4. Very good looking shot. The same question by John Gray, asking if I have any superstitions when I play cricket. Well, growing up, to be honest with you, I probably played more basketball than cricket. And honestly, didn't really have many superstitions. I mean, if I have a few, it might be more about number combinations, where I might feel that certain combinations of numbers are unlucky. But never really had any superstitions in particular. I did swim as well in school, and sometimes, yeah, based on that number combinations thing, I find certain swimming lanes unluckier than others, I guess. But yeah, I wouldn't say I had any major superstitions when I played any sport. Oh, that one is painful. Just sticks the side foot out. And yeah, keep in mind, I mean, these players are playing with trainers. I mean, these are not your typical cricket boots, so they don't have the padding they'd usually have, so that just hurts a little bit more. I mean, the shoes Sheikh is wearing, those are the kind of shoes you normally wear at the gym. Straight down the ground, and oh, what a catch! Has he taken it? What an effort! What a sensational effort! Oh, this is a special, special moment. Well, if DCC are going to bow out of this tournament, that's how you bow out. We're going to take another look at that to confirm if it was legal. But we witnessed one of the greatest moments of this series. He's taken it one-handed, he tosses it back up. And his teammate is right there to complete the catch. Well, I could see a little bit of grass splitting the boundary rope and his foot. We'll have another look at it. Oh, what a sensational moment. He's taken an absolute blinder of a catch. And even his opponents are up on their feet, congratulating him for that. The Kangaroos were all up, giving him a round of applause for that effort. Yadwinder Singh, what a sensational bit of fielding. This one is going to be doing the rounds on social media for a long time to come. Oh, this is a great effort. Absolutely sensational. I mean, none of us could have seen that coming. We are going to remember that for a long, long time to come. Matty Ainsworth dismissed on 49, 1 run short of a half century. Of course, he's would have loved to get a half century. He batted superbly in the last match, but he didn't have enough balls left. Or I should say enough runs left to get that 50. This one's just pushed away by his brother Robbie, and he'll get a single. Yeah, so Matty Ainsworth was looking for his first career half century, and what a way to get dismissed. He would have been certain this would have been a classy way to bring up the 50, and there he is, Yadwinder Singh, with one of the most special catches you will ever see. Oh, it's top edged, and this is just a little bit unlucky. That's going to be a 4. Yeah, Torok going for a big shot, but the top edge will sail over the boundary rope. And yeah, we are certainly going to be looking at that catch again and again and again. Goes for the big heave there, Taro, clearing the front leg. And let's just see if that catch can really lift this DCC team. Of course, we know they're playing shorthanded. They're missing a lot of players. They don't even have enough players to field a full 11. But they're fighting hard. We saw their fighting spirit in the previous match when they picked up the win against the Royal Eagles. This one's gone up in the air. It's going to land safely, though. Oh, Ainsworth wants a second. And they're going to get it. They're going to get it. Well, you're going to be seeing that catch on Instagram or Twitter or whatever you use for social media. Oh, slower delivery. That one's done, Torok. They're going to scamper across here for a quick single. Yeah, just looking at some of the reaction of the catch. Sadhu Ratanaika calling that amazing. Jessica C saying that was a sensational catch. A little bit of talk about whether his foot touched the rope there as well. I could see that. Most of you agree that it didn't touch the rope. I think you could see a bit of grass between his foot and his rope, and totally agree. The umpire, Satyendra Parihar, calling that the catch of the tournament. John Gray saying that was a brilliant team catch. Little Allen calling that the play of the day. What a catch. It's certainly the best play over these last 3 days. The play of the second round for sure. No, and you really have to love this for Yadwinder Singh. I mean, that's a moment that he's going to relive for a very long time. Let's have a look at tomorrow's fixtures. Of course, we will start off with the Budapest Super Kings against the Cobra Creek Club. These two sides played each other in the second round. The Super Kings came out on top. That is an eliminator match. Whoever loses that match will go home. Then we'll have a qualifier between the Royal Tigers and the Budapest Blinders, who are the defending champions. The winner of that match goes straight to the final. The loser of that match will have another chance to get to the final. They will move on to qualifier 2, where they will face the winner of the eliminator. Then, of course, qualifier 2's winner will make their way to the final. So that's the advantage of topping your group. You get 2 bites at the apple. You get a couple of chances to make the final. And I think tomorrow is just going to be a great day. I mean, all 4 of those teams are incredible cricket teams. They have provided us with so much entertainment. I think we're going to see tons of runs tomorrow. I think expect par scores to be around 140, 145. It's going to be a sensational day of cricket and a great way to round out what has been a very entertaining ECS here in Hungary. Nicely played there by Gabor Torok. Just takes that ball in a little shorter. He gets behind it, and he has played that one away beautifully. Monica Ramos Acosta joining us in the chat. Well, Monica, you might just want to rewind the stream a little bit and go back and relive that incredible catch, which we witnessed 1.2 overs ago, right at the end of the 6th over. Yadwinder Singh with a bit of heroics out in the field. And he tossed it to his skipper, Gabani, who completed the team catch. It was a sensational effort. And just a marvelous bit of fielding. And I'm still in disbelief, as I'm sure many of our European cricketing audience are as well. Kroom, 111 getting in as well in the chat, saying that was a catch of the day. Yeah, no question, the catch of the day. Catch of the second round as well, for sure. And I think we can start discussing whether it might be the catch of the tournament as well. Torok is going to strike this one out towards mid-wicket. It's going to clear the rope, and it's going to go for 6. A good hitting here by Torok. He's smashed some really good one, playing some beautiful flat bat slogs. Look at this one. Yeah, it's a baseball shot, isn't it? He just shifts that front leg to give him that extra bit of power he needs to swing that bat through. And he smashed it over mid-wicket. This time he goes over the offside. And it's going to go over extra cover for a 6. So consecutive 6s here for the captain of the Kangaroos. And he brings up the 100 for the Kangaroos in style. Very nice shot. It was a bit too short. And the bowler has been punished. Powerful, powerful hit. Goes straight down the ground this time. He doesn't have enough to find the boundary. It's going to land safely just outside the inner ring. And they'll pick up a run. Torok keeps strike for the penultimate over. And the Kangaroos are 103 for 2. Let's have a look at the graph of this inning so far. They've been ticking along pretty steadily for most of this innings with a run rate of around 12. It's currently at 12.9, so almost 13 and over. Yeah, they've been batting well, the Kangaroos. I think they've been running hard between the wickets. They've been hitting 2 to 3 boundaries of every over. And that's put them in a really good position here. They've got a good platform to accelerate these last couple of overs. They've got the 2 men they would have wanted out in the middle, in Torok and Ainsworth, who can now tee off and really go big in these last couple of overs. Torok goes big again, and it's another 6 for the Kangaroo skipper, his 4th 6 of this innings. A massive, massive hit. No, he's just wonderful with those flat bat shots, isn't he? He's hit all his 6s that way. I think he got 2 very different players out in the middle. You know, you got Ainsworth, who tends to play the ball with a straight bat, always looking to hit it through the line. And then you've got his captain at the other end, who's just a good old-fashioned T10, T20 slogger. Looking to just whack everything as hard as he can with a cross bat. Now it's a slower ball, and that's why he wasn't quite able to time it as nicely as he would have liked. Torok won his second. He wanted to get back on strike. Can't fault him, especially the way he's seeing the ball right now. He's seeing it like a beach ball. Yeah, but the second run was certainly not on over there. Oh, it's up in the air. This one's skied. It's not going to be a simple catch. Look who's underneath is Yadwinder Singh. And he will take that catch. The man who was involved in one of the most remarkable bits of fielding we have seen here in Hungary will take a catch. Not for him. Well, it's as simple as it gets. Great catch taken there by Yadwinder Singh. That's going to be the end for Robbie Ainsworth, who has been absolutely superb throughout this tournament with the bat in hand. He will end up being the leading run getter for his side. And he can be very impressed with his personal batting performance. Big congratulations to Robbie Ainsworth. Of course, we will see him in the second innings with the ball in hand. But his batting has been absolutely brilliant. He'll end this tournament with 355 runs to his name. An average just under 50. He struck 4 half-centuries during this series, I should say. And 32 sixes, 22 fours. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. And it's a great, great first ECS for him. Push towards cover, and they're going to have to scamper across very quickly. Fielder decides to have a shy at the stumps. Yeah, of course, Robbie Ainsworth just turned 18 in May. And meanwhile, his brother, Matthew, turned 16 in April, just to emphasize how young these players are and what a bright future they have ahead for them. Great shot there by Gabor Torok. I mean, he is absolutely crunching these balls. This was a very wide delivery. If he'd left it alone, it would have been a wide. But he's reached out and he's got enough power to absolutely belt that. I mean, I don't know how you describe that shot. That is just a pure hand-eye coordination and power. And that will spoil Manas Mishra's over. 14 runs come off it. And the Kangaroos are 117 for 3 with 1 over to come. We'll have a look at the bowling figures for DCC. Daifule bowled economically, gave just 18 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. Sheikh picked up a couple of wickets in his second over. He ended up with figures of 2 for 25. The captain's going to bowl the final over. And this will bring Torok back on strike. So good play here by Hoidu. The important thing for him is not to chew too many dot balls and just let this man face as many balls as he can. I think the way Torok is seeing, and I'd be willing to say, hey, you know what? Turn down the singles. Just look to see how many boundaries you can hit off these last 5 balls. Knowing Torok, he's not the kind of guy who's going to do something like that. That one's certainly going down the leg side. They will take the single over here, the Kangaroos. Yeah, let's just see if DCC are going to be a little bit smart over here. Oh, just catches that one on the side of his face. You know, I'd be tempted to just bring the field up here and try to deny Hoidu the strike. Maybe even bring the keeper up. Because you know, if he swings and misses, then Torok is just going to be charging to the striker's end. But no change in the field. And yeah, look, the singles on offer over there. I mean, it's going to go for a direct hit. And we're going to have a look at this. I think a lot of the players on the DCC field feel it's out, but the important thing is Torok is back on strike. I think that's what the Kangaroos desperately needed. Let's have a look at this. Yeah. Well, is he gone? I mean, this looks tight. This looks really tight. Oh, I think he is. I think he's gone. I think he's going to give it his marching orders. You look at this frame, is there anything across the line over there? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Obviously, the line is rather faint over there. It's not that easy to see. And it's been given not out in the end. He has a tough decision for the third umpire. I guess he's just gone with the benefit of the doubt for the batter. This one is struck away very nicely by Torok, and that's why you want this man on strike. Hits this one away for 4. He's got a couple more balls left in this innings. Can he bring up his 50? Gabor Torok, very nicely played. And Torok, you know, he's always clearing that front leg, looking to hit those big shots. He's a very aggressive batter. And we have seen that in this innings. He's had 150 so far this tournament. It came against the Super Kings. Can he bring up his second European cricket 50? He's going to go big. Does he have enough on this to clear a rope? There's a fielder underneath it, and he's going to take the catch. So Torok, he's going to miss out on the half century in the end, but he's batted superbly, the captain. He's put his side in a very good position. Torok going for a big shot, just trying to clear the fielder with extra cover. Well, he's hung one up, and it's been taken really well. Gotta say, DCC, they've been incredible with their catching. Of course, they took potentially the catch of the tournament right at the end of the 6th over. And we're going to see young Rick Yang coming out to face the last ball of this innings. And I could just hear someone saying that don't worry about singles. Want to prevent boundaries. And Rick Yang will, unfortunately, not able to get any bat on ball over there. So he gets to face his first ever ball in European cricket. Great moment for the young man, of course. Hasn't even turned 16 yet. He's going to be 16 in September. And he's, well, he gets a chance to face the ball in the European Cricket Network. Great moment for him. Yeah, I've been got to feel very happy for young Yang. Of course, he took his first ever European cricket catch earlier today. And now he gets to face a ball on the network as well. As the Kangaroos will end up with 124 runs. Typically, you'd say it's slightly below par, but with the quality of these two sides playing, I think it's a pretty good total. And of course, we do know that this Kangaroos team has plenty of quality in their bowling unit. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, once again, we saw a brilliant opening partnership between Matthew Ainsworth and Arthur Edwards. These two have really started to build a good combination together. They run well between the wickets, and they also bat very well in tandem. We saw them get a 50 opening partnership earlier today, and this time around they had a 60-run opening partnership. Arthur Edwards made 18 runs of 14 balls, but Matty Ainsworth was once again the top scorer for his side. 2 consecutive matches, was so close to getting a half century. Fell just 1 run short, and you're going to see the moment where he was dismissed. It was truly one of the greatest catches you are ever going to see. He struck 8 boundaries during his innings, made 49 runs of 22 deliveries, and I think we're just about to see that moment. What a special team catch. Yadwinder Singh out in the deep, grabs that one-handed and tosses it back to his captain, who was at long on, Gabane. And one of the most special moments you're going to see in Hungarian cricket. Matthew Ainsworth could hardly believe it. I mean, if you're going to get dismissed, then, well, you might as well get dismissed by something like that. Even the Kangaroos were up and appreciated that. That was a brilliant bit of cricket. He got a round of applause from the Kangaroos dugout. And then, of course, the skipper, Gabor Torok, batted superbly, made 43 runs, 15 balls, a strike rate of 287 for him, hit some great shots. He had 4 sixes, and it was just pure hand-eye coordination. I mean, he was just slogging it with a flat bat. And it was a real joy to watch, unless you are a member of DCC. And then, of course, right at the end, we saw Rick Yang get to face his first ever ball on the European Cricket Network. Rick Yang, of course, who will turn 16 at the end of September. We'll have a look at the scorecard of this first inning. Matthew Ainsworth, top scores for the Danubian Kangaroos for the second consecutive match. He was so close to getting a half century, as was his captain, Gabor Torok. Torok has just the 1 half century on the European Cricket Network. And of course, Matty Ainsworth was desperately looking for his first ever 50 on ECN. He was so close, and ultimately it took one of the best catches you will ever see to dismiss it. We'll now move on and have a look at the bowling figures. Pick of the bowlers for me has to be Taifullah. Great economy rate, bowled very tight, gave just 18 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. Kushal Gabani, the skipper, had figures of 1 for 22. Sheikh managed to pick up a couple of wickets in his second over, and he ends up with figures of 2 for 25. The big positive, though, for DCC is just 3 runs of extras. That is spectacular. And I think if you can give up just 3 runs of extras, you're going to be in a good position to win matches more often than not. The mid-match summary is that the Danubian Kangaroos have set a target of 125 for Dylan Baghdani Cricket Club. Join us in just about 5 minutes when we'll bring you the final innings of the second round.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. It's the final innings of the second round and the final innings for these two teams. Of course, we'll be saying goodbye to the European Cricket Series after this match. We'll have a look at the bonus point equation. Of course, if the Kangaroos are able to restrict their opposition to 86 or less, they'll pick up a bonus point. And of course, if DCC can chase this down in 7 overs or less, they'll be the ones leaving here with a bonus point. Don't think a bonus point's going to play too much a factor in this match. I expect it to be a close, riveting encounter to round out what's been a very exciting second round. Both these teams have treated us to some great entertainment over these last couple of weeks, and let's see if they can bow out in style. It's going to be Arthur Edwards bowling the first over. Oh, this is very nicely played. Just went a little bit too straight there, Edwards. And Hasib has played that beautifully. Just swivels around on the spot, helps it over to find leg. That's 4 runs to start off. Good shot here by Hasib. Yeah, beautifully played, really beautifully played. Just uses the pace of the ball. Arthur Edwards is a nice quick bowler. He's got quite a bit of pace. And he's just used the bowler's pace to his detriment. Smart batting. A bit of width on offer there, but it comes off the toe end of the bat. John Gray in the chat pointing out that the Kangaroos have given themselves a great chance for back-to-back wins against a short-handed Dana-Bogdani team. Yeah, what a moment it would be for the Kangaroos if they can make it back-to-back wins in this tournament. But DCC will believe they've got a chance to do the same as well. This is straight down the ground, and it's gone straight to an absolute star performer in Robbie Ainsworth. I mean, this man has been an absolute joy to watch throughout this fortnight of cricket here in Hungary. And he takes another sensational catch. That one went straight to him. And it was also heading straight for our production cabin here. And he just knew that he was never, ever, ever going to drop that. Such a magnificent player. And the first wicket falls for Dana-Bogdani. Arthur Edwards will get the wicket as well. Great moment for the entire team. Abdul Hasib departs, having made just 4 runs. That's also a chance to say hello to a number of other people joining us in the chat. We got Monica Ramos Acosta, Christopher Ward, Mr. Kitty joining us, as well as Duncan. So a very good evening to all of you. It's just past 6 o'clock local time. Of course, also a good chance for you guys to bring in your random questions, as it's our final innings of the day. This is just pushed away towards point. Doesn't have enough to go to the rope. No, it doesn't. Well, keep in mind this outfield here in the GB Oval. It's one of the slower outfields we have on the European Cricket Network. It's like the slowest outfield we have. Has to be the one I last commentated in all the way back in Cyprus over at Happy Valley. Saw lots of 2s and 3s run over there during the international matches we had. Yeah, I could just see the umpire for a moment. He wanted to stretch his arms. You know, you got to feel for these Kangaroos. They've been on the wrong end of a lot of decisions. I think you can understand where at times they'll feel a bit hard done by. And just momentarily, I think they would have feared that the umpire was about to stretch his arms for a wide, but no, good call in the end. No real foot movement there by Singh, just using his hands, and you can see his balance is just a little bit off. Watch his head. Yep. He's got to get his front foot closer to the pitch of the ball if he wants to play a cover drive. End of the first over, 6 for 1. Here's a quick reminder, that's been 221 matches since we last had a golden ball in the European Cricket Network. Of course, that was all the way back during the European Cricket Series in Cyprus, and the match between the Kypro Tigers of Limassol and the Cyprus Knight Riders. We unfortunately didn't get a golden ball in Czechia or in Romania, and we're still waiting for one in Hungary. We've got this match, of course, and then got 3 more days of cricket here in Hungary, so surely Hungary will give us a golden ball. It's going to be a dot ball there. Good start here for Ainsworth. Just hits the deck hard on that ball. Back of a length delivery. Yeah, brilliant. And a shape away. Just swings away that delivery. This has gone up in the air, and where is this going to land? Just in front of the boundary up, goes for 6. Great shot there by Mir. Just left that one in the slot, Ainsworth. And it's a great shot through the line. Over pitch delivery. And it gets smacked away for a 6. Just got a question in from Trip, Mr. Kitty Denny, asking me if I've spoken to Joe and that you love the commentary between the two of us. Just going to talk about that after this ball. Yeah, no, commentating with Joe, I'm assuming you're talking about Joe Wegasani. No, it was a real privilege. I think had a great time with him. He's obviously got a very unique commentary style. I remember the way he described it to me was that his inspiration was Richie Beno, and he always believes in less is more. And yeah, of course, had the chance to commentate with him all the way back in the 2021 night series in Cyprus. And I believe he commentated the final of that first ECS that took place because, of course, you had back-to-back ECS in Cyprus, the first one, and then the ECS Encore as well. So, yeah, no, of course, it's been a while since I had a chance to talk to Joe, but it was a real privilege getting to commentate with him. This is played beautifully over extra cover. That's going to go away for 6 as well. Another great shot here by Mir, inside out, hits that beautifully. Couple of great looking shots. Just have a look at this. Absolutely magnificent. Just lovely stroke. And it's always good to see batters hitting 6s over extra cover. I don't know about all of you, but I just find 6s over cover to just be that much more pleasing. Takes that one in a little shorter. Just pulls his length back there, the bowler. As DCC are at 19 for 1 at the end of the second over. Have a look at the standings here for round 2. Super Kings and Cobra Creek Club will, of course, be playing each other in the eliminator first thing tomorrow morning. The loser of that match will be knocked out of this ECS, whereas the winner will qualify for the second qualifying match, and they will play the loser of the match between the Budapest Blinders and, of course, the Royal Tigers. Oh, this is very nicely struck. It's going to go right through Yang. And that's a good shot by Yadvinder Singh, of course, who took an absolutely spectacular catch, or I should say was involved in an absolutely spectacular catching effort, because in the end, of course, he tossed the ball back up to his skipper, Kushal Gabane. That's certainly a moment that we will be making the highlight reel. This is pushed down towards mid-on. It's going to be the 1 run. 3 balls left in the power play. Of course, the 2 umpires on the middle are Steve Anthony, who's currently behind the stumps, and Amit Nan is, well, he's currently standing at point. I believe it's because the sun's probably going to be straight into his eyes if he were standing at square leg. Oh, just good fielding effort there. Just about managed to get a hand to it, which will slow it down. And that will ensure it's not a 4. Yeah, nice effort out there in the field. Very good effort. That's Christian Hoidu, who's been so impressive for this Kangaroos team. Got his first few ECS wickets over these last couple of days, and now he's making an impact in the field as well. Oh, goes big. Has he gone long enough? It's a flat 6. It's as flat as it gets. And Singh smashed that one all the way. And a really nice strike, solid strike. Cross-batted pull towards mid-wicket. Oh, great hit. Straight down the ground, and this is going to go all the way as well. It's back-to-back 6s to end the power play. This over goes magical, 20 runs off it. And this was just the kind of big over that DCC so desperately needed. And you got to commend this DCC side, of course, playing short-handed. Haven't been able to even field a full playing 11. And we saw them pick up a win early against the Royal Eagles. They did so well with their bowling and fielding, considering they were short-handed. And now they're fighting hard with a bat in hand as well. You can see their required rate is below their current run rate, so they're going along nicely here, DCC. Now you really have to credit this Dunda Bagdani Cricket Club. Just love the fighting spirit of this team. To come out in these tough circumstances for their side, of course. Keep in mind, they had a lot of players missing for yesterday's games as well. They were short-handed, but they still battled hard. And they put themselves in a position here where they can make themselves one of the few teams to pick up 2 wins when playing with only 9 players. It's going to be a leg by, and Rick Yang coming on to bowl the first over after the power play. Of course, Yang got a chance to bowl an over yesterday. He was so close to getting his first ever European cricket wicket. Unfortunately for him, the catch was put down off his bowling. And he's got another shot here and picking up a wicket. A lowish full toss. He just about manages to get that one straight, and it's going to go away for a 4. It just splits the gap. Ainsworth isn't able to get to it. And it's 4 more runs. Good shot here by Singh. Yeah, beautifully played. It's not easy to negotiate these low full tosses. They're not always easy to play. But he just manages to work that one away. Splits the gap between the 2 fielders. Yeah, this one should be a wide down the leg side. Yeah, so John Gray just talking about some of the projects Joe does. And yeah, he of course did a big project on the history of the Netherlands. I remember he had a podcast about on Dutch history, and also does a number of tourist projects as well, as you mentioned. And yeah, I'm glad that you shared the link. Make sure to check that out. Of course, Joe does some terrific work on Dutch history. And of course, I think, especially if you're traveling to the Netherlands, you'd love to check out some of the content over there. Seeing with another great hit, make that another 6, and yeah, they're going along really nicely over here. These last couple of overs, they just put their foot on the accelerator, DCC. And they're starting to hit quite a few boundaries. That's now the 5th boundary we have seen in the last 9 balls. But yeah, going back to what John Gray is saying. Of course, yeah, make sure to check out that link. Had a look at some of his work as well. Does some absolutely fantastic work, some really interesting content on the history of the Netherlands. And of course, yeah, that 2021 series, which Mr. Kitty's talking about back in Cyprus, that night series. I mean, I believe I was commentating for almost 1.5 months during that series straight. But honestly, never got tired. I mean, every day we just had so many sensational games. It just felt like everything was going down to the wire. And, oh, it's a slight misfield there. Hat long on, goes through the fielder. And it's consecutive boundaries. This over's already gone for 16 runs, and we still have a couple more balls to come. Now comes right off his foot. Very, very unfortunate for the bowler. Oh, that could be a free hit. That could be a no ball. And the umpires get a no ball, and it's going to go away for a rather fortuitous boundary since it comes off the edge. I know this is just rubbing some more salt into the wounds for the Kangaroos. As they say, fortune favors the brave, and Singh, he's certainly a player who's very brave. He's very courageous. He's batting superbly here. We saw him put a spectacular effort in the field as well earlier. Oh, this could be another no ball. This is going to be another no ball. It's 7 up. It's 7 up. And this over, it's gone for 28 runs, and we still have a ball to come. Oh, he's just smacked that one away. It's an easy pickings for the batter. Got a feel for Yang over here. Just needs to get it right. Just needs to land it on the pitch. Just outside the off stump. Got to keep in mind, he's a very young man, Yang. Hasn't even turned 16 yet. It's a big pressure situation for him to be in. Playing on the European Cricket Network against this huge audience watching him. That's wide down the leg side. Still a free hit. Still a free hit. Oh, this is brilliantly played by the batter. It was almost Yorker length. It was very, very low full toss. He's ducked that one out very nicely to even get it away towards mid-wicket. Ends the over with a single. That over ends up being supersonic. 30 runs coming off that over. A massive over for DCC. And now they're in prime position. They've lost just 1 wicket and they need 56 runs off the remaining 6 overs. I mean, you have to consider this is a side who played these last couple of matches with just 9 players. I mean, look at how that run rate has just shot up. I mean, I don't think we've seen too many graphs like that. I mean, somebody better capture a screenshot of that graph. I haven't seen too many run rates looking like that. And they've really put themselves in a great position. I mean, that's almost a linear graph if you look at it. That's a wide over there. Start off for Adam Gall, so they desperately need wickets, and they turn to Adam Gall, the 3rd highest wicket taker of this ECS. I mean, if you need a partnership breaker, you turn to this man. And let's see if he can produce a wicket. Oh, just gets that ball to come back in quite a bit. It's just struck the batter on the glove. Yes, can still see some talk about that 2021 series. I mean, it was absolutely incredible, of course. The Mouflon, Cyprus' oldest team, were so dominant throughout that series. I think they managed to win a couple of titles in a row. We saw some very, very exciting matchups. And, of course, I had a chance to commentate with Joe, but also had some other great co-commentators alongside me. And also had a chance to work with Ujjwal. I mean, those games with Ujjwal, I mean, Ujjwal has so much passion and energy. I mean, I remember we're doing 2 games a night. I'd lose my voice at the end of every match. It just felt like we were screaming and shouting during every game. Now, we really saw some thrilling matchups. Then, of course, had a chance to do some games alongside Viv Kingma and Boris Gurley as well. did some games at the end with Clayton Floyd too, so it was a fantastic 1.5 months when we had that those 2 really long night series in Cyprus. And yeah, just the entertainment we had, especially under the lights. I think cricket under the lights is just so much better, isn't it? I just feel like any sport under the lights is just that much more entertaining. And this one's gone up in the air. Where is this going to land? Just going to go and trickle over the rope for a 4. Yeah, that's nicely played by Singh. He brings up his half century, really well batted. And Singh, well, he can't praise his performance in this match enough. Was obviously involved in that superb catch earlier in the first innings. And now he's brought up his 50. They need to go at just above 9 and over to win it from here, DCC. And taken. Well, Adam Goal, if you need a wicket, you turn to this man. And he's produced another one. He's now the joint second highest wicket taker in this European cricket series. It's a brilliant ball. Brilliant ball. Just draws him forward, catches the outside edge. It's the kind of ball that will get you a wicket in just about any format of the game. Superbly batted by Singh. And superbly played. He's been spectacular in this match. Doesn't move his front foot much. He was kind of pushing at it with his hands. Just fishing outside the off stump. And it's going to catch the edge of his bat. And he's gone, and maybe the door is ajar now for these Kangaroos. This one is just cut away. And is this going to go away for a 4? Yes, it will. So DCC will be 80 for 2 halfway through their innings. So it's a chance for the teams to have a drinks break. And we'll also have a look at the ECC groups, of course. As you can see this year, we've divided the ECC into a Challenger Division and a Premier Division. Just allows a little bit more balance. I mean, some of these sides who maybe in the past have been a bit outmatched in the ECC can get to play against teams of similar quality. Of course, the host nation, Hungary, you can see they're in Group B of the Premier Division. You can see Romania in there as well. Of course, they'll play Romania this weekend, so we'll get to see a bit of an ECC preview over the weekend. And of course, Czechia will also be involved in the action this weekend. They're in Group 2 of the Challenger Division. And I have to say, these sides, Czechia, Hungary, Romania, they're kind of, I would say, in the fringes between the Premier Division and the Challenger Division. I mean, you could easily see a team like Czechia get promoted and make their way to the Premier Division as well. So, yeah, I think the important thing to keep in mind, of course, is we do have a relegation and promotion system as well, which means there's going to be a lot on the line for the teams in the Challenger Division. They're obviously vying to get that ECC Challenger Division trophy as well, so should be a very exciting ECC. Really looking forward to it this year. It's not long to go, just under 2 months, as you can see, so well, time flies, and before you know it, the ECC will be here. Yeah, just some good comments made here by John Gray. John Gray saying that the Kangaroos need some wickets now just to stem the flow of runs. And also making a comment about Yang, saying that it's going to be a steep learning curve for Yang. With good coaching, you'll certainly see him improve. And it's important that he gets the experience. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think for this Kangaroo side, the more important thing is the process. They have to love the process. That their development is going to be more important than the results themselves. I think results will come. And give this side 2-3 years, and I think they're going to be real contenders in Hungary. And potentially, you're going to see lots of Kangaroos representation in the national squad as well. Tarek comes onto ball right after the drinks break. You can see down at McDonough, they need 45 of 11 to get a bonus point. I don't think they're going to get a bonus point. That's very unlikely. Takes some doing. Usually when the required is above 24, we say it's well past the point of no return. So I just rule that out for now. Just going to see the umpire come over from point. Take another look at this again. There's a sharp glove work, and I think, talking of development, Zoltan Morosi's improvement as a wicketkeeper these last few days has been very impressive as well. I think you can see that, yeah, he clearly grounds his foot. No chance for a stumping there. Zoltan Morosi, obviously the stand-in keeper for this Kangaroos side. I mean, normally he'd be out there bowling spin for this Kangaroos team, but he's had to step in and put the gloves on, since the Kangaroos, the usual keeper, is unfortunately injured and unable to take part in this second round. I have to say, he's improved match after match. Edged, and it's going to sail over the fielder. A little bit unlucky over there. That's the thing. I mean, if Torok is going to pull the ball that short, then I think he should have a deep third in place. Top edges are always very likely, and yeah, I mean, if you do have a deep third, that might even potentially be a catching position as well, especially if you're bowling these lengths. We do know that Torok is someone who does like to dig it in short. You gotta have I definitely have a deep third in place for him. You just look at this field setting he has. He's got a deep cover in place. I'd probably bring the deep cover in and maybe send someone back to deep third. Yeah, that one's a wide. Down the leg side. It's gone up in the air, and this is going to go sailing over long off. Big hit by Taifule. Massive hit. And he gives him the room to free his arms. And he has battered that one over long off. And it's gone for a 6. It's another great hit. And we'll have a look at the scorecard here. Yadwinder Singh bringing up his half century, 51 runs of just 19 deliveries, and Taifule coming in at number 4 has taken no time to settle in, making 14 runs of just 4 deliveries. That previous Torok over ended up costing his side 12 runs, so it was a good over for the Dunabugdani Cricket Club, who now need just 33 runs off the remaining 4 overs, so they have to go just a shade above 8 and over. And they're going to turn to Hoidu here. Now, Hoidu is another player who we know. He's a wicket taker. Saw him get 3 wickets in the previous match. Can he get some here? That's, they're gonna have a few runs over here. Good fielding out in the deep. Couple of runs. Nice running between the wickets as well by Mir and Taifule. Oh, they're going to have to scamper across very quickly here. I just wonder if there was a direct hit. Would there have been a chance for a run-up? But we're going to see overthrows. No one was backing up for the Kangaroos. Let's have a look at this. Oh, he's running very casually. He needs to run a lot faster. Direct hit, and he was definitely gone. Straight down the ground. Does that have enough? It most certainly does. Just hits the camera tower. Goes over the sight screen. And that has gone all the way for 6. Yeah, here's just a quick point. Just didn't have a chance to make before this ball. There were some appeals made by the Kangaroos for obstructing the field when Mir was running back to the striker's end. And this is another huge hit. And now it's come under a run of ball. And you have to say, this game's now probably been taken away from the Kangaroos. Dunabugdani look like they're about to pull this one off. It's under a run of ball. 17 needed of 20. And this is just incredible hitting by Mir. This is another great shot. Ball was slightly over pitch, and he just hits that one with a straight bat over extra cover. Well, I know there were some Kangaroos players who thought he should have been out for obstructing the field, but he's still out in the middle, and he's tormenting them. Oh, and it just goes over. I should say under the fielder. He's not quite able to get to it for the catch. And he's not able to stop from going for a 4 either. That's Matty Ainsworth. Not long on. Oh, just goes underneath him. And it's 4 more runs. Just 13 runs needed now for Donabugdani to win it from here. As it's going to go all the way. And, oh, has Robbie taken it? Oh, I think he stepped on the rope. He has managed to hold on to the catch, but I think all of you can lip read at home. I'm almost certain what he said over there. Not going to repeat it on the broadcast. But yeah, it looks like he stepped on the rope on the way down. And it looks like it's going to be a 6. It was a great effort, great leaping effort. He's done well to hold on to it. And look at that. He leaps up to get it. And yeah, you can see he stepped on the rope. 7 runs needed from the last 3 overs for DCC to take it. And, you know, we do have to take the moment here to, first of all, say start the car, as both Mr. Kitty and Christopher Ward are saying in the chat. But we've also got to congratulate this DCC team. I mean, what a sensational effort. I mean, they came in on Tuesday. They had so many players missing for them. They struggled to field an 11. And they've come here today. They don't even have an 11. They've come out here with 9 players in their team. And they've battled hard and managed to win both the games they've been involved in today. You know, obviously taking the victory against the Royal Eagles. And it looks like they're going to win this one as well. You've got to give this side so much credit. You know, they could easily have come here, you know, given up, surrendered, thought they had no chance to win this game, but they battled in both those matches. And in all honesty, it looks like they're going to win both these games very comfortably. Got plenty of balls left here. They're just a matter of when they're going to win this. And they have to give this side a lot of credit. Well played to Donabugdani. You know, they put in such a great effort in the field. I mean, imagine fielding with 2 less players. I mean, most captains feel like they don't have enough fielders. You know, when some of these batters in T10 cricket are smashing it all over the place. That one's going to go away for a 4. Scores are now tied. Fortuitous boundary for Daifula. Well, he's going to take them however they come. Digs that one in short. Top edge over the keeper's head. And now they're 1 run away from securing this victory. What a special story here for Donabugdani, playing with 9 men. Don't have enough players to field because of all the injuries and all the players that they have missing. It looks like they're going to make it 2 wins in 2. And one of the more special stories we have seen on the network. 1 run needed to win for DCC. And they're going to get it with a wide, slightly anticlimactic, but they'll take them however they come. And the Donabugdani Cricket Club have picked up a couple of wins right at the end of the 2nd round. That's now 4 wins in this ECS for them. They'll be mightily pleased. And this side have fought hard. They fought hard despite being shorthanded. They fought hard despite not being able to field a full 11. And they're going to leave the field with their head held high with a couple of wins today to their name. Kushal Gabane, you've got to give so much credit to their captain for getting everything perfectly right, for motivating his team to battle hard in a really tough situation. And DCC, they are a truly incredible story. They'll unfortunately not be taking part in tomorrow's elimination round, but they certainly end this tournament on a high note. A gritty display, a tough display. They had to cover the extra miles in the field, and that's certainly what they did, and you've got to give credit to their batters as well for batting superbly in both of their wins today. The men in orange will be absolutely delighted with their performance. Of course, big congratulations to the Kangaroos as well. They fought hard. Great to see their development throughout this series, and they'll be mightily pleased with themselves. We'll have a look at tomorrow's fixture list. So finals day is here. We're coming to the end of this European cricket series. We start off with an elimination match between the Super Kings and the Cobra Cricket Club. Of course, the Super Kings beat the Cobra Cricket Club during the second round, but this rematch is surely going to be an absolute thriller. The first qualifier will be between the Royal Tigers and the Budapest Blinders. Of course, both those sides have not played since Monday, so let's see how they look tomorrow. Are they going to be a little bit rusty? Well, we're going to find out. Can't wait for that one. Finals day is here. Should be really exciting. Of course, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu will be back to cover finals day as well. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. A superb performance by this DCC side. Of course, as you saw, Abdul Hasib was dismissed early. He made just 4 runs of 3 balls. Just to my right now, the DCC players are having a big celebration. They certainly deserve to. As I mentioned, this team short-handed, unable to field a full 11, and they pick up 2 wins in 2 today to end their second round. Salman Mir, who opened the batting alongside Hasib, was spectacular, made 42 runs of 19 deliveries. But Yadwinder Singh, you just saw his dismissal over there. He made 51 of 19. He was the star performer for DCC. He took an absolutely sensational catch in the first innings, and then he went on to make a half-century, a match-winning half-century to help his side get over the finishing line. Taifullah came in at the end as well and played the perfect cameo, made 19 runs of 7 deliveries. And DCC, you have to say, they thoroughly deserved both their wins today. They came in here, played with just 9 men in both these matches, and they somehow managed to win both those games and win both those games with plenty of balls to spare. Commiserations to the Kangaroos. Of course, they did manage to pick up 1 victory in this second round, and they certainly entertained all of us. A young and up-and-coming team with a lot of teenage talent, and I think a lot of their players, you've got to keep an eye out for them. They're going to be making a name for themselves on the European cricket circuit. And we'll look for them to potentially be a contender in 2 or 3 years' time. Here's a look at the scorecard. The top scorer was Yadvinder Singh, making a half-century of just 19 deliveries. Salman Mir, the wicketkeeper, with a terrific performance as well, 42 of 19. And then Taifullah was right there at the end to add the finishing touch, making 19 of 7. We'll move on and have a look at the bowling card for the Danubian Kangaroos. And, well, you have to be honest with yourself, mostly rather expensive, I think. You just got to put your hand up and sometimes say, you know what, we ran up against a spectacular batting lineup. DCC batted superbly, and unfortunately for the Kangaroos, just weren't quite able to hit their lines and lengths as well. But all credit goes to DCC for a spectacular batting performance. And this is the match summary for our final match of the second round. The Danubian Kangaroos take this one. Beg your pardon. Then the Baghdadi CC take this one. They win it by 8 wickets with 2.3 overs to spare. A spectacular performance, and they will be mightily pleased with their self. Of course, before we wrap up for today, is a chance to welcome you back into our commentary position. It's been a real pleasure to be alongside you here for the final day of the second round. Tomorrow is finals day. We're really looking forward to that. Of course, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu will be back for those games. We'll have a quick look once again at what to expect tomorrow on finals day. We'll have the schedule up for you shortly. Of course, we'll start off with the eliminator match between the Budapest Super Kings and the Cobra Cricket Club. The Royal Tigers will be taking on the Blinders of One. Our first qualifier, of course, the loser of the eliminator will be straight out of this tournament, whereas the winner of the qualifier advances straight to the final. So the Royal Tigers and the Blinders both get 2 bites at the apples and a chance to make it to the finals. Of course, that's the advantage of finishing first in your group. Of course, a chance to thank everyone who has been involved in today's action. A big shout out to all the umpires who did a terrific job today. It's been absolutely wonderful to have such a great umpiring crew with us. A shout out to the Blue crew as well for helping us get through this game. Of course, they did a terrific job scoring and managing the logistics of another successful day of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. And of course, last but not least, I have to thank everyone over at Spring Production. It was great working alongside Alexander, Paul, and Imans today. A real pleasure. And of course, Charlie popped in for a bit as well for Match 3. It was great to hear from him. And of course, have to thank all of our ECN faithful. We couldn't do this without all of you. Thank you very much for tuning in. And on behalf of the entire European Cricket Network, this is Nish Bhatt saying thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow for Finals Day.